Chapter 1151. It is necessary to avoid the limelight first. Now David has the pagoda of suppression and the map of 9,000 miles of mountains and rivers, so he can practice wherever he is. As long as David's strength is improving, he doesn't have to be afraid of those guys in Kyoto. On the plane to Horrendal, David sent a message to Lin Tianhu. When the plane landed at Horrendal Airport, Lin Tianhu had already driven to pick up David. In addition to Lin Tianhu, Gu Wentian and Ruben also came, as well as many prominent figures in Horrendal. Almost the entire airport came to greet David. When David got off the plane, he was startled by the scene in front of him. "Mr. Chen." Lin Tianhu hurried forward and bowed slightly. "This goodbye, I haven't seen each other for more than a month, and David hasn't been back to Horrendal for several months." "Mr. Chen." Many prominent figures in Horrendal came forward and bowed to David. David's face was a little unsightly. He came back just now, not to show off or something, he came to hide, and this time it was so lively, I was afraid that his whereabouts would be known soon. "Lin Tianhu, let these people go away." David quickly got into the car and said to Lin Tianhu. Seeing that David was a little unhappy, Lin Tianhu immediately sent someone to disperse those people. Gu Wentian and Ruben also got into the car together. The two looked at David and directly showed David to Mao. Although the two did not speak, David understood their eyes. They must have wanted to ask Sonia and Gu Linger why they didn't come back together. David had no choice but to tell Gu Wentian and Ruben about his current situation. When they heard that David came back to avoid the pursuit, the expressions of the two people changed. "David, how did things get like this?" Ruben was not from the martial arts world, so he didn't know what David did in Kyoto. "Uncle Sue, I have to force some things." David didn't want to be what he is now, but his biological mother is still in the Long family, and Sonia is still locked up in the martial arts alliance. What can David do? "Okay, let's go back and talk about it." After Gu Wentian finished speaking, he asked Lin Tianhu to quickly drive the car back. The group went to Gu Wentian's yard. As soon as they entered the yard, David saw a yard full of antiques, which shows Gu Wentian's love for antiques. That guy Jin Fusheng is not bad. He has sent some antiques during this period of time. "David, do you like or use it?" Gu Wentian pointed at the antiques in the courtyard and said. David glanced at it, then shook his head. His current strength is no longer enough to rely on the weak spiritual energy on these antiques to cultivate. "David, when you return to Horrendal this time, I'm afraid you won't be able to hide for a few days, right? Those people will definitely guess that you are here." Ruben asked worriedly. "I'm only staying for 2 days. When I decide where to go, I'll leave right away." David also knew that it was not a long-term solution in Horrendal. Those guys in Kyoto will definitely find it here, not to mention the martial arts world in Jiangbei. If they know that they are back, they will also be eyeing them. After all, the dragon crystal on his body is too tempting, and he has to be remembered. "Mr. Chen, I think you can go to Nanhua City to find that Jin Fusheng." At this time, Lin Tianhu said. "Looking for him?" David looked at Lin Tianhu strangely. "Even if I go to Nanhua City, with the power of those sect families in Kyoto, it is easy to find out." "Mr. Chen, I didn't tell you to stay in Nanhua City. Doesn't Jin Fusheng often go to sea? You can get a big boat, prepare living supplies, and stay at sea for a while, so that no one can find you." Lin Tianhu explained. Chapter 1152. Hearing Lin Tianhu's explanation, David's eyes lit up. He can go to sea for a while, and no one can find him in the vast sea, so David can just practice with peace of mind. "Ha ha ha, yes, why didn't I think of that?" David laughed and patted Lin Tianhu on the shoulder. David only stayed in Horrendal for 1 day, and then rushed to Nanhua City. The Jin family is the largest family in Nanhua City, and with the strength of Grandmaster Jin Fusheng's peak, he controls the entire Nanhua City's wharf. However, some people are staring at such fat. The Du family, who are also in Nanhua City, have long been eyeing the fat meat at the wharf, but due to Jin Fusheng's strength, the Du family can only watch Jin Fusheng earn a lot of money. However, in order to be able to grab the pier from Jin Fusheng, the Du family spent a lot of money to invite 3 great masters. After the news came out, Jin Fusheng panicked instantly. Master, what should we do? Now the whole Nanhua city knows that the Du family has invited 3 great masters, and soon the Du family will attack us. The housekeeper of the Jin family said in a panic. Jin Fusheng said with an ugly face, where did the Du family invite such a master, not to mention the 3 great masters, even one can wipe out the entire Nanhua city. Master, why don't we invite the 4 heroes of Nanshan? The butler asked. Please use their A55, how could they be the opponents of the great master? Jin Fusheng cursed. Then what should we do? Now many people in the house are panicking, and some people even sneaked away. The butler said anxiously. Jin Fusheng frowned, but soon his brows stretched out and said, by the way, if the Du family can invite a master, so can our Jin family. I almost forgot, the man and woman who often follow Gu, seem to be great master. Jin Fusheng was talking about Lin Tianhu and Qifeng. During this time, Jin Fusheng often sent antiques to Gu Wentian, and he also met Lin Tianhu and Qifeng several times. But with only 2 of them, can they beat the 3 great masters of the Du family? The butler asked suspiciously. Don't worry about it, I'll call and invite people over. Besides, they are all Mr. Chen's people. If they can't be beaten, then invite Mr. Chen. As Jin Fusheng spoke, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to make a call. But at this moment, a servant of the Jin family hurried in. Master, it's not good, it's not good, Du Zidong of the Du family brought people to kill, our people can't stop it at all. When Jin Fusheng heard this, his face changed instantly. Of course, the 3 great masters and those from the Jin family couldn't stop them. Master, I didn't expect the Du family to be killed so soon, why don't you hide for a while? The housekeeper persuaded Jin Fusheng. No, I'll go out and see. Jin Fusheng strode towards the outside, he knew that the Du family was not here to kill, and if it really couldn't be done, he would give up some of the benefits of the pier to the Du family. When Jin Fusheng walked into the yard, he saw the servants of the Jin family lying on the ground, and a young man looked at him with a sneer. This young man was Du Zidong, the young master of the Du family. There were 3 middle-aged people standing behind Du Zidong, each of whom exuded a faint coercion. Even if Jin Fusheng himself was the peak of Wuzong, he felt frightened by this pressure. Eldest nephew, what made you so angry? If the servants provoke you, just tell me, and I'll take care of them for you. Jin Fusheng laughed and then said to Du Zidong. Even though Jin Fusheng was going to die of anger now, he still didn't show any signs of it, which shows that this guy is very shrewd. Chapter 1153. Du Zidong glanced at Jin Fusheng, but did not show any appreciation, but said coldly, Jin Fusheng, the wharf in Nanhua City has been occupied by your Jin family for many years. Over the years, your Jin family has made enough money, do you think about it? Let others eat too. There are hundreds of boats in Nanhua City, 90% of which belong to your Jin family. You earn so much money, aren't you afraid of dying? When Jin Fusheng heard this, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. After all, Du Zidong was also a junior, so he was so impolite when he spoke to him. Jin Fusheng had a cold face, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Eldest nephew, our 2 families. Stop, I'm not your eldest nephew. Let me tell you, today I'm here to annex your Jin family. If you obediently hand over all the Jin family's property, you may still have a life left. Before Jin Fusheng could finish speaking, Du Zidong waved his hand and said. This time, Du Zidong completely tore his face, and Jin Fusheng frowned deeply. Look at this, I will give you 80% of the property in the dock, and I will also give you all the ships. I will only leave 2 cruise ships. Jin Fusheng discussed with Du Zidong. Can't I understand what I said? I want all the properties of your Jin family. Du Zidong said with a cold face. The anger in Jin Fusheng's heart erupted instantly, his eyes widened and he said, Du Zidong, you are too deceiving, don't you leave a little way for our Jin family to survive? I have been in Nanhua for many years, and I have never said that I will drive out your Du family and kill them all. Ah! I just deceive people too much, what can you do? Do you want me to kill everyone in your Jin family before you are willing to hand over all the property? Relying on the three great masters behind him, Du Zidong was not afraid of Jin Fusheng at all. Even if you kill everyone in our Jin family, you will never get the property of my Jin family. Don't think that if you can find helpers, I won't be able to find them. When my helpers arrive, I will wipe out your Du family. Jin Fusheng gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, you are too naive, don't forget that your Jin family is not yours alone, Jin Fusheng. After I kill you, the Jin family's property will naturally be handed over. Du Zidong laughed, then clapped his hands. Soon, a gentleman wearing a suit and gold wire glasses walked in, looking at the person's appearance, which was somewhat similar to Jin Fusheng. Seeing the person coming, Jin Fusheng was stunned. Second, why are you back? The person here is Jin Fusheng's younger brother Jin Fuwang. Jin Fusheng started his career with one hand, and later sponsored his younger brother to go to college, and then let his younger brother go to the branch to become the general manager. Jin Fusheng didn't understand why his brother suddenly came back at this time. It's just that Jin Fuwang didn't care about Jin Fusheng, but walked up to Du Zidong and shouted respectfully, "Young Master Du. Now if I hand over the Jin family to you as the head of the family, do you know what to do?" Du Zidong looked at Jin Fuwang and asked. Of course, I will give all the properties of the Jin family to the Du family, and my Jin family is also willing to rely on the Du family and be an affiliated family. Jin Fuwang said flatteringly. Jin Fusheng, have you heard? Without you, the entire Jin family will be an affiliate of our Du family. Du Zidong looked at Jin Fusheng proudly. At this moment, Jin Fusheng was almost not mad at his younger brother's words, and his face flushed. Jin Fuwang, you fucking beast, do you know what you just said? Of course I know. You've been in charge of the Jin family for so many years, and you have even more wealth than some big families in Kyoto. What about me? I'm just a general manager with a dead salary. Why? I also want to be the head of the house, and I want to be as rich as earth, with wives and C0 cub, nests in groups. Jin Fuwang raised his head and shouted at Jin Fusheng. Chapter 1154. Beast, this is the world that I broke into by myself, how can I give it to you? After Jin Fusheng finished speaking, anger rose all over his body, and he punched Jin Fuwang with a punch. He was going to kill this wolf-hearted brother himself. Jin Fuwang was so frightened that he hurriedly hid behind Du Zidong, while a great master behind Du Zidong dodged and kicked out. Jin Fusheng was kicked heavily, and then fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Jin Fusheng glared at Jin Fuwang and gritted his teeth. If I die, everything that the Jin family has will not fall into your hands. Whether it can fall into my hands, then I can't help you. At that time, I will say that you died accidentally, and the position of the head of the Jin family will naturally fall to me. And I also know that you have several women outside, all of them are beautiful and good-looking. After you die, I can take care of them for you. Seeing that Jin Fusheng was injured and fell to the ground, Jin Fuwang walked out from behind Du Zidong with a proud face and said, Beast, beast, you are a beast. Jin Fusheng was trembling with anger, and blood gushed out from his mouth. He never thought that he would end up where he is now. Retribution, this may be retribution. Jin Fusheng looked up to the sky and sighed. He didn't know how many people he killed in his life, and he was able to achieve his current position only with a ruthless heart. But now he is being calculated by his own younger brother, which may be retribution. Kill me, kill me. Jin Fusheng closed his eyes. At this moment, his heart was ashes. Du Zidong glanced at Jin Fuwang, then handed him a dagger. Go. Jin Fuwang was taken aback, did not dare to take Du Zidong's dagger, and shook his head again and again. Young Master Du, I dare not. If you don't kill him, it will prove that you are not loyal to my Du family, then I will kill you. Du Zidong's face turned cold. Jin Fuwang trembled all over. He could only take the dagger tremblingly and slowly walk towards Jin Fusheng. Jin Fusheng looked at Jin Fuwang, who came over and stared at him fiercely. Beast, you're going to die. Jin Fusheng gritted his teeth. Humph, how did I die? You can't see it. After Jin Fuwang finished speaking, he raised his dagger and stabbed at Jin Fusheng. Clang! Just when the dagger in Jin Fuwang's hand pierced into Jin Fusheng's body, there was a sudden sound, and the dagger in Jin Fuwang's hand flew out. Jin Fuwang was taken aback, while Du Zidong was shocked. Who? The three great masters also hurriedly looked around. I still have business to discuss, you can't kill him for the time being. Following a cold voice, a figure slowly walked into the courtyard. Chen. Mr. Chen. Seeing the person coming, Jin Fusheng looked surprised. He never imagined that David would appear at this time, he was simply a divine weapon. Who are you? Du Zidong looked at David and asked cautiously. I didn't say it just now, talking about business. David said, walked towards Jin Fusheng, and then pulled Jin Fusheng up from the ground. Chen, Mr. Chen, you are so good, so good. Jin Fusheng was so excited that he started to stutter. If it wasn't for David, he would have become a corpse by now. I'm here to talk to you about some business, renting a cruise ship, and I didn't expect to catch up. David smiled lightly. Mr. Chen, you can use the boat, just give an order, you can choose any boat, why rent it? David is Jin Fusheng's savior at the moment, not to mention David using the boat, even if all the boats are given to David, Jin Fusheng will not hesitate. Chapter 1155. My friend, you can talk to me about the chartering of the boat. In the future, I will have the final say on all the boats of the Jin family. But we have some private matters to deal with now. Please avoid it. It's best not to get involved. Du Zidong saw that David was here to rent a boat, so he said coldly. David slowly put his eyes on Du Zidong, and suddenly grinned. You have the final say on the Jin family ships? Are you the son of Jin Fusheng? David's words made Du Zidong's face instantly become extremely cold. Boy, I don't think you're here to rent a boat, but to find trouble, so don't blame me for being rude. Du Zidong squinted his eyes slightly, then waved his hand. You three come on, abolish him. But after Du Zidong finished speaking, no one moved, so he hurriedly turned around, only to see the eyes of the three great masters full of horror, trembling all over, and the ground was wet. The three people were scared to pee. The moment they saw David, they were scared to pee. Although Du Zidong is also a martial artist, the Du family is mainly engaged in business after all, and does not pay much attention to the affairs of the martial arts world. The three great masters invited are different. They often pay attention to the martial arts forum, and of course they also know the recent reputation of David. To be able to kill the existence of the directors of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, to kill the three of them, David can make the three of them into flesh just by relying on the momentum that erupted. With such a gap in strength, how could these three great masters not be frightened? What happened to the three of you? Du Zidong looked at the three great masters who were scared to pee, and asked with a puzzled face. The three people you brought here are really bad. You're scared to pee when you look at them. They stink to death. David sneered, and then said to the three great masters, your master asked you three to do it? Wouldn't you do it with me? After David finished speaking, the three great masters knelt on the ground with a frightened thud. Mr. Chen, spare your life, Mr. Chen, spare your life. The three great masters kowtowed desperately and begged for mercy. Du Zidong was dumbfounded when he saw this scene, his eyes were full of horror. You must know that any of these three great masters can walk sideways in Nanhua City, and now they are on their knees and begging for mercy. Get out. David looked at the three great masters who were kneeling and begging for mercy in front of him, and waved his hands impatiently. The strength of the great master is now inferior to that of ants in front of David. David was not interested in crushing a few ants. Besides, David is not that kind of bloodthirsty person. The three great masters hurriedly thanked them, turned around and ran away without a trace. Hey hey! Du Zidong looked at the three great masters who had run away without a shadow, and suddenly panicked. These three people are his support, and now that the people have run away, Du Zidong has no support. You still don't get out? I tell you, I will cover the Jin family in the future, don't make any more suggestions of the Jin family. David said to Du Zidong. Du Zidong shivered, nodded, then turned around and ran away. In the end, only Jin Fuwang was left. He wanted to run with Du Zidong, but was caught by Jin Fusheng. Jin Fuwang burst into tears and knelt down in front of Jin Fusheng. Brother, I was wrong, please forgive me, forgive me. I was also forced by that Du Zedong, and I will never dare again. Jin Fuang hugged Jin Fusheng's thigh, with a lot of snot and tears. David looked at the brothers, turned and walked into the hall. How to solve this kind of thing, David doesn't care, that is his own problem. Jin Fusheng glared at Jin Fuang, his palm raised high. Brother, please forgive me, forgive me. My parents died early. You brought me up. You are my brother and a relative. I'm wrong. Jin Fuang begged bitterly. Chapter 1156. Snapped. Jin Fusheng slapped Jin Fuang's face with a slap and slapped his glasses out. Go away, get out of here, you will no longer belong to my Jin family, and I will not have your brother. Roll. Jin Fusheng trembled and roared. Seeing this, Jin Fuang got up and ran. Jin Fusheng dragged his tired body into the hall, and at this moment David was sitting on a chair drinking tea. Jin Fusheng stood beside David and did not dare to sit down. Sit down. David said slowly. Jin Fusheng just sat down and sighed heavily, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. To be betrayed by the person closest to you is a big blow to everyone. After a while, Jin Fusheng slowed down a bit, and then asked David, Mr. Chen, when will you use the boat? I will send someone to prepare immediately. Use it early in the morning, you prepare a room for me now, I will rest now. David said. Okay. Jin Fusheng nodded. Wushan, located in the southwest border, has lush green trees all year round and a pleasant climate. However, it is this kind of environment that makes this place in the southwest poisonous and cultivating rampant. In a natural cave in Wushan, there is an evil cultivator called Tianshaman, because the martial arts world chases and kills evil cultivators, which makes Tianshaman move into the mountains to survive. The history of Tianshaman is not long, but with the help of sorcery, the master of Tianshaman, Tibetan Qing, has also reached the realm of half-step Wuho. On this day, at the entrance of Tianshaman, a person appeared there. As soon as it appeared, several people rushed out from nowhere and surrounded the people. Who are you? Asked a guard in Tiansha Gate. Go and report to your sect master, and say that Zhu Zhishan, the leader of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, asks to see you. Zhu Zhishan put his hands on his back and said indifferently. When the guards heard it, they turned out to be the leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance. To know that their Tianshaman followed the Martial Arts Alliance, it was incompatible. The purpose of the establishment of the Martial Arts Alliance is to promote martial arts and eradicate evil cultivators. Aren't you going soon? Zhu Zhishan's face turned slightly cold. You wait. A guard shivered in fright and hurried into the hole. At this time, the master of Tiansha sect, Zongqing, was practicing the exercises. Around Zongqing, countless skulls were flying in the air. Sect master, it's not good, sect master, it's not good. The guard anxiously rushed into the place where Tibetan Qing practiced. Zongqing opened his eyes, and then grabbed the guard with a claw. A huge suction force sucked the guard directly in front of Zongqing, and Zongqing's hand tightly grabbed the guard's neck. How many times have I said that while I'm practicing, don't disturb? Tibetan Qing looked angry. The guard blushed and said with a look of horror, Sect Master, Martial. The Martial Arts Alliance is here. After the guard stuttered, Zongqing's expression changed and he let go of the guard. What happened? Tibetan Qing asked. Cough, cough, cough. The guard coughed, and then said, Leader, there is a person outside, claiming to be the leader of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, called Zhu Zhishan, I want to see you. Is he alone? Tibetan Qing continued to ask. Yes, I saw one person. The guard nodded. Zongqing frowned. What did he do when he saw me? How did he find this place? Although there is only one person, Tibetan Qing knows the strength of Zhu Zhishan. If he really wants to fight, Zhu Zhishan can turn Tianshaman upside down. After hesitating for a moment, Zongqing got up and followed the guard out. Now that they have found the entrance of the cave, Tibetan Qing knows that there is no way to hide. Chapter 1157. Zhang Qing followed the guard to the door, and sure enough, he saw Zhu Zhishan waiting by himself at the door. Zhang Qing glanced at Zhu Zhishan, then winked at the guard beside him. The guard nodded, and immediately thought about the distance. It should be checked to see if there is an ambush in the distance. No need to check, I came alone. Zhu Zhishan smiled lightly. I wish the alliance leader, our Tian shaman have all hid in this cave. Why do you have to kill them all? Tibetan Qing asked cautiously. Zhu Zhishan smiled. Who said I came to kill you? I'm just here to talk to you about something. Talk about things? Zhang Qing's face was inconceivable. The dignified Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance leader, follow my Tian shaman to talk about things? We are evil cultivators. In the eyes of you people, we are an outlier. We are going to be executed. How can we talk about things with us? I said, I'm here to talk about things. If I want to kill you, why should I talk nonsense with you? Even if I came by myself, who can stop me in your Tiansha sect? Zhu Zhishan said very arrogantly. However, he has arrogant capital. With his strength, no one in Tiansha sect can match him. Zhang Qing was stunned for a moment, but it was the same after thinking about it, so he made a gesture of invitation. I wish the alliance leader, then let's talk inside. Zhu Zhishan strode into the cave with Tibetan Qing, and then went to a hall, where Tibetan Qing asked Zhu Zhishan to sit down. Zhu Zhishan took a look at the hall. Although it is not large in size, it is well decorated. I wish the Lord, if there is anything, let's talk now. Tibetan Qing asked Zhu Zhishan. Zhu Zhishan looked at the guards around him and smiled lightly. Master Zhangman, what I said is confidential, so I don't want others to know. When Tibetan Qing heard this, his brows furrowed. If everyone were to be driven out, Tibetan Qing would be a little timid to face Zhu Zhishan alone. Zhu Zhishan saw Tibetan Qing's thoughts and sneered, Zhangman master, if I kill you, even if these guards are here, they can't stop me. You all step back. After Zhang Qing heard this, he waved his hand directly, causing all his subordinates to retreat. After everyone retreated, Zhang Qing looked at Zhu Zhishan, Zhu Alliance Lord, can you say it now? I'm here this time to find you to kill someone. Zhu Zhishan said. Murder? Zhang Qing was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. I hope the leader will stop joking. If you want to kill people in the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, do you still need to find me? Is it possible that the leader of the alliance wants to use me to kill people, and finally arrest me to pave the way for your own career? Tibetan Qing is not stupid. There are people in the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance who are more powerful than him. What's more, they are evil cultivators, and Zhu Zhishan came to find him to kill. Isn't he afraid of being known by other sects and aristocratic families? A martial arts alliance leader cooperated with Xie Xiu, which is great news. Therefore, Tibetan Qing thinks that Zhu Zhishan just wants to use him, and after he kills someone, Zhu Zhishan is catching himself in order to establish his merits. Master Zhangman, you misunderstood, it's just this person, I can't do it myself, so I want to ask you to do it. Zhu Zhishan explained with a slight smile. You're not good at doing it. There are so many sects and noble families in your martial arts alliance. Can you just find someone? You just found me. If you say there is no conspiracy, who would believe it? Let's not talk about this. Tibetan Qing has a firm face, he will not kill for Zhu Zhishan. Zhu Zhishan's face was slightly cold, and then he looked at Zhang Qing. Master Zhangman, it's rare that you don't think about it. No, even if you wash my blood today, I won't be used by you. After Tibetan Qing finished speaking, he was ready for the challenge. Chapter 1158. What if it's an order? You don't listen. Zhu Zhishan got up slowly, his eyes were cold. Order. Zhang Qing snorted coldly, I'm not from your martial arts alliance, what qualifications do you have to order me? Am I not eligible? Zhu Zhishan sneered, slowly took out a token, and then flashed it in front of Tibetan Qing. When Zhang Qing saw the token, the whole person was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were wide open. This is... Tibetan Qing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Zhu Zhishan stopped him with a gesture. You Tian shaman are so hidden, you don't think about it. Why did I find it so easily? Zhu Zhishan's face was full of pride. Now, can you listen to my orders? At this time, Tibetan Qing has not woken up from the shock, but he still bowed his head. This subordinate leads the order. Okay, I have the information about the person you want to kill here. Regardless of whether you can kill him or not, you are not allowed to mention my name, just treat it like I have never been here, understand? Zhu Zhishan took out an envelope and threw it on the table. Follow your orders. Tibetan Qing said respectfully. Zhu Zhishan left, and Tibetan Qing picked up the envelope and opened it. There was a photo inside. It was David. Zhang Qing just glanced at it and put the envelope away, but at this time, he was still in shock. The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance actually has another identity. On the Martial Arts Forum, there were suddenly many posts looking for David's trace. Moreover, the amount of the reward is larger than the other, and some people even use various medicinal herbs and resources in exchange for David's whereabouts. This time, almost many people in the martial arts world have been looking for David's whereabouts. Even some innate warriors, grandmasters and the like, also inquired everywhere. Now David has become a fragrant bun. At this time, in the hall of the Dong family in Kyoto, Dong Likun, the head of the Dong family, was sitting on a chair, while Dong Jiahao was standing beside him. Jiahao, I heard that you have a good relationship with that David, do you know where he is? Dong Likun asked. Dad, what are you asking about? Are you also interested in the treasures on David's body? Dong Jiahao asked. Damn, we don't have any treasures in the Dong family, how can I do such a thing? Dong Likun's face turned cold, and Dong Jiahao's body trembled in fright. I just admire this David and want to meet him. This person is a rare talent. Dong Likun's eyes showed envy. If you can have half of David's talent, our Dong family will be hopeful. Dad, I've worked really hard now. Dong Jiahao rolled his eyes, then continued, I don't know where David is during this time, but I can ask, so many people are looking for him, it must have been hiding. Well, ask carefully. If you can find that David, you can bring him home. In our Dong family, I don't think there are a few people who would dare to break into our Dong family's dignitaries. Dong Likun said lightly. Okay, I'll go and find out. Dong Jiahao nodded and then walked out. After Dong Jiahao left, the housekeeper beside Dong Likun immediately leaned into Dong Likun's ear and whispered a few words. Dong Likun's expression changed slightly. So, the news is really spread by that kid from the Ning family? Yes, although Ning Ji used his signature, I still found out that Ning Ji was injured, most of which was what David did. It seems that the Ning family has long known the secret of Long Jing on David. And I also found out that David once followed Ning Ji and northwest Wanggu Kaiyuan to Suolong Island, but now Gu's house is in ruins, Gu Kaiyuan is dead, and Ning Ji is no match for David, so he spread the secret. The purpose is to make David the target of public criticism, let everyone pay more attention to David, and then assassinate him. The butler said quietly. Chapter 1159. Well, this kid from the Ning family is really insidious. He is much stronger than the family. We have to work hard to find that David first. Dong Likun's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a glint in his eyes. Master, do you really plan to find David, let him stay at Dong's house, and we give shelter? You really don't want the dragon crystal on David's body? The butler asked. Shelter him. Dong Likun's mouth twitched, that David offended the Martial Arts Alliance and the Long family, and now it has almost caused the entire martial arts community to hunt down. How can our Dong family have the strength to protect him? You also know Jiahao's temperament, I don't say that, how can he go to find that David? When I find that David, I will get Long Jing first. As for David's life and death, even if I don't kill him, I believe he will not live long. I'm still smart, the butler immediately flattered. Above the vast sea, a luxurious cruise ship floats on it. On the huge cruise ship, except for some staff, only David was alone. David locked himself in the room and began to practice continuously. If nascent soul could be cultivated a few years ago, David would be sure to rescue his mother and Sonia. It's just that it is extremely difficult to cultivate the nascent soul. At the nascent soul stage, he almost has an immortal body. As long as the nascent soul does not die, even if the body is destroyed, it can still reshape the body. At the nascent soul stage, he can almost become an immortal in the eyes of ordinary people. At this time, in the control room of the cruise ship, several staff members were chatting. Because the cruise ship floats on the sea, they don't need to operate anything, just eat, sleep, and chat casually every day. Anyway, there are wages, and the wages are particularly high, so these staff are also very happy. Xiao Mao, what do you think the boss thinks? With such a big cruise ship, just pulling one person and floating on the sea all day without leaving, isn't this cruise ship a waste? Don't talk about it, maybe people have already paid for it, or even bought the cruise ship. We just need to punch in at work to earn money. That's right, it's so easy. It's just floating on the sea all day, but don't encounter pirates. I heard that the pirates of Skull Island are very cruel, and they roast people directly. Stop talking nonsense. It's all a lie. Where is the Skull Island? I've been running for so many years, and I haven't encountered a pirate. Just as several staff members were chatting, several speedboats suddenly appeared on the sea around the cruise ship. The speed of the speedboat is very fast, and behind each speedboat there is a white spray. Seeing that several speedboats were about to hit the yacht, I saw several figures jumping up from the speedboats. On a cruise ship more than 20 meters high, a few people jumped onto the deck without any tools. If the staff saw this scene, they would definitely drop their jaws. These people were all wearing black clothes, and on the left chest of the clothes, they all had a skull pattern embroidered. After getting on the cruise ship, several people went straight to the control room. With one kick, the door of the control room was opened, and several staff members were brought under control. Seeing that someone suddenly broke in, especially seeing the clothes of several people, several staff members were trembling with fright. Because they had heard that the pirates on Skull Island wore this kind of clothes. They didn't believe it just now, but now seeing these pirates really appear in front of them, they were all shocked. How many people are on your boat? Gather them all on deck for me. A pirate with a red skull on the left chest yelled at a staff member. The staff member's legs were so frightened that if someone hadn't carried it, he would have slumped on the ground long ago. Chapter 1160. Big Brother, our cruise ship has only one passenger, and counting our staff, there are only 15 people. The staff member stammered. Snapped. I saw that the pirate gave the staff a slap in the face. Paralyzed, who are you kidding? With such a big cruise ship, one passenger goes to sea. The pirate obviously didn't believe it. The staff was slapped with blood, and said with a look of grievance, Brother, really, there is really only one passenger. If you don't believe me, you can go check it out. Seeing this, the pirate winked at the other pirates, who went straight to check. Soon, all the staff were rushed to the deck. At this time, David was practicing cross-legged in a room. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and the door was kicked open. David suddenly opened his eyes, and before David could move, two bright knives were already on David's neck. Don't move, if you move, you will be hacked to death. David glanced at the people who came in, all of them were wearing black clothes, and the breath on their bodies was exuding, all of which were the strength of the master. Originally, David wanted to do it, but he felt that these two people were just little masters, so David gave up the plan to do it. He knew that these people were definitely not here to find him. After all, no one would send two people with the strength of the Grandmaster to find him. Isn't that the same as being sent to death? Two big brothers, who are you? What do you want? Just tell me, as long as you don't hurt me. David pretended to be afraid and asked. We are the pirates of Skull Island. When it falls into our hands, you will consider yourself unlucky. After one of the pirates finished speaking, he picked up David and went to the deck. Hey, there's really only one passenger. After reaching the deck, a pirate said to the pirate with a red skull on his chest. Looking at the dozen or so trembling people in front of him, the pirate with a red skull on his chest frowned. Damn, it's really bad luck. After cursing, he said, just this few people, take them all back. Head, these guys are all ordinary people, and there is no martial artist. I wonder if the boss will not get angry after returning. A pirate asked cautiously. Let's go back and talk. The pirate with a red skull on his chest waved his hand impatiently. Soon, the cruise ship started and drove in the direction of the sun. David and the others were locked in the same room again, and the staff inside were trembling with fright, and some were still crying. Only David looked indifferently at the boundless sea outside the window. David did not understand why he was a pirate because of his strength as a master. Although the strength of the master is nothing in the martial arts world of some big cities, it is also very powerful in some small cities of the third and fourth tiers. Just like Nanhua City and Horrendal, although the economy is developed, there are not many warriors in the martial arts world, and there are even fewer masters. The strength of the master goes to such a small place. It is also respected. How can he go to the sea and become a pirate? I can't remember how long it took to drive, and slowly a small island appeared in everyone's field of vision. I saw that this small island is not large, there are bare stones everywhere, and almost no plants can be seen. After getting close, David and the others were driven to the speedboat and then sailed to the island. On landing on the island is full of animal skeletons that can be seen everywhere, scattered everywhere. However, among these skeletons, David keenly discovered that there are still many human skeletons. It's just that the bones are missing the skull. And this small island has a thick bloody smell. Chapter 1161. Looking at the bones all over the mountains and plains, the legs of those cruise ship staff were weak and could only be carried away. After walking for more than 10 minutes, David saw several houses stacked with stones on a relatively flat area. The pirate with a red skull on his chest walked straight towards a larger house. David and the others were locked up. When the pirate entered the largest house, a man with disheveled hair was sitting in the house. Looking at the man's hair, it seems that he hasn't had a haircut for several years. The body smelled of blood. This man is the head of the pirate on Skull Island, called Batu. Seeing the pirates coming in, Batu frowned slightly. Bloodhand, why did you come back so quickly this time? How was the harvest? Batu asked the pirate coldly. Boss, this time we have a cruise ship, but there are no tourists, only 15 people. Bloody said cautiously. What? 15 people? Batu instantly burst into anger. What's the use of 15 people? My magic is at a critical juncture now, and 50 people are necessary. Boss, calm down, I'll take someone to look for it right away. Bloody hands trembled in fright. Forget it, I'll go to the sea myself in 2 days. Batu waved his hand, and then asked, are there any warriors among these 15 people? Bloody shook his head, no, they are all ordinary people. Hearing this, Batu frowned even more deeply. After a moment of thought, he said, which company does the cruise ship belong to? Find a way to contact them and ask them to redeem them, so that they will be detained together. Got it. Bloody nodded and left. Batu has a depressed look on his face. With the energy of 50 more people, he will be able to step into Wuzong in one step, and his strength will have a qualitative leap. Originally, Batu and the others were evil cultivators, but they were hunted down and forced to come to this deserted island. It was later renamed Skull Island, and Batu lived on Skull Island by robbery at sea. Skull Island is short of materials, and there are almost no resources to cultivate, so the essence of living people has become the only resource for Batu to cultivate. At this time, David, who was locked in the stone house, spread his consciousness and quickly got a clear picture of the situation of the entire island. And in a place near the sea in the southwest of Skull Island, where the sky is overcast, there should be a lot of bones buried in the ground. Just when David's consciousness spread, he moved towards the largest stone house. Batu, who was originally depressed, suddenly stood up suddenly. Then he looked around nervously. Because he just felt an extremely dangerous breath. Although this breath was fleeting, he was still aware of it. Batu frowned and his face became extremely ugly. This kind of breath will never be emitted by his subordinates. Blood hand, bloody hand. Batu shouted loudly. Soon, the bloody hand pushed the door and walked in. Boss, what's the matter? Bloody asked. Where is the person you caught? Take me to see. Bada said. The bloody hand nodded, and then took Bada towards the stone house where David and the others were imprisoned. At this time, those who were caught were all huddled together, shivering one by one, and some kept praying. Only David stood by himself, looking at the situation outside through the small window. The door was pushed open, and the bloody hand walked in with Badu. Those who were caught saw Badu, who was like a savage, and panicked even more, and some people even screamed in surprise. What's it called? It'll kill you all if you're not honest. The bloody hand reprimanded loudly. Chapter 1162. Sure enough, those people were so frightened that no one dared to speak out. Bada glanced at it, and finally his eyes fell on David. At this moment, David has already hidden his breath, and with Bada's strength, he can't see through David. Boss, everyone is here. The bloody hand said to Badu. Bada nodded, then slowly walked towards David. But David didn't panic when he looked at Badu, but when Badu approached, the stench and blood on his body made David frown. Bada still wanted to approach David, but was stopped by David. Stop, don't go forward, don't scare people to death, but also kill people. There's water everywhere, I don't have to take a shower, it's too smelly. David's words made Badu instantly stunned. Because for so many years, no one has spoken to him like this, and no one has said that he stinks. Fkuck, what are you talking about? Are you courting death? The bloody hand stared, and then a vigorous step came to David, ready to teach David a lesson. But who knows, the body of the bloody hand has just approached David. I felt a terrifying force erupting from David's body. David didn't move, and the bloody body flew out instantly. Then he slammed into the stone wall savagely and vomited blood. This sudden change made Badu instantly dumbfounded. How to say the blood hand is the strength of the peak of the master, and he will soon enter the great master. Now that he hasn't even touched the opponent, he was directly shot and flew out. This is also outrageous. Even in the peak state of his great master, he can't do this, unless he steps into Wuzong. Could it be that the person in front of him is Wuzong? Thinking of this, Bada's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. On the other hand, David flashed a faint golden light on his body, and the breath on his body skyrocketed instantly. Badu, who was standing in front of David, suddenly felt a mountain pressing down on him, and then he bent his knees and knelt to the ground. At this moment, Badu understood that the person in front of him was definitely a martial sect, and he definitely surpassed the strength of the 5th grade martial sect. He couldn't understand, why would he capture a Wuzong this time? You are the boss of this island? David asked Badu, who was kneeling on the ground. Yes, I am, my name is Badu, I don't know the name of the high-ranking person. Badu nodded again and again. In front of David, Badu dared not have any thoughts. The gap in strength made him know that no matter what he thought, it was futile. Now the only thing he can do is obey. My name is David Chen. David said lightly. As soon as David's name was spoken, Nabata sat on the ground with a puff. Then he looked at David in horror. You are David? Bada trembled. You know me? David was a little strange. In this place where birds don't sht, and there is no internet, how can this Bada know himself? Bada nodded. I've heard of Mr. Chen's name and beheaded Guowei, director of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. After hearing this, David was a little surprised. He didn't expect this incident to have such a big impact. Even in places where birds don't poop, they can also hear their own deeds. You've put it all away now. David looked at the staff huddled in the corner and said to Badu. Okay, let it go now. After Badu finished speaking, he said to the bloody hand, hurry up and listen to Mr. Chen, let him go. The bloody hands climbed up with difficulty, and then called someone to release all the staff. These are just ordinary people, where have I seen such a scene? So after being put back on the cruise ship, he started the ship and ran away, ignoring David. Mr. Chen, we are also pirates who were forced to be helpless. I hope you can raise your hand and spare our lives. Bada begged to David. Chapter 1163. If you are just pirates and have never hurt anyone's life, I want to spare you, But you are evil cultivators who have killed an unknown number of people. How can you tell me to let you go? David looked at Bata coldly and asked. Mr. Chen has been wronged. We are not evil cultivators, we were just chased by our enemies and had to come to this deserted island. I've never killed an ordinary person, please let Mr. Chen let me go. Bata began to complain. You say I wronged you? David's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said, come with me, I think you won't cry without seeing the coffin. After David finished speaking, he walked directly towards the southwest. Bata led someone to follow, and when he saw David's direction, he began to panic. Because in that direction, many corpses and skulls were buried there. It's just that Bata doesn't understand, how could David know? With an uneasy mood, Bata followed David to the place where the bones were buried. David waved his hand, and instantly 2 pirates were sucked in front of him by a force. Just this place, you 2 dig for me. David said to the 2 pirates. The 2 pirates turned to look at Batu, they had to obey Bata's orders. Just when the 2 pirates hesitated, David waved his palm. The 2 pirates didn't have time to react at all, and were directly beaten in the head. David's bloody method surprised all the pirates. You 2 come and dig for me. David quickly pointed to 2 pirates. This time, the 2 pirates did not dare to hesitate and began to dig hard. After a while, one after another, many skulls were dug out. The yin qi soaring into the sky made the surrounding temperature instantly icy much colder. Looking at the excavated bones, Bata's cold sweat began to drip continuously. What else do you have to say? David looked at Bata coldly, his obsidian-like eyes exuding a cold and fierce light, which brought an infinite sense of oppression. Me. Bata stammered, not knowing what to say. You evil cultivators are damned, how many people died in your hands? Look at these bones, there are children among them. Killing intent erupted from David's body, and he slowly walked towards Batu. Bata kept retreating, and finally a cold light flashed in his eyes, then he grabbed the bloody hand beside him and threw it towards David. David waved his hand. Boom! The body of the bloody hand exploded in midair, turning into a cloud of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bata jumped up, and then plunged into the sea. Over the years on this island, Bata's water has been trained very well. Seeing Bata jumping into the sea, David did not go after him. In this vast sea, he knew that even if Bata jumped into the sea, he would not be able to escape. Without the boat, it is impossible to get back to land at all. David turned his head and looked at the remaining pirates. Seeing David looking at them, these pirates were terrified one by one, and then they all wanted to escape. But this small island is so big, where can you escape to? David's palms flickered with golden light, and then the golden light soared, and endless coercion shrouded the island. There was no movement, and the pirates who escaped began to bleed from their 7 orifices one by one and exploded to death. They simply couldn't bear the coercion emanating from David. All the pirates on the island died at the hands of David. But when David looked towards the sea, he found that Nabata had disappeared. Did this guy drown? David frowned slightly. It is said that with the strength of the great master, it is impossible to drown in the sea so easily. Just when David was wondering, waves of several meters suddenly exploded on the sea surface, and the entire island was shaken by the waves. Chapter 1164. Then a giant beast more than 10 meters high showed its head, and above that head, Bata was riding on it. After the giant beast emerged from the water, it quickly swam in the direction of the landing. David instantly understood why this Bata jumped into the sea. It turns out that he still has a whole card, knowing that there is such a giant beast in the water. It is very likely that this giant beast was raised by him. Looking at Batu who had fled far away, David suddenly took a breath and jumped up. The body instantly draws a white wave on the sea. Although the speed of the behemoth was very fast, David quickly caught up. Seeing David catching up, Bata's eyes were full of horror. David, you and I have no grievances, how about letting me go? Bata said to David. Let you go? David sneered, if you let go of you, the souls of those who died tragically in your hands will never rest in peace. With that said, David patted Bata with a palm. When Bata saw this, he pressed a palm on the head of the giant beast, and the monster's eyes radiated a strange light, which was obviously controlled by Nabatu. Immediately afterwards, the tail of the giant beast rushed out of the water, then met David, and slapped it at once. Boom! The power of the monster is great, and after hitting with David, David's body quickly retreated. David was suspended above the water, looking at the giant beast, his eyes slightly condensed. The moment the giant beast just touched, David knew that the giant beast had already given birth to a beast pill, and its strength was comparable to the 5th grade martial arts. If a martial artist with the strength of the 5th rank Wuzong fights with this giant beast, he will definitely lose. After all, of the same rank, the power of monsters is far higher than that of humans. It's just that the monsters have no thoughts, let alone fighting skills. Bata saw that David was repelled by the monster, and his panicked look disappeared. Hahaha, David, you may be very strong on land, but in water, your strength is greatly reduced, and you are not a match for my giant beast at all. You let me go now, and I won't care about you anymore, otherwise we will have a lose-lose situation. Bata just wanted to escape, he didn't want to really fight David. It's just a little monster, you want to talk to me with it? It's not worthy of it at all. After David finished speaking, he grabbed his right hand towards the void, and then the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. A raging flame is burning on the dragon-slaying sword. And David's whole body exudes golden light, like a god. Seeing this scene, Bata's face instantly began to look ugly again. And the giant beast seemed to be afraid of David and didn't dare to move forward. Take your life. David jumped up high with the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. The sharp sword energy raised waves several meters high above the sea. Seeing this, Bata hurriedly controlled the giant beast and leaped out of the water. Then the tail of the giant beast swept towards David. With a wave of the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, the tail of the giant beast was instantly cut off, and the blood stained a large area of the sea. The giant beast wailed for a while, and its body fell heavily back to the surface of the water. Bata's body fell from the head of the giant beast, and the giant beast wanted to escape from the water. David's body rushed straight into the water from mid-air, and the dragon-slaying sword penetrated the body of the giant beast at once. The dragon-slaying sword then slashed across the body of the giant beast, and a crystal-clear beast pill floated in the water. David opened his hand, took the beast pill in his hand, and then put it into the storage ring. And Nabata fled into the distance with desperate luck. The corner of David's mouth raised slightly, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand came out. Puff! The dragon-slaying sword slid across Bata's body, and then returned to David's hands. And Bata's body was cut off by laziness, and he fell heavily into the water. Several sharks came and devoured Bata's body. Good and evil will be rewarded eventually, it's not that the time has not come. Chapter 1165. After beheading Batu, David lived on Skull Island. It is a good place to practice cultivation. At the same time, more than a dozen staff members drove the cruise ship to the shore. Looking at the returning cruise ship, Jean Fusheng looked puzzled. Because before departure, David had already said that the cruise ship would be allowed to wander overseas for a period of time, and he needed to practice. But now that he came back so quickly, it seemed very abnormal. It was only after Jean Fusheng called all the crew together that he understood what had happened. However, Jean Fusheng knew David's strength, so he was not worried. Instead, he gave none of the crew members a large sum of money, and then said with a cold expression, "Now you take the money and go on a trip. No matter who asks you, you don't know anything, let alone reveal where Mr. Chen is. Otherwise you will never stay in Nanhua City. Don't worry, Boss Jean, we won't say anything." With the money, the staff all left. Time passed day by day, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 weeks, the discussion on David on the martial arts forum has obviously not been as intense as before. However, there are still several forces that are secretly investigating David's whereabouts. In the past 2 weeks, David's strength has been greatly improved. The current David has reached the strength of the 8th rank Wuzong. After giving him a period of time, it is not a problem to break through the peak of Wuzong and step into the half-step Wuho. It is even possible to step into the real Wuzong realm a few years ago. That is, the nascent soul stage of the immortal cultivation world. If it really reaches this state, then David will become immortal. As long as the nascent soul within the body is not injured, even if the physical body is severely damaged, it can slowly recover. Now, apart from Jean Fusheng and the crew of the cruise ship, no one knows David's whereabouts. Jean Fusheng, on the other hand, was tight-lipped and never mentioned David to anyone else. But on this day, Jean Fusheng basks in the sun in his yard. Suddenly, several people in tight clothes broke in, and several members of the Jean family died tragically. Jean Fusheng was startled and hurriedly got up and looked at the few people in front of him. "Who are you?" Jean Fusheng showed panic in his eyes. Because he can feel it, the strength of the few people in front of him is far stronger than him. "Where is David?" One person took a step forward and asked Jean Fusheng. "What did you say?" "What David? I don't know." Jean Fusheng shook his head. "Humph." The man snorted coldly, and then waved. Jean Fusheng's body involuntarily came to the man. "I'll tell you who I am the Tibetan Qing of Tianshamen. Can you tell me now, where is David?" Zhang Qing was holding Jean Fusheng in one hand, and his eyes were cold. As soon as he heard the words, Tianshamen, Jean Fusheng's legs instantly softened. Tianshamen is a sect of evil cultivation. Although it was chased and killed, it has been hidden for the past 2 years, but the reputation of Tianshamen is outside, and almost everyone in the martial arts world knows it. Who doesn't know that the evil cultivators' methods are cruel and bloodthirsty, and are not controlled by any martial arts rules at all? I really don't know." Jean Fusheng trembled, but he still didn't tell David's whereabouts. Zhang Qing smiled coldly. "Don't reject me in such a hurry, I'll give you 3 days back. If I haven't seen David in 3 days, I'll let you guys stay." After Zhang Qing finished speaking, he let go of Jean Fusheng, then turned and left. He did not kill Jean Fusheng, because after killing Jean Fusheng, no one would know David's whereabouts. Seeing Tibetan Qing leaving, Jean Fusheng slumped on the ground instantly, caught in a dilemma. Chapter 1166. But after thinking about it again and again, Jean Fusheng explained a few words, and immediately went to the pier, got on the boat and sailed to the sea. He is going to go to David. After all, he is risking the life of the entire Jean family, and he does not dare to bet. Just after Jean Fusheng left, in a hotel room, a disciple of Tianshamen hurriedly reported to Tibetan Qing. "Sect master, that Jean Fusheng just went out to sea by boat, so he should be looking for David." The disciples reported. "N." Zhang Qing nodded. "I didn't expect David to be quite smart, he even knew to hide at sea, no wonder he couldn't find him for so long." During the time when Jean Fusheng went to look for David at sea, Tibetan Qing published the news of killing David on the martial arts forum. Soon, the news spread in the martial arts world, and everyone was a little puzzled. Why did the Tianshamen, which has disappeared, suddenly show up and kill David? In fact, Tibetan Qing didn't want to be so high profile. After all, they were evil cultivators. If they acted in such a high profile manner, they might be hunted down by other sects. But there is no way. What Zhu Zhishan asked, Tibetan Qing can only do it. The reason why Zhu Zhishan wants to do this is to prevent people from doubting their martial arts alliance. David died, and that was also done by Tianshamen. Moreover, Tianshamen is an evil cultivator, and has nothing to do with the martial arts alliance. Kyoto Dragon House. Long Jinghua narrowed his eyes slightly after learning that the Tibetan Qing of Tianshamen was going to kill David. It's getting more and more interesting, and even Tianshamen popped out. It seems that the treasure on David's body really makes people miss. Long Jinghua thought that Tianshamen Tibetan Qing was going to kill David, but also for Long Jing on David. Although many aristocratic sects also want the dragon crystal on David, they are all decent, and there is official control on them, so no one dares to publicly publish the news of killing David on the martial arts forum. Even if these people wanted to kill David, they would act in secret and would not be so high profile. Otherwise, it will soon be targeted by the authorities, not to mention that David is also a person that Mr. Sher pays special attention to. But this Tianshamen is different. They are evil cultivators themselves, and they are not officially recognized at all. So it doesn't matter to say that David was killed in such a high-profile manner. Patriarch, this Tian shaman is so high-profile, is there something behind the scenes? Long Xingshu asked Long Jingwa in confusion. After all, Xie Xiu is like a mouse crossing the street, everyone shouts and fights, and all the evil Xiu sects are hidden. At this time, Tian shaman acted in a high-profile manner, there must be a reason. There may not be a backstage, maybe this Tibetan Qing has stepped into Wuhou. I remember that 2 years ago, this guy was already at the peak of Wuzong. Now that we count the time, it is very likely that he will enter the realm of Marquis. But this guy is indeed a bit high-profile. Even if he steps into the realm of Marquis Wu and acts in such a high-profile manner, he will inevitably be killed. Long Jingwa said lightly. Then what should we do? Do we still need to send someone to deal with David in secret? Long Xingshu asked. Long Jingwa waved his hand, no need for now, even if we don't take action, then David will definitely not be able to live. Kyoto Guardian Pavilion. The high-profile appearance of Tian Shaman Tibetan Blue made Mr. Shi quite annoyed. The evil cultivators are so high-profile, that is their dereliction of duty. Seeing that Mr. Shi's face was ugly, Zhao Waoqi and a group of people didn't dare to speak. Zhao Wuji, don't you know the whereabouts of David now? Mr. Shi looked at Zhao Waoqi and asked. Zhao Waoqi shook his head, Mr. Shi, I really don't know where David is hiding. Mr. Shi, since David came to Kyoto, he has turned the world of martial arts in Kyoto upside down and made a mess. I think he should be driven away. Now many martial arts families secretly want his life. Tian Shaman and these evil cultivators have emerged, and it will be difficult to clean up the capital in the future. Xing Jun, who was beside Mr. Shi, said. Chapter 1167. As the law enforcement captain, Xing Jun has been very busy during this time, especially after David killed Guo Wei. Many people began to be dissatisfied with their law enforcement team. After all, Guo Wei was the director of the Martial Arts Alliance. David killed him in a high-profile manner, but the law enforcement team did nothing. However, when Mr. Shi spoke, Xing Jun did not dare to go against it. You don't understand, the reason why I protect David everywhere is to make him mess up the entire martial arts world in Kyoto. Only in this way will some big fish hidden in the depths surface. The Tian Shaman suddenly appeared, such a high-profile act is the best example. Mr. Shi narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly. Neither Xing Jun nor Zhao Waoqi understood what Mr. Shi meant, so no one spoke. Captain Xing, you lead someone to track down the current location of Tian Shaman Tibetan Qing, and lead someone to arrest these guys. These evil cultivators are so high profile, this is a provocation to our officials. Mr. Shi ordered. Follow the order. Xing Jun led the order to leave. Skull Island. David was immersed in his practice, but a person suddenly broke into the island, causing David to wake up from his practice in an instant. However, when he saw the person coming, David frowned slightly. Jin Fusheng, what are you doing here? David asked Jin Fusheng. Mr. Chen, please save my family. After Jin Fusheng finished speaking, he knelt in front of David. David raised his palm lightly, lifted Jin Fusheng up, and then asked, please explain first, what happened? Jin Fusheng told David about the threat of Tibetan Qing. Listening to Tian Shaman and this navy blue, David felt very unfamiliar. After all, when Tian Shaman disappeared, David never came into contact with the martial arts world. Mr. Chen, these evil cultivators have no humanity. Now only Mr. Chen can save my family. Jin Fusheng now puts all his hopes on David. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt your family, I'll go back with you now. Since the Jin family is in danger for themselves, David will not sit idly by. David got on the boat and rushed back to Nanhua City with Jin Fusheng. Just when David and the others were on their way back, Zhang Qing led someone to bloodbath the Jin family. Dozens of people were killed, and the girl from the Jin family many years ago was humiliated before she died. For these evil cultivators, killing people is a normal thing. The entire Jin family was shrouded in blood, like a purgatory. Just as Tibetan Qing was about to leave Jin's house, several people in uniforms approached. The law enforcement team? Seeing the person coming, Zhang Qing frowned instantly. And Xing Jun looked at the corpses of the Jin family, his face became ashen, and his eyes burst into anger. Zhang Qing, I let you escape a few years ago. I didn't expect you to dare to show up and kill people unscrupulously. Today I must take you back and sentence to capital punishment. Xing Jun gritted his teeth and said word by word. And the other law enforcement members are also furious. Xing Jun, I haven't seen you for many years, but your strength has not increased. You hurt me back then, but now I just want to take revenge. After Tibetan Qing finished speaking, his aura instantly surged, and then he punched Xing Jun. Seeing this, Xing Jun frowned, and then a halo began to flash around his body. The silver halo, like a wave of light, continued to spread. At the same time, the other law enforcement team members threw a golden rope in their hands. Several ropes were instantly woven into a large net in the air, shrouded in the dark blue. As long as it is covered by this big net, no matter how powerful the evil cultivator is, there is no way to escape. Chapter 1168. After seeing the big net, Zhang Qing suddenly retreated, and said with a look of disdain, Xing Jun, don't you dare to fight me one-on-one? You actually used this net to catch me? I'm a law enforcer. What can I do with you, this evil cultivator? My mission is to catch you back. The halo on Xing Jun's body flew towards the Tibetan blue one by one. A halo covered the dark blue body. If that's the case, then I won't play with you. Tibetan Qing's figure shrank suddenly, escaped from the halo, and then jumped up and fled towards the wall. But just as Zhang Qing jumped up, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he kicked the body of Tibetan Qing fiercely. Tibetan Qing's figure instantly fell to the ground, and then smashed a huge pit on the ground. Zhang Qing stared at the figure that suddenly appeared, his eyes slightly condensed. David? When Zhang Qing saw the person coming, a trace of solemnity flashed on his face. If he was asked to deal with Xing Jun and David at the same time, he would definitely not be an opponent. Wife. Son. Jin Fusheng entered the yard, and after seeing the corpses in the yard and the tragic state of his relatives, he rushed up crying. Jin Fusheng was holding the corpses of his wife and children in his arms, crying up to the sky. David's face was extremely gloomy, and his murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire Jin family. At this time, Xing Jun looked at David who suddenly appeared, and the expression on his face was a bit complicated. He still remembered the first time he saw David. At that time David was still an insignificant guy in his eyes. If Long Wu hadn't rescued David, David would have been killed long ago. But look at David today, just a few months. David's strength has grown to the point where he takes it seriously. Jin Fusheng cried bitterly, his whole person seemed to be insane. Zhang Qing, I killed you. Jin Fusheng suddenly charged towards Tibetan Qing. At this time, Jin Fusheng was no longer afraid, and his only thought was to avenge his relatives. Don't want. Seeing this, David hurriedly wanted to stop Jin Fusheng. But it was already too late. Jin Fusheng rushed in front of Zhang Qing, but before he could make a move, he was slapped on the head by Zhang Qing, instantly smashing his head. Seeing this, David clenched his fists tightly, his teeth rattling. Zhang Qing, you are too presumptuous. You dare to hurt people in front of me. If I don't take you back today, I'm not fit to be the captain. Xing Jun was furious, his body flashed silver light, and then he drew a silver whip from his waist. But when Xing Jun was about to attack Tibetan Qing, he was stopped by David. What are you doing? Xing Jun frowned and asked David. He's mine, none of you can kill him. David's eyes were cold and he said coldly. Bold, this Tibetan Qing is an evil cultivator. I was ordered by Mr. Shi to arrest him. Xing Jun did not expect that David would dare to talk to him like this. David's eyes flashed coldly. I said, only I can kill him. If anyone dares to do it, don't blame me for being rude. The killing intent on David continued to rise, and his eyes began to turn scarlet. As if enchanted, the 6 relatives do not recognize it. Seeing David like that, Xing Jun was startled for a moment, but he retreated. Seeing this, the azure blue immediately showed smugness on his face. If he is alone, he is not afraid of anyone here. Today I'm going to kill you to avenge the dozens of Jin family members. David looked at Tibetan Ching and said indifferently. Humph, it's up to you. After Tibetan Ching finished speaking, his aura suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, like a gust of wind, the tiles on the roof kept rolling and flying. Chapter 1169. The strength of the half-step Wuho was instantly revealed. Although it was only one step away from the peak of Wuzong, the half-step Wuho's breath was obviously much stronger. But this powerful aura had no effect on David. At this moment, David's momentum was like a rainbow, and he remained motionless. Seeing this, Zongqing's aura soared again, and David's body was also shocked at this moment, and a majestic golden light erupted from his body. In an instant, the two breaths collided together, producing a violent explosion. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, the sun and the moon were dull, the whole earth was shaking, and the Jin family's villa began to collapse. Everyone was affected by this huge energy, and they started to retreat one by one. And Xing Jun waved his hands, and a huge force surrounded him, making the scope of the explosion as small as possible. David, don't fight here, or the entire Nanhua city will be destroyed by the two of you. Xing Jun's face became very ugly, he gritted his teeth, and tried to wave a wave of light, offsetting the aftermath of the collision between David and the Tibetan blue breath. Seeing this, David hurriedly put his hand away, and then looked at Zongqing coldly. If you have the ability, let's go to the suburbs, how dare you? Humph, I'm here to kill you, why don't you dare? Tibetan Ching snorted coldly. David jumped in an instant, and then saw an afterimage heading straight to the barren hills in the suburbs. Tibetan Ching followed closely, and the speed was also extremely fast. Xing Jun let out a long sigh, and then led someone to chase after him. At this moment, David and that Tibetan Ching had already reached the barren mountain. As soon as the Tibetan Ching arrived, he immediately launched an attack. With endless coercion on him, he headed towards David like a mountain. The terrifying aura made the rocks fly across the barren mountain, and the entire mountain began to crumble. Immediately afterwards, the endless coercion condensed on the top of David's head. An unparalleled giant hammer appeared above David's head. The giant hammer seemed to fall from the sky, shining with golden light. Above the giant hammer, one after another lightning flashed across, and then slashed down. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound on the ground, rocks and trees were destroyed, and David's body seemed to be scorched at this moment, giving off a smoky smell. Xing Jun at the foot of the mountain, looking at the scene in front of him, his face instantly condensed. The strength of this Tibetan Ching is so fast, it's too strong. Xing Jun did not expect that the growth rate of Tibetan Ching in the past few years was obviously much faster than his. Evil cultivators practice Qigong, and their strength grows rapidly. Otherwise, why would there be so many people who would take the risk of not chasing them and practice evil Qigong? Captain, I'm afraid this David is not the opponent of that Tibetan Ching at all, right? A law enforcement member looked at the scene in front of him and asked Xing Jun. It's hard to say now. Although David has an indestructible golden body, the strength of this azure blue is almost close to Marquis Wu. It's hard to say who is better. Xing Jun stared at the battle on the top of the mountain. At this moment, David's body began to flash with golden light, and pieces of golden scales grew out of David's body, like an armor on David's body. Rumbling. Another flash of lightning struck David, and David jumped up under tremendous pressure. Immediately afterwards, David made a fist with his right hand, and the entire fist was wrapped in golden light. Holy light fist. David smashed it out with a punch, and smashed it hard on the giant hammer that had condensed out. When David's fist touched the giant hammer, the condensed giant hammer instantly shattered, turning into a little white light and disappearing. And David's figure is in mid-air, like a goddess descended from the earth, looking down at all things in the sky. Xing Jun looked up at David, his eyes full of horror. This David's strength is really hard to fathom, he is indeed a genius, no wonder Mr. Sher values him so much. Chapter 1170. It's no wonder that so many people want to kill you if you have practiced such a good golden body. Zongqing stared at David. If you let you develop, the martial arts world will probably be reshuffled. After Zhang Qing finished speaking, a dazzling golden light began to flash from his chest. This golden light followed David, and there was even a fight. Afterwards, Tibetan Qing's entire body seemed to be enveloped in golden light armor. "Look at my holy body art, or your indestructible golden body." After Zhang Qing finished speaking, his body began to exude endless power, and the rolling energy began to rise. After an angry shout, he rose into the sky. Tibetan Qing's body was like a rocket that was launched, with a tail flame behind him, rushing towards David extremely fast. I thought the speed was too fast, so that there were bursts of breaking sounds in the sky, and the sound was incessant, so that others hurriedly covered their ears. David looked at Zhang Qing, who was rushing over. His body fell rapidly, and he even collided with Zhang Qing. The two of them will rely on speed and strength to make their body harder than the other. Clang! The sound of metal collision came out, and the stones on the entire mountain were instantly turned into powder by the sound waves emitted. But Tibetan Qing was dizzy, and his internal organs began to tumble. Pieces of golden light fell from the air, and pieces of scales were mixed with the golden light. But these golden lights and scales disappeared instantly after falling to the ground. "Come again!" Zhang Qing shouted angrily, and then slammed into David fiercely. Clang! Clang! The two people turned into two golden streamers, colliding and separating in mid-air, colliding. Seeing this scene, the others were all dumbfounded. They have never seen such a competition before, whereas this fight, it is simply the most primitive collision. Xing Jun is more and more frightened. He is thinking, if it is himself at this moment, can he resist the collision of Tibetan Qing or David alone? In the end, the answer Xing Jun got was no. With such a collision, Xing Jun estimated that he would not be able to hold on at all, and his physical body was not so indestructible. Soon, the golden light on Tibetan Qing's body dimmed, his face became a little ugly, and he was panting heavily. Such a collision is too exhausting. David, at such a young age, he has such strength. He is really a genius. I can just use your skills to help me reach the realm of Marquis. Zhang Qing panted heavily, looked at David and said. He wants to defeat David, and then absorb David's skills to help himself cultivate. If you can absorb David's power, it can be hundreds of times stronger than the essence of ordinary people. That's exactly what I mean. A strength like yours can just help me cultivate. David looked at Tibetan Qing coldly. David also had this intention for a long time. He wanted to absorb all the cultivation base of Tibetan Blue and use it for his own use. If it is just an ordinary Wuzong, it will not help David's current cultivation. But for a half-step Marquis like Tibetan Qing, the help would be different. You can also absorb the power? Zhang Qing looked at David in surprise. Could it be that you have not succeeded in cultivating evil power? Humph, how could I be like you evil cultivators? David snorted disdainfully. You evil cultivators, for the sake of cultivation, are no longer human, and you are not even as good as beasts. Presumptuous. Tibetan Qing was furious. In this world, force is respected. As long as my strength is high, who would dare to speak of me? Tibetan Qing waved his palms down, and the gravel and rubble on the barren hills flew into the air one after another, as if being directly sucked up by the navy blue. Those gravel rubble began to condense and wrap, directly wrapping the navy blue. Soon, Tibetan Qing was wrapped into a stone man more than 10 meters high. In this way, David seemed very insignificant at the feet of the stone man. Chapter 1171. That's it. David watched Tibetan Qing turn into a huge stone man with disdain in his eyes. Not to mention stones, even if it is an iron wall, David can now punch through it with one punch. Seeing David's disdainful appearance, Zhang Qing laughed loudly and said, Don't think that you can easily smash the stones in my body. If you don't believe me, try it. After Zhang Qing finished speaking, his fist like a hill smashed down towards David fiercely. Seeing this, David clenched his fists tightly, and the golden light on his body continued to flicker. Then the body jumped up and punched together. From David's point of view, this punch is enough to smash the body made of these stones into pieces. But the result was beyond David's expectations. After David's punch followed Tibetan Ching, he only felt a huge force coming from his arm, and then David's body fell rapidly. Rumbling. The punch of the Tibetan Ching directly smashed David into the ground. A deep pit of several meters appeared on the ground, and David's body was buried in the pit by rubble. Ha ha ha, ignorant child, do you really think I'm wearing some rotten stones? Seeing David being smashed into the ground by himself, Tibetan Ching laughed arrogantly. Seeing this, Xing Jun at the foot of the mountain frowned deeply. He did not expect that Tibetan Ching was so powerful. It seemed that David would be hard to resist. Everyone has prepared a net for me, I can't let this Tibetan green escape. Xing Jun whispered to his subordinates. Soon, several subordinates took out the golden rope in their hands, ready to take action at any time. Clap la la. David's body stood up from the rubble, looking at Tibetan Ching in disbelief. David couldn't understand why his punch couldn't even hit some broken stones. Seeing that David was unscathed, Zhang Qing's face became a little unsightly. This David is really strong. Seeing David stand up, Xing Jun couldn't help but admire. I don't believe it anymore. A cold light flashed in David's eyes, and then his body instantly turned into a golden light, which came behind Zhang Qing, and then slammed into Zhang Qing's back with a ruthless punch. Tibetan Ching turned into a stone giant more than 10 meters high. Although his size and strength increased, his speed would definitely be much slower. David took advantage of this and made a sneak attack behind Tibetan Ching. Clang! David punched down, and a scene that shocked David happened. I saw David smash the back of the Tibetan Blue with a punch. Not only did he not cause any damage to the Tibetan Blue, but he was hit by a huge anti-shock force and flew out. David's body was like a cannonball, instantly hitting the ground. The whole mountain began to tremble, and David's body was embedded in the mountain again. Zhang Qing turned around and looked at David with a sneer. Don't waste your energy, you can't break my megalithic armor. David stood up again and stared at the Tibetan green more than 10 meters high in front of him. Frowning his brows, he couldn't understand why this azure blue was doing something on these stones, and why these stones were actually harder than steel. And there is a huge anti-shock force, and this anti-shock force does not come from the Tibetan Blue, but from which stones? David gritted his teeth, and then his body burst out from here, and the golden fist slammed into Tibetan Ching with the momentum of destroying the dead. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the whole mountain shook a bit. This time, the Tibetan Ching didn't move, and was directly punched by David. And David's body was shaken out again. David's internal organs began to tumble. Ha ha ha, I look at your strength, and I can still support you to punch a few times. When your energy is exhausted, you will be at my mercy. Tibetan Ching laughed. Chapter 1172. Captain, it looks like David is going to lose. Such a high-intensity punch takes a lot of energy. A team member stepped forward and whispered in Xing Jun's ear, this Tibetan Blue is too powerful, how can some rotten stones become indestructible on him? Xing Jun frowned slightly, watching everything on the top of the mountain, and said to the team member, don't talk, just watch. At this time, David looked at the arrogant Tibetan Ching, gritted his teeth, and remained silent. The power of the dragon is all around, like a golden dragon circling the waist. Holy light fist. David stepped out, his fist hitting Tibetan Ching like a cannonball. Bang bang bang. After more than 10 punches in a row, David did not stop at all, and the power of the dragon in Longjing was constantly being swayed by David. But even so, Tibetan Ching was still unscathed, but David's mouth was splattered with blood. Do you still have the strength? Tibetan Ching looked down at David with disdain and humiliation in his eyes. David was panting, even with Longjing and Jindan, such a huge consumption still made the spiritual power in David's body almost exhausted. David gathered his spiritual power again, and the golden light on his fist began to flicker and expand, just like the dazzling sun in the sky. But when David was about to punch again, he was stopped by Xing Jun. David, stop! Xing Jun's figure was vertical, and the 100-meter-high mountain rushed straight to the top of the mountain. Seeing Xing Jun rushing up, the corner of Zhang Qing's mouth raised. Why, do you want to deal with me together? At this time, the arrogance of Tibetan Qing has reached the extreme. After all, David is now on the verge of collapse, which is not a cause for concern. Xing Jun ignored Tibetan Qing, but looked at David and said, "Don't fight, even if you use great power, it's useless. Because you didn't hit him, you were following the entire mountain against." After Xing Jun's observation just now, he found that every time David punched Tibetan Qing was fine, but the whole mountain began to tremble slightly. Every punch was like this, which made Xing Jun suspicious. "Follow the whole mountain?" David frowned, a little puzzled. This guy must have used some technique to connect his body to the whole mountain, so all the power you hit on these stones was transferred to this mountain. Every time you throw a fist, the whole mountain trembles, and that huge shock force comes from this mountain. Xing Jun followed David to explain. At this moment, David suddenly realized that he suddenly understood. And that Tibetan Qing frowned, he didn't expect Xing Jun to see his technique. After knowing the secret of the azure blue, David slowly looked at him, and the power of the dragon that originally surrounded his fist also dissipated. "Since you are relying on this mountain, then I will let you leave here and see what else you are relying on." After David finished speaking, he rushed up, and then grabbed the waist of Tibetan Qing with both hands. With a loud shout, David was turned into a navy blue that was more than 10 meters high, and he was lifted up abruptly. Immediately after a hard toss, Tibetan Qing's huge body drew a parabola in the air and fell fiercely from the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Tibetan Qing exerted force and wanted to rush back to the top of the mountain. However, the several tons of stone helmets around him made Tibetan Qing's actions very slow. Rumbling. Tibetan Qing's body smashed down the mountain, instantly smashing a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters, like a meteorite falling. With great difficulty, the clumsy body stood up. But as soon as I stood up, I saw a black shadow also falling from the top of the mountain. Immediately afterwards, Tibetan Qing's body suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 1173. Click, click. The stones on Tibetan Qing's body began to shatter, and finally turned into clumps of powder. On the other hand, Zhang Qing fell to the ground with an ugly face, and his body seemed to be severely injured. Standing up with difficulty, Zhang Qing looked at David with some panic in his eyes. "What else do you have?" David looked at Tibetan Qing and asked indifferently. Zhang Qing opened his mouth, but found that facing David, he really had nothing to do. He didn't understand that David's strength had not even reached the peak of Wuzong, but his strength was so terrifying. And the body wants to have a steady stream of power transmission. "Since you have no other skills, then I will send you on the road." David slapped the palm of his hand towards Tibetan Qing. "Stop!" At this time, Xing Jun stepped forward to stop David. "You can't kill him, I'm going to take him back and return to Mr. Shi." Xing Jun wants to go back to recover his life. Now if David killed Tibetan Qing, how would he explain to Mr. Shi? "I have to kill him today, whoever stops me will die." David looked at Xing Jun with a firm look in his eyes, and there was no room for negotiation. "You!" Xing Jun's face flushed with anger, but there was nothing he could do. If he really followed David, now he doesn't even know if he is David's opponent. "David, you take my life, my Tian shaman is willing to respect you." Tibetan Qing began to beg David for mercy. "Respect me? I don't look down on you evil cultivators who hurt people, damn." David remembered the fate of dozens of Jin family members, and his eyes burst with murderous intent. After David finished speaking, he grabbed a claw towards Zhangqing, and Zhangqing struggled to block, but unfortunately David's grab changed direction and stabbed into Zhangqing's chest fiercely. David's hand penetrated directly into Tibetan Qing's chest, and then a huge force shattered Tibetan Qing's dantian. But the dark blue, whose dantian was completely broken, suddenly stretched out his hand and held David firmly, followed by a huge suction force that began to absorb the spiritual power of David. "Ha ha ha, do you think that if you break my dantian, I will become a cripple?" Tibetan Qing suddenly burst out laughing, and the panic just disappeared. David frowned, a little unbelievable. This Tibetan blue dantian has been broken, how could it still absorb his own spiritual power? Even if it is absorbed into the body, spiritual power is useless without Dantian storage. Soon, David found that after his spiritual power entered the body of the Tibetan Qing, there was a light on the upper part of the abdomen of the Tibetan Qing. This light penetrates the dark blue skin and is very dazzling. So you still have Jindan in your body? David understood in an instant that this navy blue absorbed all the spiritual energy and stored it in the golden elixir. Jindan? What is Jindan? Tibetan Qing was a little surprised. He was not a cultivator, so how could he have a golden elixir? Looking at the appearance of Tibetan Qing, David knew that this Tibetan Qing couldn't contain a golden elixir, because only a cultivator could cultivate a golden elixir. Since it is not a golden pill, it must be a kind of orb, beast pill or the like. Just like the dragon crystal in David's body. David's palm suddenly stretched upwards and directly grabbed the bead in Tibetan Qing's body. The navy blue face instantly became extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of fear. "You, how can you still move?" Tibetan Qing said in shock. David ignored him, but directly pulled the beads out of Tibetan Qing's body. Moreover, when the concentration technique was running, the spiritual power that had entered Zong Qing's body was rapidly rushing back to David's body, and even Zong Qing's own energy was rapidly draining. This. Zong Qing's eyes widened, looking at David incredulously. The breath in his body was quickly disappearing. Chapter 1174. Soon, Tibetan Qing's whole person became sluggish, as if he was 10 years old in an instant. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xing Jun's expression became extremely complicated. In his opinion, only evil cultivators can do this kind of exercise that absorbs the power of others. Could it be that David is also a cultivator? But David is obviously not an evil cultivator, but how could David have such a practice? Xing Jun is confused. Tibetan Qing knelt down on the ground as a whole, and his curled body was only supported by one breath. David looked at the beads taken out from Tibetan Qing's body. It looked like a kind of spiritual bead, not a beast pill. This thing was given to. David threw the lingzhu in his hand directly to Xing Jun, and then continued, "This guy still has a breath, you can take it back for business." Xing Jun took the lingzhu, his eyes full of complexity and shock. This kind of spiritual bead is invaluable at first glance, but David gave it to himself easily. Xing Jun was about to follow David to thank him, but saw that David had already walked towards the distance. Xing Jun put away the spirit bead and grabbed it towards the Tibetan blue. But who knew that before he could touch Tibetan Qing, his body fell to the ground with a thud. There was no sound for a moment. When Zongqing died, Xing Jun sighed and didn't even look at him, while the rest of the law enforcement team arrested the other disciples of Tian Shaman brought by Zongqing at the moment when Zongqing fell. Looking at these disciples of Tian Shaman, Xing Jun knew that he had to be busy later, and he had to eradicate this Tian Shaman. In order to eradicate these evil cultivators, only their law enforcement team can take action. Zhao Waoqi and his law enforcement pavilions can only maintain law and order. There is no ability to deal with evil cultivators. The master of Tiansha sect, Tibetan Qing, died in the hands of David. The news spread instantly. This time, David was pushed to the cusp of the storm. Many aristocratic sects that were still paying attention to David died in an instant, and there was no news. Even the Tibetan Qing of Tian Shaman is not David's opponent. Ordinary sect families want to trouble David, wouldn't that be hitting the stone with an egg? I see this David, only Marquis Wu can cure him. In the entire Kyoto martial arts world, the leader of the younger generation is probably David. Not to mention Kyoto, even in the entire Daxia martial arts world, David's strength and age are among the best. Xiaoyao list, I think it will be re-ranked. This David is estimated to be able to rush to the first place. The entire forum is praising David, but this time is different from killing Guowei. This Tibetan Qing is an evil cultivator after all, and he is so high profile in the martial arts forum that many people dislike him. This time he was beheaded by David, and many people breathed a sigh of relief, and naturally praised David. The ranking of the free and easy list is not a false name. If this David can rush to the first place, where should I go? Are you looking down on me, Xian Pengfei? Just when everyone was talking about it, suddenly a top comment jumped out. This time, there are a lot fewer comments on the forum scrolling in an instant. Obviously, this comment was sent by Xian Pengfei, who is the #1 auctioneer on the happy list. A year ago, Xian Pengfei had reached the strength of a half-step Wuhou, but this year, there was very little news about him. No one knows his true strength now. However, the happy list is not an official list after all, and there are not many people who follow it, most of which are young people. Now Xian Pengfei suddenly appeared, and after a brief period of consternation, many people began to boil. Boss Xian has appeared, you will always be our boss. #1 on the free and easy list, Brother Fei, who has dominated the list for many years, finally appeared. Who said just now that David can rush to #1 on the free and easy list? Are you saying something? Xian Pengfei's fanatical fans on the martial arts forum are much more than David. Chapter 1175. After all, Xian Pengfei became famous early, and he was the most talented person of the younger generation. All kinds of auras are added to the body, and there are countless fans. And David has only recently gained some popularity. I look forward to it. Brother Fei can follow David to a match, so that we can know who is the best. This sentence instantly exploded the entire forum again. Yes, yes, let them compete, and then you will know who is more powerful. Brother Fei has been famous for many years. He was already a half-step marquis a year ago. How can he still use it to compare with that David? I think that David has a lot of skills. If Xian Pengfei can't compare, he is probably afraid of falling off the altar. This time, the two people who were originally unrelated were instantly turned into enemies by those people on the forum. Looking at the increasingly out-of-control remarks on the forum, Xian Pengfei's face behind the screen was extremely gloomy. For a whole year, he had been in seclusion for a year, and he had just been promoted from the half-step Wuhou to the realm of Wuhou. At this level, Xian Pengfei really wanted to find someone to play against, and by the way, let everyone know that he was still very strong after not seeing him for a year. And now, David is the best person to accompany him to practice. In the Gregorian calendar year, I will compete with David. Whether he dares to fight or not at that time will not be under my control. After Xian Pengfei finished speaking on the forum, he turned off the computer. Soon, news spread that Xian Pengfei challenged David by pendulum. However, at this time, David didn't know about it at all. He didn't expect that he would have an additional enemy for no reason. At this time, David was on his way to Kyoto. David thought that there would be a lot of resistance on his way to Kyoto. After all, many aristocratic sects were staring at him. But contrary to David's expectations, the road was surprisingly quiet. No one attacked David. Even Luo Xiang of the Luo family in Mabe seems to have no news. But David didn't know that Luo Xiang had already been in Kyoto for many days at this time. It's just that he has never heard from David. However, when he knew that David had killed all the masters of Tiansha sect, he was obviously a lot more cautious. On this day, Luo Xiang found the Ning family in Kyoto. To deal with David, Luo Xiang needs the help of the Ning family. Although Luo Xiang had some festivals with Ning Ji, he believed that the enemy was the friend. Ning Ji also hated David. As long as the two of them united, David would definitely die. But Luo Xiang had been at the Ning's house for an hour and had been drinking tea in the living room, but no one of the Ning's stewards came forward. Ning Ji didn't even show up. Eldest young master, this Ning family is obviously not giving you face, why are we still waiting here? One of the servants behind Luo Xiang said indifferently. Then Ning Ji deliberately hangs me, I know, but if it's a big deal, we'll just wait here. Luo Xiang picked up the teacup, blew lightly, and started drinking tea. I don't know how many glasses he drank. In the back of the living room, Ning Ji looked at Luo Xiang quietly through the crack of the door. The Ning family and the Luo family had no intersection, and when they were in Sichuan, Luo Xiang didn't give any face. Now that we are in the capital, Ning Ji has to give Luo Xiang a slap in the face. Originally, Ning Ji thought that Luo Xiang couldn't stand the humiliation and would take the initiative to leave, but he didn't want Luo Xiang to sit still after an hour had passed. Master, do you want me to drive them away? The housekeeper of the Ning family whispered to Ning Ji. Ningxi waved his hand. No, since this Luo Xiang is so sincere, then I will meet him. Ningxi finished speaking, tidied up his clothes, and then walked out. I don't know that young Master Luo is coming, but I'll be far away. Ningxi walked to the living room and said with a smile. Chapter 1176. I don't know, I can't see it at all. Some time ago, the two almost clashed. Young Master Ning, take the liberty to interrupt. Luo Xiang got up and folded his fists. Ningxi sat on the main seat and asked, I don't know if Luo Gongzi came to my Ning's house from Mabe, is there something wrong? Luo Xiang looked at Ningxi. In fact Ningxi knew better than anyone else, but since Ningxi asked this, Luo Xiang didn't hide it and said, Mr. Ning, then David destroyed the Demon Town Tower and escaped from Sichuan. Come back, I followed all the way. It's just that he lost his whereabouts recently. Now that David has appeared and killed the Tibetan Qing of Tianshaman, I believe you know it too. I know that young Master Ning also hates that David, so I want to join forces with young Master Ning to get rid of that David. Destroyed the Demon Suppression Tower? Ningxi frowned deeply when he heard this. That Demon Suppression Pagoda is an ancient thing. No matter how good David is, it is impossible to destroy it. Ningxi heard the Gu family's big housekeeper talk about the origin of this town magic tower. How could such a treasure be destroyed if it was destroyed? David should not have that ability. Young Master Ning doesn't believe me. Luo Xiang was stunned for a moment, and then explained, the Devil Town Tower has indeed collapsed, and now it's a pile of ruins. Ningxi also knew that Luo Xiang couldn't lie to him, but Ningxi wouldn't believe it if the Demon Town Tower was destroyed like this. After thinking for a while, Ningxi suddenly said, I see, then David must have taken the treasure of the town tower in the town, so the town collapsed suddenly. Since the Demon Suppression Tower is so magical, there must be treasures in the tower, and David took the treasures, so the Demon Suppression Tower collapsed. Oh? Luo Xiang's eyes lit up. What treasure? Ningxi shook his head. How do I know, but I'm sure that David must have gotten the treasure from the Demon Suppression Tower. Mr. Ning, now there are many treasures on David's body. As long as we join forces and kill David, those treasures will be ours. Luo Xiang said to Ningxi. But who knew? Ningxi sighed. Then many people in David want to kill him to win the treasure, but it's a pity that besides his own strength, even Mr. Shi from the law enforcement team is partial to him. Zhu Zhishan of the Martial Arts Alliance has nothing to do with David. If we take action against David, Mr. Shi will definitely be unhappy. Master Ning, my Luo family is far away in Mabe, I'm not afraid of any law enforcement team, I can come forward to deal with David, but I brought too few masters this time, as long as Master Ning is willing to lend me some people to kill David after that, the treasures are divided equally. Luo Xiang still persuaded Ningxi. Ningxi fell into deep thought, and after thinking it over and over again, Ningxi nodded, okay, I'll lend you 2 masters of the Peak of Wuzong, I hope you can also speak your mind. Of course, in this place in Kyoto, do I still dare to deceive you, unless I don't want to go back to Mabe? Luo Xiang said with a smile. That's right, in Kyoto, no one dares to lie to me. Ningxi said proudly. Luo Xiang took the people away. In his opinion, with his own strength and the addition of 2 top martial artists, David will die. Kyoto Guardian Pavilion. I haven't seen David for almost a month. When Zhao Waoqi saw David again, he was very excited. Mr. Chen, it's really cool to hear that you beheaded the head of the sect that day, Zhang Qing. That guy is clamoring on the martial arts forum. Don't mention how arrogant. Now that you have killed him, I think many sect families in Kyoto are honest. Zhao Wuji said excitedly. David smiled lightly, Xia Xiu, everyone gets it and kills him. I can kill him, thanks to Captain Xing. Chapter 1177. David knew that if Xing Jun hadn't discovered the secret of the Tibetan Qing technique at that time, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill the Tibetan Qing. Mr. Chen, during the time you left, the capital has become much quieter, but the Dong Jiahao from the Dong family has come to look for you many times, and I don't know what's going on. Zhao Waoqi said to David. What does Dong Jiahao have to do with me? Hearing this, David frowned slightly. Then Dong Jiahao has been looking for him many times, nothing will happen, right? I don't know either, but he said that after you return to the capital, give him a call. Zhao Wuji said. After David heard it, he took out his mobile phone and called Dong Jiahao. After all, Dong Jiahao is a good person, and he has helped himself. If he is so anxious to find himself, maybe something really happened. When Dong Jiahao received a call from David, he was overjoyed and asked David to wait for him at the law enforcement pavilion, while Dong Jiahao drove directly to the law enforcement pavilion. At this moment, there is a sumptuous banquet in the Dong family. Dong Likun sat upright on the main seat, quietly waiting for David's arrival. Master, then David beheaded the Tiansha sect master, Zhang Qing, which shows that this guy has good strength. If we forcibly detain him, what if he resists? The housekeeper asked Dong Likun in a low voice. Don't worry, I've already thought about it. Dong Likun raised the corner of his mouth, and then took out a pill, which was crystal clear and very beautiful. Master, what is this? The butler asked curiously. This is called Qi Control Dan. As long as you eat this thing, no matter how great you are, you can't use it. Then David will let us slaughter it. Dong Likun said lightly. After hearing this, the housekeeper hurriedly said, Master, I heard that David is very familiar with Yao Shengu, and there are rumors that David is the owner of Yao Shengu. In this way, if we give him medicine, isn't that a big knife in front of Guangong? He will definitely find out. Dong Likun glanced at the housekeeper. I tell you, this Qi control pill is colorless and odorless, it dissolves in water, and you can't see it at all. Even if David is really the Valley Master of Medicine God, he won't be able to find it. So it is. The butler nodded, but then asked again, then we have control of David, what about the young master? If he knew, he would definitely disagree. I will find an excuse to let Jiahao leave. As long as we control David, it won't take long for the dragon crystal on him to be mine. Dong Likun's eyes were full of greed. What about after we get Long Jing? If David is released, when he regains his strength, he will definitely come to us for revenge. The butler asked. Are you fucking stupid? Who said we're going to let him go? We got Long Jing and killed him directly. Can't we let the tiger go back to the mountain? Dong Likun was a little annoyed by the question, and scolded the housekeeper angrily. But we killed that David, if Mr. Shi knew, we would be in trouble. The housekeeper shrank his head and reminded Dong Likun in a low voice. Dong Likun's face was flushed with anger, and he turned towards the butler's head suddenly. How the H3LL did I find a butler like you? Even if we kill David, we can't say that we killed it, it happens to be that kid from the Ning family. If we have hatred with David, then we will be the hands of the Ning family. When the time comes, Mr. Shi will also blame the Ning family. It would be good to bring down the Ning family. At that time, we will have one less opponent in Kyoto. The butler didn't dare to speak and closed his mouth. Dong Likun took the teapot, put the Qi Control Dan in it, and shook it a few times. Finally, I opened it and smelled it, and nodded with satisfaction. He is now waiting for David to arrive, and then let David drink the tea. Chapter 1178. Law Enforcement Pavilion. Dong Jiahao personally drove to pick up David. After seeing David, Dong Jiahao gave David a big hug. Brother Chen, you are so arrogant that you even killed the master of Tiansha sect, Zhang Qing. In the future, the entire Kyoto martial arts world will take you as the leader of the younger generation. Dong Jiahao's eyes were full of envy. Brother Dong has won the prize. David smiled lightly. I don't know if Brother Dong is in a hurry to find me. Oh, there's nothing urgent, it's just that my dad wants to see you. In addition, during this period of time, many sect families in Kyoto are eyeing you, my dad wants you to hide in our house. Dong Jiahao said. You thank the Dong family for me. As the saying goes, you can hide for a while, but you can't hide for a lifetime. Those who should come will still come. David didn't want to go to Dong's house to hide. He planned to go to Yaoshan Valley to see Long Wu and the others. By the way, he asked Long Wu to take him to the Valley of the Wicked. Now that the new year is approaching, if David cannot rescue his mother and Sonia with his own strength, he will use the power of the Valley of the Wicked. It's just that he doesn't know what the strength of the Valley of the Wicked is. My dad has prepared food and drink at home. If you don't want to stay at our house, you can always have a meal over there, right? In this way, it can prove that you have a good relationship with our Dong family. If there are other sects and aristocratic families against your idea, you should also weigh the strength of my Dong family. Dong Jiahao invited David. David saw that Dong Jiahao had said this, so it was not easy to refuse. After all, it wouldn't take long to eat a meal. After getting in the car, David followed Dong Jiahao towards Dong's house. When he arrived at the place, Dong Likun actually came out to greet him. Ha ha ha, I heard Jiahao mention you a long time ago. When I saw you today, it really lives up to its reputation. Mr. Chen is now famous. Dong Likun very politely followed David and shook hands. Patriarch Dong has won the award, David said with a smile. Soon, a few people were seated, and the table was full of delicacies from the mountains and seas. Mr. Chen, when you are here, it's like you are at home, so don't be polite. I'm relieved to have a friend like you in our family. This guy has fun all day long, and he doesn't need to practice at all. The younger generation of the entire Kyoto martial arts world is stronger than him. As Dong Likun said, he glanced at Dong Jiahao helplessly. Dad, why are you talking about me all day long? I think I work very hard. There are a few young people who are as talented as Brother Chen and become famous at a young age. Dong Jiahao looked at his father dissatisfied. Look, I'm not happy to tell you a word. Dong Likun glared fiercely. Patriarch Dong, in fact, Brother Dong is very good, and Brother Dong is outspoken and has no intention of harming others. Such a character will definitely not be bad in the future. David hurriedly helped Dong Jiahao with good words. Just when David said the words, harmful heart, no one noticed that there was a trace of embarrassment in Dong Likun's eyes. It is precisely because he is outspoken that I am afraid that he will suffer in the future, and I hope Mr. Chen will help him a lot in the future. Dong Likun said with a smile. Brother Dong and I are friends, so of course help. David nodded. Housekeeper, go and bring my treasured pu'er tea. Dong Likun glanced at the housekeeper and winked at the housekeeper. Yes. The butler turned and left. Brother Chen, you have a good taste. My dad's pu'er tea is a special offering. I won't drink it. I'm going to touch you today. Dong Jiahao said to David. David smiled lightly. Patriarch Dong is so polite. David had no doubts about Dong Likun's enthusiasm. After all, Dong Jiahao is a person, and David sees it in his eyes, so he thinks that Dong Likun, who is a father, will not be too bad. Chapter 1179. Soon, the tea was brought, and Dong Likun poured a cup for David himself. Mr. Chen, how about you try it? Dong Likun made a gesture of invitation, and then tried to keep himself calm. He can't show his flaws at this time. Thank you, Patriarch Dong. David thanked him, then picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yes, but I don't know much about tea, David said with some embarrassment. In fact, I don't know much about it. If it's good, then drink more. Dong Likun laughed. David held the teacup and drank it all in one go. At this moment, Dong Likun breathed a long sigh of relief. Dong Jiahao also drank with David, but Dong Likun did not stop him. He has an antidote on him, so Dong Jiahao will be fine if he drinks it. Soon, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, David felt that it was almost time and wanted to get up and leave. Mr. Chen, all the major sects and families in Kyoto are now staring at you. If you don't dislike it, then stay in our Dong family, just to be a companion with Jiahao. Seeing that David was leaving, Dong Likun said to David. Thank you, Patriarch Dong, for your kindness. I still have a lot to deal with, so I won't bother you anymore. David politely declined. Mr. Chen, you stay here first, I still have something to ask you. Dong Likun kept David, then looked at Dong Jiahao and said, Jiahao, your mother just called and asked you to pick her up, hurry up. When Dong Jiahao heard this, he could only pick up his mother, so he looked at David apologetically. Brother Chen, then I'm sorry. Brother Dong, you're welcome, hurry up. David smiled slightly. Dong Jiahao left, and David looked at Dong Likun and asked, Master Dong, I don't know if you have anything else to ask. Mr. Chen, I heard that you have a lot of treasures on your body, and you also have a fused dragon crystal that can generate the power of a dragon. I don't know if it's true. Dong Likun asked. David was stunned for a moment, but still nodded, yes, it's true. Seeing David admit it in person, Dong Likun's eyes flashed brightly, and his face was full of excitement. Seeing Dong Likun's expression, David was slightly shocked. Mr. Chen, then I'll open the skylight and say something bright. Your current strength, even if you're not as strong as Long Jing, can still rank among the best in the martial arts world of the younger generation. But my family's Ho is not good enough. He has poor strength and doesn't work hard. Not to mention being on the free and easy ranking. Even the younger generation in the Kyoto martial arts world is stronger than him. Dong Likun sighed, looking like he hated iron. What does Patriarch Dong mean? David frowned slightly at this moment. It doesn't mean anything else. I think you and Jiahao are also friends. Can you give Longjing to Jiahao, and I can exchange other treasures with you? Dong Likun said. When David heard this, his face immediately turned cold. I'm sorry, if it's something else, I will definitely help, but this Longjing, I can't give it away. I still have something to do, I'm sorry. David got up and walked out. He found that this Dong Likun didn't want what he imagined. But just as David walked to the door, he was stopped by the housekeeper. David turned to look at Dong Likun. Patriarch Dong, what do you mean? At this time, Dong Likun showed his true colors and said with a cold smile, no other meaning, since you don't want to give it, then I can only get it myself. David's eyes narrowed, his eyes filled with coldness. For the sake of Brother Dong, I don't want to start killing people in the Dong family, don't force me. David's face was as gloomy as water. Ha ha ha. Dong Likun laughed loudly, open up the killing ring? Do you think you can still exert your strength now? You have already hit my chi control pill, and now you are a waste. Chapter 1180. When David heard this, he was taken aback, and then his chi sank into his dantian. This temptation, David found that he had no influence at all. As for the chi control dan that Dong Likun said, David had no idea what it was. Could it be that the chi control pill only has an effect on warriors and has no effect on immortal cultivators? David thought to himself. However, David did not show it, but frowned tightly, pretending that he had lost all his skills. How is it, have you figured it out? If you hand over Longjing obediently, you will save me from doing it. Dong Likun looked at David with a sneer. You are dreaming. David's face was gloomy, and he looked at Dong Likun with murderous expression. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. After Dong Likun finished speaking, he waved his hand. A servant of the Dong family who stopped in front of David instantly shot at David. Even the servant of the Dong family is a Wuzong. But when the servants of the Dong family were pressing towards David, they saw David shoot it with a palm. Puff! There was a sound of a rotten watermelon being stepped on. I only saw that the head of the servant of the Dong family burst instantly, and the whole person flew directly more than 10 meters away. Seeing that David still has such strength, Dong Likun was shocked. His eyes were full of incomprehension. He spent a lot of money on the chi control pill, and it was absolutely 100% effective. Why didn't it work on David? Is it because the time is too short? Dong Likun was a little confused. But now that his face has been torn apart, no matter what, it is impossible for him to let David leave. Take him to me. Dong Likun ordered to the housekeeper. The butler nodded, and then light lingered on his fists. In a moment, the two tiger heads covered the butler's fist, and a tiger roared loudly. This is the stunt of the housekeeper. To be the big housekeeper of the Dong family is naturally an extraordinary ability. David, do you still want to resist? The housekeeper asked David. David's eyes were slightly condensed. Stop talking nonsense, if you have any skills, just use it, don't fucking want to be a b, tch, and build a Tory. At this time, David was extremely disgusted with the Dong family. All are hypocrites. Seeing this, the butler stopped talking, but exploded with energy, and then stepped towards David. The huge boxing shadow with a sound of tiger roar, as if two fierce tigers rushed towards David. The sound of breaking the sky resounded in the sky. David didn't move at all, and a dazzling golden light flashed from his fists. The power of the dragon lingered on his fists, turning into two golden dragons circling. Facing the butler's attack, David also punched out. With the sound of a dragon roar, David's fist strength also turned into a golden dragon and greeted him. Boom! The two dragons and two tigers collided, and the huge energy exploded in an instant. The whole house began to tremble, and the tables and chairs in the room instantly turned into powder. Seeing this, Dong Lakun hurriedly put his palms together, and a breath visible to the naked eye supported the house, otherwise the house would collapse. Looking at the butler, he was directly knocked out and fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood. You were not charged with Chi Dan at all, you controlled your power? The butler looked at David in disbelief. On the other hand, David raised the corner of his mouth and did not answer, but jumped up and ran out of the courtyard. Although David was not controlled by the Chi Dan, but facing a master like Dong Lakun and the rest of the Dong family, David was no match. To know that the Dong family can stand in the capital, and not join the martial arts alliance, it must have a certain strength. Chapter 1181. The current Dong Lakun is at least a Marquis of Wu. As for David's current strength, it is still a little difficult to fight against a Marquis. If you add other people, you will definitely lose. So David wanted to escape, but Dong Lakun seemed to have expected David to escape. Just when David jumped up, his hands instantly waved in the air. A giant net woven with strength blocked David's way. David throws a punch. Boom! Several rays of light flickered, the giant net instantly turned into a spot of light, and David's body was directly repelled at this moment, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, David knew that if he wanted to escape, he had lost his best chance. At this time, perhaps offense is the best defense. Thinking of this, David let out a loud cry, the power of the dragon was fully mobilized, the undamaged golden body was activated, and the scales on his body began to grow rapidly. Dazzling golden light surrounded David's body. Holy Light Fist. One after another boxing shadows moved towards Dong Lakun, and the monstrous momentum spread out in an instant, and the entire Dong family was shrouded in it. Looking at this scene, a flash of solemnity flashed on Dong Lakun's face. He didn't expect that David's breath would be so terrifying. He now has some doubts, whether it is worthwhile to offend David for Long Jing. But now that the momentum was approaching, Dong Lakun waved gently, and the rays of light began to center on him, and then spread out. In an instant, a powerful aura formed around Dong Lakun, which seemed to gather the power of heaven and earth. Dong Lakun's strength should not be underestimated. Otherwise, how could it be mixed in Kyoto? All kinds of techniques and magical powers are also easily pinched. David's holy light fist, punching the powerful aura with one punch, was like sinking into the sea, and the terrifying power was instantly absorbed by the aura. And Dong Lakun waved lightly, and a bunch of bright rays of light burst out of the aura. The light turned into a huge fist and slammed into David fiercely. When David saw this, his heart sank involuntarily. He found that this power turned out to be the holy light fist he just punched. It seems that this aura did not absorb David's power, but stored it and then bounced back. Boom! David smashed out another punch, and the two collided with the same force. David's body took a few steps back. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. With the punch at the beginning, David almost used all his strength, but he didn't want it to end up on him in the end. David, do you still want to resist? Dong Lakun looked at David coldly, his eyes extremely indifferent. Even if it is death, I will not sit still. David wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the breath on his body rose again, the world changed color caused by the terrifying breath, and the air burst. Rumbling. There was a loud noise, like a thunder. Extending his right hand, the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in David's hand, and the fire burning on the dragon-slaying sword caused the surrounding temperature to increase sharply. The golden light on David covered the sky and the sun, and the sky over the Dong family villa began to cover the sky. This is a life-and-death battle, and David did not dare to be careless. He was trying to summon the golden dragon in his body. It's just that this golden dragon is not under the control of David, and when it appears, it is not something that David can control. Looking at the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, Dong Lakun's eyes were full of heat. "I didn't expect you to have a lot of treasures on your body," Dong Lakun said with a sneer. David looked at Dong Lakun with contempt. He hated this kind of hypocrite the most. A hypocrite is not as good as a real villain, it is too hateful. 9 Shadow Swordsmanship. David let out a loud shout, then swung the dragon-slaying sword. His body instantly divided into 2 and 3. Chapter 1182. The 6 identical David stood together, surprising everyone. Only that Dong Lakun looked calm. "A mere sham, showing off in front of me?" Dong Lakun didn't care about David's 9 Shadows swordsmanship. David didn't speak. He felt like a waste of energy when he said one more sentence now. "Break." David jumped up. In the air, only 6 identical David were seen, staying there like gods. Then, 2 bright sword chi waved out. In the end, they merged into one and directly attacked Dong Lakun. This sword energy pierced through the sky, as if tearing a gap in time and space. Above the sword energy, there is still a raging fire of spirit fire. If the terrifying sword chi caused many people in the Dong family to flee, the spiritual fire above the sword chi alone would make everyone unbearable. But such a terrifying sword chi slashed at Dong Lakun's aura. The same scene appeared. After the terrifying sword energy touched the aura, it disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed at all. If it weren't for the residual heat remaining in the air, no one would believe that David had just waved such a terrifying sword energy. "You mere martial sect, no matter how many magic weapons you have, it will be futile in front of me," Dong Lakun said lightly. After speaking, Dong Lakun used his hand as a sword and waved towards David instantly. In the aura, a ray of light flashed in an instant. The same terrifying sword energy attacked David. David had just experienced it, so he had been prepared for a long time. The figure flashed quickly, dodging the sword energy, but the sword energy was still swept across the back. A golden light flashed, and a deep wound appeared on David's back. Pieces of golden scales fell off, and finally disappeared. David's body fell from the air, and his face became very ugly. Although he barely escaped the sword chi just now, it also made David embarrassed. David stared at Dong Lakun, not daring to attack lightly. Because every attack is equivalent to hitting yourself. Seeing that David was no longer attacking, Dong Lakun looked at him with a sneer. "What? Just these 2 times? I really don't know where your confidence came from. It seems that I also overestimated you, causing me to waste a chi control pill, but this chi control pill turned out to be fake. I will find them to settle accounts sooner or later. Now hand over Longjing herself, I can make you feel better. If you have the ability, you can get it yourself." David's face was cold, and anger rose in his eyes. "It is good." After Dong Lakun finished speaking, his figure suddenly flashed and he came directly in front of David. David didn't realize how Dong Lakun came to him and was slapped in the chest by Dong Lakun. David's body was knocked out and slammed into a stone wall before he stopped. David's chest was sunken, and his ribs were obviously broken. Indestructible golden body, in front of Dong Lakun, was even vulnerable. This is the gap between Wuzong and Wuho. The small realm gap, or the same realm, may be able to make up for it with talent and skills. But the gap between the great realms is like a gulf that cannot be crossed. Only when you arrive at the realm of Marquis can you experience and comprehend the new methods. David has not yet reached the half-step Wuho. If he reaches the half-step Wuho, facing Dong Lakun, he will not be so embarrassed. He climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Although he was injured, David's face was still full of determination. As long as he doesn't die, he will never give in. Seeing David stand up again, Dong Likun couldn't help sighing, "What a good seedling, it's a pity that you are a tiger and cannot be used by others, so you have to die." After saying that, Dong Likun flew up, and suddenly a long sword appeared in his hand, which was drawn towards David's chest. Chapter 1183. He wants to take out the dragon crystal from David's body. David stepped back again and again, but found that he couldn't escape Dong Likun's sword shadow. "Do you really want to die here today?" Sonia, Gu Linger, and Long Wu flashed through David's mind. Then there are his own parents, and his biological mother whom he has never met. "No, I can't die, I can't die," David shouted in his mind. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from David's chest. A screaming dragon roar sounded, and a golden dragon shot out from David's body. A huge breath enveloped David's predecessor. Dong Likun was directly shocked by this breath and retreated. Then he looked at the golden dragon that rushed out of David's body with a look of surprise. "This..." Dong Likun's eyes widened, he had never seen such a scene. The golden dragon hovered above David's head, and then directly wrapped David's body, and then turned into a pair of golden armor. Endless power was continuously transported from the armor to David's body. After Dong Likun was stunned, he immediately reacted. He knew that this time David must not be allowed to escape, otherwise David would grow up in the future, and the Dong family would surely suffer a disaster. "Go to H3LL." Dong Likun held a long sword, and sword flowers bloomed from Dong Likun's hands. Every sword flower contains the power of heaven and earth, like shackles, shrouded towards David. When David saw this, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand shook instantly. Countless sword shadows appeared and began to shoot out towards the sword flowers. Bang bang bang! A loud explosion sounded, and the Dong family villa began to collapse in this huge explosion. At this time, Dong Likun no longer has the ability to be distracted and protect his villas. Seeing his home destroyed in ruins, Dong Likun's eyes were full of anger. The energy in Dong Li's group is constantly rising, and the breath is rippling, and he has completely ignored his own home. David held the dragon-slaying sword, and also climbed the spiritual power in his body. The two are incompatible with each other. Soon, the figures of the two people collided together, the swords in their hands collided, making a harsh sound, and the gold and iron horses fought in all directions. The endless storm is centered on two people and continues to spread outward. The Dong family's villas were completely ruined. Even with many servants of the Dong family, unable to bear this force, they vomited blood one by one. Dong Likun became more and more frightened as he fought. David was not in the realm of Wuzong, yet he was able to fight with him for such a long time. And the golden dragon that just burst out of David's body. What exactly is that? With Dong Likun's strength, he could see that the golden dragon was by no means an illusion, but a real golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, David and Dong Likun had already fought for hundreds of rounds, and the two of them were evenly tied. It's just that the aura in David's body became more and more unstable. It was obvious that the gap in the realm was difficult to make up. Even if the golden dragon appeared, it could only be resisted for a while. Seeing David starting to run out of breath, Dong Likun's mouth raised a smile. Immediately after, he made a move to detect the dragon's claw and grabbed it towards David's chest, trying to take out the dragon crystal from David's chest. David's figure retreated, but Dong Likun ripped off a piece of his chest abruptly. David's chest was dripping with blood, looking very terrifying. But for David, this injury is no different from being bitten by a mosquito. The indestructible golden body on David's body has long since disappeared, and he can only carry it by simply relying on his hard body. But the flesh is hard, and in the face of absolute strength, it is like a paper paste. Boy, you are really good, the younger generation, you are the first to be able to fight with me for so long. It seems that today I can't let you go no matter what. After Dong Likun finished speaking, his body suddenly soared several inches, and he became much taller in an instant. Then he waved his palms, and a huge pagoda appeared in the air. Chapter 1184. A peaceful and soft light shone on David's body, which instantly weakened David's breath a lot, and David's consciousness also became dazed the moment it was illuminated. The pagoda fell from the sky, but at this moment, David's eyes flashed, his consciousness recovered, and the breath in his body also condensed. Stop! Just when the pagoda was about to suppress David, suddenly Dong Jiahao came out and stood with David at once. Seeing this, Dong Likun hurriedly waved his hand, and the pagoda in midair disappeared instantly. Dad, what are you doing? Dong Jiahao looked at his father puzzled. And there was a middle-aged woman who came in with Dong Jiahao, who was Dong Jiahao's mother at first glance. Looking at the destroyed home, Dong Jiahao's mother also looked at Dong Likun blankly. Likun, what's going on? Dong Likun's face became very ugly, and he said gloomily, don't worry about it, leave here immediately. Dad, why are you attacking Brother Chen? If you don't explain it, I won't leave. Dong Jiahao wanted to figure out, the two of them were fine when they left, but why are they fighting now? Dong Likun's face was gloomy, but he didn't know how to tell Dong Jiahao. He knows too well what his son's character is. Otherwise, he wouldn't find an excuse to take Dong Jiahao away. Your dad wants the dragon crystal in my body, and then give it to you. Dong Likun didn't say anything, David said aside. When Dong Jiahao heard this, his face instantly became angry, and he looked at Dong Likun. Dad, is what Brother Chen said true? Jiahao, what I do is for your own good. You are in the younger generation and have the lowest strength. How many people have made jokes and criticisms? If it weren't for me standing in front, do you think that with your current strength, you can still show off your power in Kyoto? Dong Likun roared at Dong Jiahao. I don't need it. My strength is high and low. I also cultivate by my own ability. I don't need to snatch other people's things to increase my cultivation. What's the difference between this kind of behavior and xie shou? It's a shame that you still say that you are a famous and decent person all day long, and you disdain to follow those people in the martial arts alliance. I think you are not as good as those people. Although those people are all villains, they are also better than you, a hypocrite. Have you figured it out long ago and asked me to call Brother Chen, take me away, and then attack Brother Chen? Shame on you. Dong Jiahao roared loudly at his father, his voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of anger. Damn! Seeing his son, Dong Likun dared to say such a thing about himself, and immediately reached out his hand to hit Dong Jiahao. It was just that Dong Jiahao's mother held him tightly. What do you want to do? If you dare to beat your son, I will not finish with you. Dong Jiahao's mother yelled at Dong Likun angrily. Dong Likun looked at his wife, and his arrogance instantly faded. In this society, no matter how noble one's status is, being afraid of a wife has almost become the norm. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, I will personally apologize to you if I have a chance, you can go. Dong Jiahao looked at David with guilt on his face and said. David looked at Dong Jiahao, didn't say anything, he didn't know what to say, turned around and prepared to leave. Don't go. Seeing that David was leaving, Dong Likun hurriedly wanted to stop him. If you dare to stop me, I will die in front of you. Dong Jiahao instantly took out a dagger and put it on his neck. When Dong Jiahao's mother saw this, her face changed instantly with fright, and her body trembled in a hurry. Son, listen to your mother, put the dagger down, and don't be stupid. Let Brother Chen go, or I will die and the Dong family will be cut off forever. Dong Jiahao threatens Dong Likun. Chapter 1185. Dong Likun's face was pale, panting heavily. Nizi. Hurry up and talk, let the person go quickly. If your son has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, no one will live. Dong Jiahao's mother roared at Dong Likun. As a mother, she only hopes to see Dong Jiahao safe and sound. As for what realm and cultivation level, she doesn't care, she only cares about her son. Dong Likun's face was flushed, he knew that if David was let go at this time, he would never have a chance in the future. Maybe there will be disasters for the Dong family. But if he doesn't let go, his son and wife force him, which makes Dong Likun very embarrassed. What do you want? Do you want me to die in front of you? Dong Jiahao's mother yelled at Dong Likun angrily. Dong Likun was forced to be helpless, so he could only close his eyes and wave his hand. You go. David glanced at Dong Jiahao gratefully, turned around and left quickly without saying anything. Hey! Looking at the ruins all over the place, Dong Likun sighed helplessly. This is really stealing chicken without losing rice. At this moment, Dong Likun was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. He couldn't vent on his wife and children. Now he can only vent his anger to the person who sold him the chi control pill. This happened because Dong Likun thought that the medicinal pill was fake. Otherwise, David would have waited for a long time, and the latter things would not have happened. After David left the Dong family, he dragged his tired body and rushed towards Yaoshengu. He didn't dare to stay in Kyoto anymore. He originally thought that the capital was peaceful, but after today's events, David realized that his experience was still too shallow. The seemingly peaceful Kyoto martial arts world may have already been surging, staring at him like a wolf, like a tiger, looking for an opportunity to kill with one blow. What David has to do now is to return to the Valley of the Gods of Medicine, and then let Long Wu take him to the Valley of the Wicked. Now the most powerful card in David's hand is the Valley of the Villains. If David wanted to practice peacefully, he had to have someone to protect the Dharma, and the 4 villains in the Valley of the Villains were the most suitable. But just as David was rushing towards Yaoshan Valley, suddenly several breaths were galloping in his direction. David frowned, and his face changed instantly. So fast? Could it be that someone from the Dong family has caught up? David pondered to himself, but he did not stop at his feet and continued to speed up. David was exhausted at the moment, and the spiritual power in his body had long been exhausted, and even the power of the dragon was almost exhausted, so he did not have time to repair and replenish. Although he had a map of 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers in his hand, and the Demon Town Pagoda, both of them could help David to reply quickly. But now David can't stop for a moment, and there is no chance to repair and reply. Several breaths are getting closer and closer, and they have become surrounded by David. Seeing this, David knew that he couldn't run away, so he stopped and quickly adjusted his breathing and state. If you can't run away, then fight to the death. Soon, several figures appeared, and they were getting closer. David, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. You are gloomy enough to make it easy for me to find it. Luo Xiang looked at David with a grim smile and said slowly. When David saw that it was Luo Xiang, he felt relieved. As long as Dong Likun didn't catch up, Ning Ji was no match for Wu Zong's peak strength. Even if David was exhausted, he would have no problem dealing with Luo Xiang. You dare to chase the capital from Sichuan? Do you really consider the entire summer as your home? When I was in Sichuan, I didn't fight you, but here, with your strength, can you kill me? David looked at Luo Xiang disdainfully, his voice full of ridicule. Chapter 1186. Huh, what are you pretending to be? You look exhausted right now. If I kill you, it's not impossible. What's more, I am not only a peak Wuzong here. After Luo Xiang finished speaking, all the people surrounding David burst out with aura. Each of them turned out to be 8th-rank martial sects, and there were 2 of them at the peak of martial sect. With such a lineup, David couldn't help frowning. If you are full of spiritual power now, you are not afraid, even if you can't beat it, you can easily escape. But now, the spiritual power in David's body has long been exhausted. It's too late to replenish. In the face of so many opponents of the peak of Wuzong, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. Seeing David's face, Luo Xiang smiled even more proudly. Hand over all the treasures on you, I can spare you not to die. Did you also get the magic weapon from the Demon Suppression Tower? Otherwise, the Demon Suppression Tower wouldn't collapse. Luo Xiang questioned David. David did not speak, but looked at the situation around him. Thinking about how to escape. You don't have to have any illusions. If you don't hand over your treasures today, you don't want to leave. Luo Xiang knew what David was thinking, so he said coldly. After David thought about it, he took out the Demon Suppression Tower directly from the storage ring. This is the Demon Suppression Tower, the tower that collapsed, but it's just a carrier. David said while holding the Demon Town Tower in his hand. Seeing the Demon Suppression Tower in David's hands, Luo Xiang's eyes flashed instantly. Quick, give me. Luo Xiang urged David. David took the demon suppression tower and walked slowly towards Luo Xiang. David didn't really give Luo Xiang the Devil Town Tower, he just wanted to hold Luo Xiang away when Luo Xiang relaxed his vigilance. The moment Luo Xiang's hand touched the demon suppression tower, David's eyes flashed coldly, and he suddenly grabbed Luo Xiang's wrist. Luo Xiang was startled, and hurriedly turned back and retreated, but it was too late. He saw David clasping Luo Xiang's wrist, then he turned sideways behind Luo Xiang, and stuck his hand on Luo Xiang's neck. Luo Xiang's face instantly became extremely ugly. He didn't expect David to give him this set. "Let our young master go." When several servants of the Luo family saw this, they all shouted, "It's okay to let him go, you all lay down on the ground for me, don't move." After David controlled Luo Xiang, he instantly relaxed a lot. Several Luo family members looked at each other, not knowing what to do. David exerted a little force on his hand, Luo Xiang suddenly felt difficult to breathe, and his face was flushed red. "Your subordinates don't seem to be obedient," David said in Luo Xiang's ear. At this moment, Luo Xiang, feeling the breath of death, hurriedly shouted, get down quickly." Soon, those people were all lying on the ground. "If you don't want him to die, then just lie down and don't move." David controlled Luo Xiang and began to retreat slowly. But just when David was about to control Luo Xiang to escape, a sharp breath suddenly hit. David controlled Luo Xiang, turned around, and dodged the blow embarrassingly. And the breath hit a tree not far away, and the big tree was cut off in an instant. "Damn, are you really not afraid of death?" David's face was full of anger. He didn't expect that he would control Luo Xiang, and those Luo family's servants would dare to attack from behind. David exerted force on his hand, Luo Xiang's eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs turned red. "Get down, you fucking lie down for me," Luo Xiang shouted. However, the two people who attacked David did not listen to Luo Xiang's words, but said coldly, "We are not from the Luo family, why should we listen to you? Now we only need to get the treasure on David's body. The life and death of others have nothing to do with us." After hearing the words of these two people, David was a little stunned. Chapter 1187. It turns out that these people are not all from the Luo family. "You!" When Luo Xiang heard this, he almost died of anger. "Ha ha ha, my people are right." At this moment, a burst of laughter came, and then Ningji walked slowly with a few people. "Luo Xiang, you are the eldest young master of the Luo family, and you can. How is it? Life or death, what does it have to do with my Ning family?" Seeing that Ningji came, Luo Xiang suddenly said angrily, "Ningji, what do you mean? Didn't we agree? When the treasure arrives, half of each person will be there. Who the H3LL divides you, this is Kyoto, it's my territory, you still want to divide it with me? It's just a daydream. I want all the treasures on David's body, and I want his life." It was at this time that David understood that there were actually people from the Ning family among those brought by Luo Xiang. "I didn't expect the two to join forces to deal with themselves." But it looked like Luo Xiang was being tricked by Ningji. Luo Xiang looked at Ningji angrily, "Ningji, don't regret it, my Luo family is not so easy to bully, even in Kyoto, I can make your Ning family disappear completely." Luo Xiang's words instantly made Ningji burst into laughter. "You're so fucking funny, look at the current situation, do you still have a chance to survive?" After Ningji finished speaking, he then looked at David, "You kill him now, and then obediently kneel in front of me, I can still give you a good time." David looked at Ningji gloomily. Although this guy is not very strong, he has a deep scheming and is a tough guy. If it wasn't for Ningji deliberately exposing his secrets on the martial arts forum, David would not have been targeted by so many sects. "David, you let me go, as long as you let me go, all the grievances of Luo Xiang will be written off with you. I'm not spying on all your treasures, what do you think?" Luo Xiang said to David. It's just that David didn't let go, because he didn't know if this was a play that Luo Xiang and Ningji sang together. If he released Luo Xiang and the two were uniting, then he would surely die. Seeing that David didn't trust him, Luo Xiang was a little anxious. He was really afraid that David would kill him, David, you and I have no grievances and no grudges. It was I who lost my mind and was provoked by this Ningji. That's why I took action against you. I promise, after you let me go, I will never be your enemy. And the two of us can work together to deal with this Ningji. Otherwise, if you kill me, you won't be able to escape this Ningji's poisonous hand. Luo Xiang said sincerely. David looked at Luo Xiang, and finally let go of his hand slowly. When Luo Xiang got out of David's control, Ningji was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that David would really dare to let Luo Xiang go. Luo Xiang regained his freedom, and immediately glared at Ningji. Ningji, today, I'm fucking killing you, you dare to trick me. As he said that, Luo Xiang's aura continued to erupt, and then he slapped Ningji with his palm. Luo Xiang's strength has long been the peak of Wuzong, and he is about to break through to the point of half-step Wuhou, while Ningji is just the peak of Wuzong who has just been promoted. There is still a gap in the strength of the two, so when Luo Xiang punched him, Ningji didn't dare to resist, and hurriedly ducked to the side. Luo Xiang didn't stop, he turned sideways, followed by another punch. The strong wind howled, and the huge impact directly knocked Ningji into the air. Ningji's body slammed heavily on a tree, directly breaking the tree. The servants of the Ning family hurriedly subdued Ningji. Paralyzed, are you all dead? Give it to me. Ningji roared at those servants. Soon, the servants of the Ning family attacked Luo Xiang. Chapter 1188. And the people brought by Luo Xiang also joined the battle instantly. The two sides scuffled together. Although Ningji brought many people, Luo Xiang was strong, his fists shone brightly and waved constantly. It's hard to tell the winner for a while. Seeing the situation in front of him, David turned around and ran away without any hesitation. As for who can win Ningji and Luo Xiang in the end, it has nothing to do with him. David fled to Yaoshan Valley in one breath. Long Wu and Su Chongqing were all surprised when they saw David's embarrassed appearance. David, what's wrong with you? Where are you injured? Gu Linger hasn't seen David for nearly a month, and now seeing David like this makes me feel very distressed. It's okay, it's just too boring. David smiled slightly. Su Chongqing hurriedly brought some qi condensing pills and healing medicines to help David treat his injuries. David, beheading Guo Wei, and the matter of the sect master Tibetan Qing, are they all true? Long Wu asked David. After all, these things happened after David left Medicine God Valley. Although there are some similarities in the forum, none of these things are earth-shattering. Therefore, Long Wutsai had to confirm with David. It's true. David nodded. Seeing David admit it in person, Long Wu's face showed worry. After giving David good medicine, Long Wu told everyone to leave, only he and David were in the room. David looked at the worry on Long Wu's face, so he said with relief, Uncle Long, you don't have to worry about me. Now my strength, except for the heads of those sect families, otherwise no one can do anything to me. After hearing this, Long Wu shook his head. David, you still underestimate the strength of various sect families, especially the martial arts alliance. You killed Guo Wei now and became a mortal enemy with the martial arts alliance, then Zhu Zhishan will not let you go. And the Long family. I know Long Jinghua too well. Although the Long family has not troubled you during this time, it does not mean that Long Jinghua will let you go. You've been in the limelight recently. In the martial arts forum, Xian Pengfei has already spoken, and he wants to compete with you on New Year's Day. In the days to come, it will be difficult for you to practice cleanly. After stopping Long Wu's words, David looked confused. Uncle Long, who is Xian Pengfei? He didn't even know who this person was, so why did he suddenly want to compare himself with him? This person is ranked number 1 on the free and easy list, because you killed the Tibetan Qing of Tiansha sect, so many people on the forum think that your strength can be ranked number 1 on the free list, so Xian Pengfei wants to compete with you. Long Wu explained. What is this free and easy list? David found that he didn't know much about the martial arts world. It's a ranking list, which is filled with young martial artists, who were voted for by their strength. However, officials are afraid that such rankings will cause unnecessary fights, so they are blocked. But now many young people are still paying attention to this list. Long Wu said. When David heard it, he immediately smiled and said, I'm not interested in this thing, so I won't compete. He wants to challenge me, so I shouldn't fight. David doesn't care about fame and fortune, even if he ranks first, so what? He wants to rescue his mother and Sonia now, and then the family will be reunited and live in peace. You don't care, but that doesn't mean that others don't care. You shouldn't fight at that time. Then Xian Pengfei has a way to force you to take action. You've been pushed to the cusp now, and it's hard to land. Long Wu expressed his concerns. David also knew that during this time, he was really too pushy. Chapter 1189. So much so that if you want to practice quietly, it has become a luxury. Now she can only use the strength of the Valley of the Wicked to give herself shelter for a period of time. David told Long Wu about his plans. When Long Wu heard that David wanted to rescue his mother from the Long family and Sonia from the martial arts alliance when he was young, he immediately shook his head. Don't take things too simple. Whether it's the Long family or the martial arts alliance, it's not what you see now. No one knows how deep their heritage is. What do you think Mr. Shi is so condoning and protecting you now? He needs to use your hand to confuse the entire Kyoto martial arts world. Only when the water is muddy, something hidden behind it will slowly emerge from the water. Even the official is like this. Do you think you can fight against the Long family and the martial arts alliance by yourself? Long Wu attacked David. He didn't want David to be too aggressive. Haste is not enough. If David was too aggressive, many things would be unpredictable. David fell into deep thought after listening to Long Wu's words. It may also be that he is really in a hurry, but watching his mother and girlfriend suffer, David can't help but be anxious. Seeing that David didn't speak, Long Wu patted David's shoulder. What you have to do now is to improve your strength. When your strength is strong enough, all problems are not problems. Don't think about anything else, or it will affect the progress of your cultivation. David nodded heavily, and then said, Uncle Long, can you take me to the Valley of the Wicked? Many people are staring at me now. I can't find a quiet place to practice. Although Yaoshan Valley is hidden, there are many people who know this place. If someone finds this place, with the strength of Elder Su and the others, they will not be able to resist. I want to rely on the strength of the Valley of the Wicked to help me fight for a period of time to cultivate. When Long Wu heard this, he fell into deep thought. It's not that he didn't want to help David, but his relationship with the Wicked was exhausted. At that time, when he asked the 4 wicked men to rescue David, he had already used up his face. Now that David made such a request, Long Wu didn't know what to say. That place in the Valley of the Wicked is not something that anyone can enter. Moreover, the 4 villains have strange personalities, and it is estimated that it is difficult to agree. However, since David came up with it, Long Wu decided to contact the Valley of the Wicked to try. Okay, I'll get in touch with the Valley of the Wicked and see if I can. Long Wu nodded and then walked out. David looked at Long Wu who went out, and did not tell him that the Valley of the Wicked was the entrance of the dragon sect. Just as Long Wu left, Gu Linger hurried in. I haven't seen David for a while, and Gu Linger is very worried. David, when you come back this time, are you still leaving? Gu Linger asked David. Every time, David left within a few days. David nodded, let's go, maybe tomorrow. When Gu Linger heard that David was leaving so soon, her expression suddenly became a little lonely. Where are you going? Now many people are staring at you outside. If you run around, it will be very dangerous. Gu Linger also knew some things on the forum and David's current situation. If I stay in Yaoshan Valley, it will not be long before Yaoshan Valley will be filled with gunpowder smoke. I'm going to practice in a hidden place. When I'm strong enough, I'm going to the Martial Arts Alliance to rescue Sonia. She must have suffered a lot now. Thinking of Sonia, David's eyes were full of self-blame. Chapter 1190. If Sonia hadn't followed her, she might not have been caught by the people of the Martial Arts Alliance. Then can I come with you? Otherwise I'm always worried. Gu Linger wanted to go with David. No, if you follow me, it will be very dangerous. I don't have the energy to protect you. You have to hurry up and cultivate yourself. When your strength improves and you are strong enough, maybe I will need you to protect it. David said with a slight smile. Well, Elder Sue will now refine a lot of medicinal herbs for me to practice, and I will work hard. Gulinger nodded heavily. At this time, David opened the storage ring and took out the map of Jiwanli Mountains and rivers from inside. This is for you. It can help you cultivate. You should know how to use it. David gave Gulinger the map of 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers. You keep this, don't you want to practice too? Gulinger knew that David needed this thing more than himself. Take it, I still have other magic tools to practice now. David said with a smile. With the demon suppression pagoda in place, David's practice is temporarily less than 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers, so it's just right for Gulinger to practice. Gulinger did not refuse, but took over the map of 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers. At this moment, Longwu walked in with a happy face. David, I agreed, Ding Dao agreed, I promised to let you go to the Valley of the Wicked. Longwu did not expect that Ding Dao would agree so happily. David smiled slightly, thank you Uncle Long. Why are you being polite to me, but I didn't expect Ding Dabuyo to agree so happily. Longwu said excitedly. After chatting for a while, Longwu left with Gulinger, and let David have a good rest, and set off for the Valley of the Wicked tomorrow. At this time, in a forest. There are scorched trees everywhere, and the smoke is full of gunpowder. There were several corpses lying on the ground, and Luo Xiang was covered in blood, leaning on a tree, panting heavily. On the Ningji side, it didn't get any better. Several people died, and the rest were wounded. Ningji's chest is even more bloody. Ningji didn't expect that Luo Xiang, who held such a vengeance, would fight with him directly. Ningji, if you have the ability to kill Lao Tzu today, if you let me go back alive, I will definitely destroy your Ning family. Although Luo Xiang was seriously injured, his eyes were wide open and his body was full of arrogance. Humph, you're still stubborn when you're about to die. Ningji snorted coldly, since you want to die, I will fulfill you. With that said, Ningji took the sword and walked towards Luo Xiang. Luo Xiang no longer had the strength to dodge, his eyes fixed on Ningji, if you kill me, the Luo family will definitely avenge me. Yes, of course I know that the Luo family will avenge you, but they won't seek revenge for me, but David. When I kill you, I will plant the blame directly on David's head. When the time comes, the Luo family is looking for David. Ningji grinned, it seemed that he had already thought about it. Luo Xiang was stunned, he didn't expect this guy Ningji's mind to be vicious. If the Luo family really wants to avenge themselves and go to David, no matter who wins or loses at that time, for Ningji, it's all to take advantage of the fisherman. You despicable villain, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Luo Xiang gritted his teeth. But just after he finished speaking, the long sword in Ningji's hand had already pierced his heart. In the end, Luo Xiang has no life, his eyes are still wide open, and he can't rest his eyes. Put together the bodies of the Luo family. After killing Luo Xiang, Ningji said to the 3 remaining servants of the Ning family. These people were also seriously injured, but when Ningji spoke, they still followed suit. But just when these 3 people stepped forward to restrain the Luo family. Chapter 1191. Ningji suddenly waved the long sword in his hand. The blade of the sword slid across the throats of the 3 servants. The 3 of them didn't even have a chance to make a sound, so they fell straight down. Looking at the 3 dead, Ningji wiped the blood on the sword. Don't blame me, I don't want anyone to know about this, so only the dead will keep it a secret. After Ningji finished speaking, he dragged his injured body and rushed back to the Ning family. The reason why he killed all the servants of his own family was to get rid of the things that framed David. No one will know except him. When Ningji returned home, he didn't stop, and sent someone to collect the bodies of Luo Xiang and those of the Luo family servants. He personally drove the bodies to the Luo family. The next day, after David followed Gulinger's reluctant farewell, he followed Longwu to the Valley of the Wicked. Su Chongqing sent someone to go with Longwu, because Long Wu is an ordinary person now, without any skill. When they arrived at the Valley of the Wicked, Long Wu had to rush back. Su Chongsheng was afraid that Long Wu would be in danger. The Valley of the Wicked, in the gap between two mountains. From a distance, it looks like a thin line of sky, very small. But when you walk in, you will find that the space is very large, and there are many natural stone caves. The environment in the Valley of the Wicked is much worse than that in the Valley of the Medicine Gods, and most people live in caves. David and the others have been walking for 3 days, and only then did they reach the boundary of the Valley of the Wicked. On the other side, Ningxi had already rushed to Luo's house with Luo Xiang's body. You must know that in Mabe, the Luo family is also one of the largest families. As the head of the family, Luo Jinyu has reached the strength of Marquis Wu. However, Luo Jinyu is a martial idiot. Even if his strength is invincible in Mabe, Luo Jinyu is still cultivating. He has been in retreat all year round, so it is not easy for Luo Xiang to see his father. The Luo family's affairs, both large and small, were handed over to Luo Jinyu's younger brother Luo Jinzua. Second master, someone is begging to see you outside the door. At this time, the butler of the Luo family walked into the hall and said to Luo Jinzua. Who? Luo Jinzua asked the housekeeper impatiently. He said it was Ningxi from the Ning family in Jingjing who sent the young master back. The butler said hurriedly. Hearing this, Luo Jinzua hurriedly got up, and then said angrily, this Luo Xiang runs around all day, and he can't even see him every day. For so many days this time, my eldest brother has been out of customs for 2 days, but I haven't been able to see him. I have to teach him a good lesson this time. Luo Jinzua followed the housekeeper and hurried out. When Luo Jinzhou just walked out, he saw a lot of people around the car. Get out of the way, the second master is here. The housekeeper shouted loudly, and everyone hurriedly made way. At this time, Ningxi got out of the car and met Luo Jinzua. Second master, this is Ningxi of the Ning family in the capital. The housekeeper said to Luo Jinzua. Luo Jinzua stretched out his hand, followed Ningxi and shook it, and then asked, Mr. Ning, where is Luo Xiang? Let him get down. After Ningxi heard this, his eyes suddenly turned red, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Uncle Luo, it's my fault, it's my failure to protect young Master Luo. When Ningxi said this suddenly, Luo Jinzua was stunned on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Luo Jinzua suddenly opened the car door and saw Luo Xiang, who had long been dead, lying on the back seat. Nephew! Seeing the dead Luo Xiang, Luo Jinzua roared, his eyes suddenly darkened and he fainted. Second master. The housekeeper hurriedly carried Luo Jinzua into the room. The bodies of Luo Xiang and the servants of the Luo family were also carried in together. After a while, Luo Jinzua woke up leisurely. When he saw Luo Xiang's body lying in the hall, he began to cry. Chapter 1192. Nephew, nephew. Luo Jinzua cried while holding Luo Xiang's body. Luo Xiang is dead, this is the only seedling of their Luo family, and the future Luo family will be extinct. And Luo Jinzua knew that after his brother left the customs, he would definitely go crazy when he saw his son being killed, and he would be unlucky. After crying for a while, Luo Jinzua slowly got up, exuding a majestic murderous aura. His eyes were wide open, and he looked at Ningxi coldly. Who killed my nephew? Rojinzo asked with gritted teeth. Looking at Luo Jinzua's appearance, Ningxi's heart trembled, but he quickly calmed down and said, Young Master Luo, was he killed by that David? David? Luo Jinzua had never heard David's name, nor did he know who David was. At this time, the housekeeper whispered a few words in Luo Jinzua's ear, probably telling Luo Jinzua about David's information. After listening, Luo Jinzua frowned. My nephew follows that David without any injustice, why did he kill my nephew? Luo Jinzua did not believe why David wanted to kill Luo Xiang. Ningxi hurriedly told everything. From what he told Luo Xiang Town Magic Tower, to Luo Xiang looking for David, and the matter of going to Ning's house to borrow people, they all followed Luo Jinzua one by one. And everything was told truthfully, but there was only one thing that was not truthful, that is, Luo Xiang was murdered by him. Ningji knew that the Luo family would definitely investigate and would not listen to his side words. Before he came, Ningji had already thought about it and told everything truthfully. No matter how the Luo family investigates, what Ningji said is the truth. After listening to David's words, Luo Jinzua turned to look at the housekeeper. The housekeeper nodded and said, "Second master, when the young master left home, he did mention this matter and David's name. They went to Kyoto. I contacted me once. The young master said he would stay in Kyoto for a few days, but I didn't dare to ask more." When Luo Jinzua heard the housekeeper's words, his face became extremely gloomy. "Go check it out for me. No matter that David escapes to the ends of the earth, I will let him die without a burial." Luo Jinzua roared angrily, scaring everyone in the Luo family. "Uncle Luo, before I came, I had already sent someone to investigate the whereabouts of David, and now there is probably news. I will ask right away." Before Ningji came to Mabe, he had already sent someone to inquire about David's whereabouts. He knew that the Luo family would definitely seek revenge on David, and he would just report David's hiding place at that time. Ningji took out his mobile phone and then dialed a number to go out. After a while, Ningji walked back with an ugly face. "Master Ning, have you asked? Where is David?" Rojinzo asked. Ningji nodded. "Uncle Luo." Then David knew that he had caused a big disaster, and went to hide in the Valley of the Wicked. The Valley of the Wicked? When Luo Jinzua heard it, he was stunned. He could never have imagined that David had anything to do with the Valley of the Wicked. Could this David have something to do with the Valley of the Wicked? Rojinzo asked. "I don't know very well, but I think it's impossible for the Valley of the Wicked to follow the Luo family as an enemy for that David." Ningji was very afraid that Luo Jinzua would not dare to seek revenge from David when he heard about the Valley of the Wicked. After all, the Valley of the Wicked is notorious, and all the four villains play their cards unreasonably. So no one wants to provoke the Valley of the Wicked. Even if the Valley of the Wicked protects David, my nephew can't die in vain. If it's a big deal, I will destroy the Valley of the Wicked together. Luo Jinzua flashed a cold light, his fists clenched tightly together. "Second master, the strength of this villain valley is extraordinary. Should we wait for the master to discuss it after he leaves the customs?" The housekeeper persuaded Luo Jinzua. Chapter 1193. Negotiate AF.art. My brother will definitely bring people to the Valley of the Villains when he leaves the customs. Luo Jinzua said with a cold face, "You call people immediately, follow me to the Valley of the Wicked, and send someone to guard at home. As soon as my brother leaves the customs, tell him." The housekeeper still wanted to persuade, but looking at Luo Jinzua like that, he didn't speak. Soon, Luo Jinzua set off with a mighty force towards the Valley of the Wicked. Ningji watched Luo Jinzua lead someone to find David, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "David, do you want to fight me? It's too tender." After Ningji finished speaking, he then asked a servant of the Ning family beside him, "Have I asked all the middle-level and above members of the family to be summoned?" "Master, most of them have been gathered, but there are still some people who refuse to obey your orders without master's orders." After listening to Ningji, he immediately cursed angrily, "My dad is in retreat from Malargobi. As the eldest young master of the Ning family, I can't control them anymore." However, scolding, the middle-level or even higher-level people in the Ning family that Ningji could order were still a few, and most of them only obeyed the orders of the Ning family's patriarch. It counts as much as you come, but if the Luo family and the Villains Valley really want to fight, they will definitely lose both sides. Then it's time for my Ning family fishermen to benefit. Ningji's eyes glowed with greed. The reason why he called these people is to wait for an opportunity to destroy David. If the Luo family destroys David, those treasures will not fall into the hands of the Luo family. Ningji has already calculated it. Poor Luo Jinzua didn't know that he had already fallen into Ningji's trap. Valley of the Wicked. Long Wu took David to the entrance of the Valley of the Wicked. "Who are you?" "This is a valley of villains. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." The two guards suddenly jumped out of the cover and yelled at David and the others. "We're here to find Ding, please let me know," Long Wu said loudly. Can our boss also meet you casually? One of the guards snorted coldly, you leave now, or don't blame us for being rude. The two guards posed for attack. People in the Valley of the Wicked have always been reluctant to follow everyone in the martial arts world. When the two guards saw Long Wu and the others, they should be from a certain sect family, so they didn't want them to enter the valley. You two, we are just here to find your boss to discuss something, please let me know. David stepped forward and said politely. Go away, I said it all, no see. One of the guards cursed angrily, and then slapped David with a palm. David frowned. He didn't expect these people in the Valley of the Wicked to be so weird. David saw that the guard slapped his palm, and then dodged away. Seeing this, another guard also hurriedly attacked David. David kept dodging, and the two guards could not touch David at all. While fighting, Ding Busan came over. Who the H3LL dares to make trouble in front of our villain valley? Ding Busan roared. But when he saw David and Long Wu, his eyes were stunned. Then one jumped up, and then kicked the two guards away with both feet. Damn, you two little brats dare to be rude to the guests in the Valley of the Wicked. Let me tell you, when Long Wu was in the Valley of the Wicked, there were no you little brats. Ding Busan cursed at the two guards. When the two guards heard this, they quickly retreated in fright. Brother Ding. When Long Wu saw Ding Busan, he hurried up to meet him. Seeing Long Wu, Ding Busan happily patted Long Wu's shoulder. But this shot almost knocked Long Wu to the ground. Chapter 1194. Ding Busan was stunned. Long Wu, what's wrong with you? Why have you lost all your skills? Long Wu smiled lightly, Brother Ding, I am an ordinary person now. I came here to bring David here and let you guys take care of me. Long Wu, eldest brother told me, that's why I came here to see, the affection of our brothers, this is still a matter. Ding Busan said, and brought Long Wu and the others into the Valley of the Evil. Ding didn't see Long Wu and David coming, so he ordered a big banquet. Long Wu, our brothers, we haven't been together for 20 years. Ding Dao said to Long Wu. Brother, the more you live now, the more dashing you are, I am an ordinary person now. Long Wu smiled a little lonely, and then continued, this time, I hope my elder brother can take good care of David. This friendship will never be forgotten by Long Wu. Long Wu, what are you talking about? David is staying with me. Whoever dares to come here to make trouble, then ask me if Ding is big or not. Ding Dao patted his chest and assured. Long Wu's eyes suddenly became wet. He didn't expect that after so many years, the Valley of the Wicked still treated him as a brother, and helped him and gave him face. But Long Wu didn't know, Ding Dabuyu promised this because the villain Gu was originally a Hall of the Dragon sect and was David's subordinate. After eating in the Valley of the Wicked, Long Wu didn't wait long and went back. Long Wu walked back, Ding Buda let everyone leave, and then brought Ding Buer, Ding Busan, and 4 people to kneel in front of David. Villain of the villains, the 4 villains, welcome the Lord of the Palace. The 4 wicked men bowed to David in unison. Such a scene, if other people see it, I am afraid that I will be shocked to death. David waved his hand and made all the 4 villains stand up. Ding is not big, what is our current strength in the Valley of the Wicked? Compared with the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, can we have the strength to fight? David asked Ding Dao Dao. David wanted to see the strength of the Valley of the Wicked. If he could use the strength of the Valley of the Wicked to rescue Sonia, that would be fine. After Ding didn't hear it, his face changed slightly. Palace Master, although our villain valley is not bad, it is still a little distance from the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. After all, the Martial Arts Alliance has displayed its own strength, and there are also many sect families. If these sect families are united, we in the Valley of the Wicked have no power to fight back. What Ding Dao said is very objective. If you only compare with the Martial Arts Alliance, the Valley of the Wicked is not much different. But when it comes to life and death, the Martial Arts Alliance will unite with those sect families, and then the Valley of the Wicked will not have the slightest chance of winning. After hearing this, David fell into silence. He also knew that if he fought with the Martial Arts Alliance, it would be against more than half of the sect family in the entire Kyoto martial arts world. Even if David folded all the Taipei palaces he found together, he would not be the opponent of the martial arts alliance. David took a long sip. Now he can still find a way to improve his strength as soon as possible, and then he can find a few more eloquence in the dragon sect. However, David didn't know where the other Taipei halls were, and what he could do now was to cultivate. Ding is not big, you find me a quiet and spacious place, I need to practice for a while, don't let anyone disturb me during this time. David said to Ding Dao. Palace Master, we have a place in the Valley of the Wicked, it's just. Ding did not hesitate to speak. Just say anything. David said. It's just that our Valley of the Wicked hardly communicates with those sect families. After so many years, the resources in the valley are almost exhausted. I'm afraid that we won't be able to get much resources and let the Hall Master practice. Ding Dao said with a look of shame. After David heard this, he immediately laughed. Chapter 1195. It turns out that Ding Bubu has no cultivation resources, whether it is herbs, medicinal herbs or spar, the Valley of the Wicked does not have any of these things. Don't worry, I don't need any resources for my cultivation. I brought it myself. Just take me to a quiet and spacious place. David smiled slightly. That's easy to say. Ding Bubu immediately walked towards the depths of the valley with David. Soon, Ding did not find a quiet and spacious place. Palace Master, can you take a look here? Ding didn't say much. David looked at it, then nodded, yes. After finishing speaking, David took out the Demon Suppression Tower from the storage ring. Then the Demon Suppression Tower was thrown in the air, and then the Demon Suppression Tower instantly became larger and stood directly in that spacious place. Looking at the sudden appearance of the pagoda, the four villains were suddenly shocked. This is called the Devil Town Tower, and the tower is full of spiritual energy, so I don't need other resources to repair it. In addition, you send someone to go to Yaoshan Valley, and in the future, let Yaoshan Valley regularly prepare resources for the Valley of the Wicked. David said to Ding Dao. Yao Shengu. Ding Dabuyu was stunned. Yao Shengu's medicinal pills are very expensive, we are afraid that it is. Don't worry, I won't ask for a penny, I'm the owner of Yaoshan Valley now. David smiled lightly. This time, the four villains were even more shocked and looked at David in disbelief. Looking at the shocked four people, David continued, I'm going to practice now, there is nothing particularly important, don't disturb me, and don't let people come here, I will set up a formation here. David told Ding Not Big that when David practiced, he would set up a killing formation around him. If people in the Valley of the Wicked accidentally break in, they will die. Don't worry, Hall Master, without our order, no one dares to come here. Ding didn't say much. David walked into the Devil Town Tower, and then the gate of the Devil Town Tower slowly closed. The four wicked men turned and left. Brother, have you noticed that the breath of the Hall Master is very similar to the benefactor who saved us in the Valley of the Evil? Yes, I feel this way too, but seeing that the Palace Master is only in his 20s, it is impossible for him to be able to save us in the Valley of the Wicked? Could this be the benefactor's child back then? Several people were discussing. Okay, don't guess. In the future, we will strengthen the defense of the Valley of the Wicked. I estimate that someone will come to the door soon. Ding Dao said to the other three. The next morning, the four wicked men are rearranging the defenses of the Valley of the Wicked, and they have also sent people to the Valley of the Medicine God. For so many years, the resources of the Valley of the Wicked have been lacking, and many people's strength has been very slow to improve. Although in the eyes of the outside world, the Valley of the Wicked is still powerful. But only they themselves know that if this continues, the Valley of the Wicked will become someone else's meal sooner or later. Boss, there is a person outside the door, claiming to be a member of the Mabe Luo family, asking to see the boss. A guard ran in and said to Ding Dao. Mabe Luo family? Ding did not frown slightly. Brother, we have never dealt with the Mabe Luo family. Ding Buer said. Could it be that he came to find Mr. Chen? Ding Busan also asked in doubt. If they really dare to trouble Mr. Chen, they don't even want to get out of the Valley of Villains. Ding Bu clenched four fists. Don't be impulsive, let's see what's going on. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Mr. Chen to have anything to do with the Mabe Luo family. Ding didn't say much. After all, Mabe is still a long way from Kyoto, so how could David have any holiday with Mabe's family? Invite people in. Ding Dao said to the guard. Soon, Rojinzo led people to the hall. Chapter 1196. After seeing Ding not big, Luo Jinzua clasped his fist slightly and said, Mabe Luo family, Luo Jinzua, I have seen the Wicked Valley owner. Ding Buba nodded slightly, motioned Luo Jinzua to sit down, and then asked, Second Master Luo, you have a long way to go, why don't you come to my Villain's Valley? I remember we didn't communicate with each other, right? Luo Jinzua Chenimo after a while, suddenly said, Gu Master, I am here this time to ask for someone from you. Do you want someone? Ding Bai frowned, who do you want? I want the one named David. Luo Jinzua mentioned David, his eyes flashing with anger, he killed my nephew and fled to the Valley of the Wicked. I hope the owner of the valley can hand over that David to me. After Ding didn't hear it, his brows furrowed deeper. He didn't expect that David really had a festival with Mabe Luo's family, and he was still a deadly enemy. I haven't heard of this person you mentioned, and we don't have this person in the Valley of the Wicked. Ding said lightly. Seeing this, Luo Jinzua's face turned cold. Guju, someone has seen that David escaped to your Villain's Valley, how could you have not seen it? Guju will not be my Luo family enemy for that David. Bar. I have to take that David with me today. If the owner of the valley doesn't pay him, I will bear the consequences. After listening to Luo Jinzua's words, Ding didn't look angry. Ding Busan, who was on the side, couldn't take it anymore, and immediately scolded, What the H3LL is your Mabe Luo family? Dare to threaten our Wicked Valley? Mr. Chen is in our Villain Valley, what the H3LL can you do? Fuck the consequences, what are the consequences, come and tell me, I think you don't want to leave. Luo Jinzua was scolded by Ding Busan, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Since you admit it, then you don't plan to give people to me? Luo Jinzua said coldly. I said, give it to your mother, what do you want? Ding Busan roared. Ding Busan, don't deceive people too much. Luo Jinzua was furious and immediately clapped the table. The hard Wangwali table was instantly shattered. The members of the Valley of the Wicked who heard the movement rushed in an instant and surrounded Luo Jinzua and the Luo family. Luo Jinzua looked at the people who rushed in, and said with a gloomy face, You guys have thought about it, if you dare to do something to me, you will be immortal, our Mabe Luo family, and even the entire Mabe martial arts world, never give up. Ding didn't sneer, you are just a dog of the Luo family. The real master of the house is your eldest brother, don't think I don't know. You are not qualified to say this now. Luo Jinzua was hit by Ding's words, and instantly hit the sore spot. In Luo's family, the real head of the family is his eldest brother, and he himself is just an agent. Luo Jinzua's eyes narrowed slightly, his face became extremely ugly, and he stared at Ding Bude. He didn't expect that the Valley of the Wicked would not hesitate to offend their Luo family for the sake of David, and even start a war. Don't think I'm afraid of you in your Wicked Valley. Are you going to pay people or not today? A murderous intent burst out from Luo Jinzua, and a terrifying aura instantly permeated. I said, give it to your mother. Ding Busan jumped up, beating you in my valley is considered bullying. If you have the ability, go outside to compare. Okay. After Luo Jinzua finished, one jumped out. The four wicked men took the people from the Valley of the Wicked and followed them out. After walking out of the Valley of the Wicked, they came to an open space, and then everyone stopped. Paralyzed, come on. After Ding Busan stopped, he waved to Luo Jinzua. Ding Buai stretched out his hand and stopped Ding Busan, young San, you step back, I'll come, I don't know the details of this guy yet. Among the four villains, Ding Buyu is the most powerful, so without knowing Luo Jinzua's details, Ding Buyu intends to take action personally. Brother, I'm not afraid of him. Ding Busan was eager to try. The third one, listen to the big brother. Ding Buer held Ding Busan. Chapter 1197. Luo Jinzua looked at the situation in front of him and snorted coldly, "Whoever of you shoots is the same." After all, Luo Jinzua's palm began to flash with purple rays of light, and then a palm went towards Ding Dabo. Ding didn't watch Luo Jinzua's attack, he didn't panic. Just when Luo Jinzua was in front of him, he suddenly raised his hand to meet him. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Luo Jinzua was instantly slapped on the face. I saw Luo Jinzua flew out and finally fell to the ground. Half of his face was directly red and swollen. The corners of his mouth were full of blood. "With this little skill, you dare to come to my villain's valley? If you want someone, let your big brother come." Ding didn't look at Luo Jinzua coldly, and the murderous aura permeated his body. Luo Jinzuo's face became extremely ugly. He did not expect that the strength gap between himself and Ding Dao was so great. "Second Master." The housekeeper helped Luo Jinzua up at this time, and then whispered, "Second Master, let's go back and have a long-term plan. The strength of this villain's valley is too strong." Luo Jinzua didn't say anything this time. He just gave him a small palm, letting him know the gap between him and the Valley of the Wicked. "Humph, you wait, my Luo family will never give up." Luo Jinzua looked at the four villains fiercely. "Paralyzed, you dare to threaten us, I think you don't want to leave." Ding Busan was not used to Luo Jinzua, so he jumped up and stopped at the door. Seeing this, Luo Jinzua's face instantly became embarrassed. He just wanted to say a few harsh words and find himself a step down. But I didn't want this Ding Busan to really stop them. If the Valley of the Wicked really wants to keep them, Luo Jinzua knows that none of them can leave. "Old Third, come back," Ding Buyu said to Ding Busan. Seeing this, Ding Busan could only glare at Luo Jinzua, then backed away. When Luo Jinzua saw Ding Busan dodged, he immediately took someone away. "Damn, I must destroy the Valley of the Wicked." After walking away, Luo Jinzua said angrily. "Second Master, don't worry, let's go back and talk about it," the housekeeper said to Luo Jinzua. Luo Jinzua nodded, and now he underestimated the strength of the Valley of the Wicked, and the people he brought were obviously not enough. So go back and rearrange people. Just after Luo Jinzua took the people away, a person came out of the hiding place, looking at Luo Jinzua who was leaving, and left quickly. As for the Ning family in Kyoto, Ningji got the news right away. "Master," then Luo Jinzua left the Valley of the Wicked. "It looks like he was beaten and his face is swollen." The servant of the Ning family reported to Ningji. When Ningji heard this, he slapped the table angrily and said, "Damn, this Luo Jinzua is a fucking waste." He was slapped and left. "Do you have any guts? I thought that their Luo family would follow the wicked Guyu to death." Ningji had already assembled the manpower, and he was leading people to kill him while waiting for the fish to die and the net to break. "Young master, you don't have to worry, the Luo family will not let it go. I believe that this time, when the Luo family returns to Mabe, they will definitely gather more people." The butler of the Ning family stepped forward and persuaded Ningji. "I'm afraid that the Luo family is not the opponent of the Villain's Valley at all. When I get scared, my plan will be in vain." Ningji was afraid of Luo Jinzua's cowardice, and did not dare to go to the Villain's Valley. "Young master, no, the Luo family is also the largest family in Mabe, and its strength is very strong, and many of the sects in the entire Mabe are almost all led by the Luo family. This time when Luo Jinzua goes back, he will definitely call more people here, just wait patiently," Ning's housekeeper explained. "Well, I can only wait." Ningji nodded. Chapter 1198. In the Valley of the Wicked. After Luo Jinzua left, Ding Buyu strengthened the defense of the Valley of the Wicked. "Third, you sent someone to guard the place where Mr. Chen practiced at the back. No one is allowed to approach and disturb. You go and take someone to guard it yourself, no matter what happens in front of you, you are not allowed to move," Ding Buyu said to Ding Busan. Ding Busan nodded, and then took a few relatively powerful people from the Valley of the Wicked to guard around the Demon Town Tower. At this moment, David was sitting cross-legged in the Demon Suppression Tower. The surrounding aura formed a small vortex around David's body. The heart condensation art was running fast, and David's Dantian was thirsty to absorb the spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Luo Jinzua has rushed back to Mabe. It's just that Luo Jinzua doesn't know when his brother will go out. If he waited for his brother to go out, and then went to the Valley of the Wicked, I'm afraid that David would have disappeared without a trace. Steward, post to all the sect families in the Mabe martial arts world who have cooperated with our Luo family. I want to unite these people and give him the Valley of the Wicked. I don't believe they don't make friends. Luo Jinzua said with a gloomy expression. Second master, shall we wait for the master to leave the customs? The butler cautioned. I'm letting you go, just go, don't you listen to me. Rojinzo roared at the butler. Seeing this, the butler hurried to inform. In just one day, almost all the sect families in the Mabe martial arts world gathered in the Luo family. After all, in Mabe, the Luo family is the largest family, and no one dares to provoke them. What's more, Luo Jinyu, the patriarch of the Luo family, is a martial idiot, and only cultivation is cultivation. The strength has long been incomprehensible. Luo Jinzua sat on the main seat and looked at the representatives and heads of the dozens of major sect families below. Luo Jinzua was very happy. Today, I called everyone together because I wanted to ask you for something. Rojinzo said to the crowd. Second Master Luo, if you have something to do, just say it, we can do it, we will do it. One of the old men in white training clothes said. Yes, the Luo family's business is our business. If we in Mabe hadn't had the Luo family in front, I don't know how many people would have attacked us here. Yes, in the Mabe martial arts world, we must unite as one. Luo Iri said a word, we will do anything. Everyone below was touting the Luo family. This made Rojinzo swell in an instant, and his face was full of pride. Since you all look down on my Luo family, then I won't beat around the bush. Luo Jinzua drank a cup of tea, and then continued, to tell the truth, my nephew was assassinated a few days ago, and now the body has been sent back. Just after Luo Jinzua's words were finished, everyone took a deep breath. The son of the Luo family dares to be killed? That's just dead. Second Master Luo, who killed Luo Xiang? This is simply courting death. A sect master asked David. It's David. Luo Jinzua said. David? Many people looked blank, not knowing what this David looked like. However, someone was shocked when they heard David's name. I know this David, he has been in the limelight recently. Not only did he defeat Long Xiao, he also killed Guo Wei, and some time ago, he killed the master of the Tiansha sect, Zhang Qing, who was chasing him. I just didn't expect that this David even had a black hand with Luo Gongzi. Although the speaker was only in his early 30s and looked very young, he was already the head of a certain sect in Mabe. When everyone heard it, David was so arrogant that he not only offended the Long family, but also offended the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. Now even the largest family in Mabe has become a mortal enemy along with David. Chapter 1199. Second Master Luo, what do you need us to do? We all listen to you. This David even dares to kill young Master Luo, it's just damn it. He didn't just kill Master Luo, David is provoking our entire Mabe martial arts world. Yes, catch that David, kill him, and avenge Master Luo. Many aristocratic families shouted. Okay, then we can set off. I will send a letter of war to the Valley of the Wicked. If they dare to cover up David, they will have to pay the price. When Luo Jinzua saw so many people supporting him, he felt confident. Second Master, I think we should discuss it from a long-term perspective. Let's wait for the Master to come out and talk about it. After all, we have traveled thousands of miles from Mabe to the Valley of the Wicked, plus it is the territory of Kyoto. So many of us are dispatched, and we will definitely alert the above. When the official comes forward, it will be difficult to handle. The housekeeper reminded Luo Jinzua in a low voice. I've said it all, give the Wicked Valley a gauntlet. This is a normal way for us to settle our grievances. Where can the government control it? You go away, don't worry about it, I don't think you put my second master in your eyes at all. Luo Jinzua looked at the housekeeper in disgust and said. Seeing this, the butler didn't dare to say anything, and could only pray that Luo Jinyu would be able to leave the customs as soon as possible. Soon, Luo Jinzhua publicly published the gauntlet on the martial arts forum. The Mabe Luo family united with the entire Mabe martial arts world to publicly declare war on the Valley of the Villains, unless the villains were able to hand over the murderer David. Otherwise, the Valley of the Wicked will be washed with blood, and none will be left. As soon as the news was released, it exploded in an instant. In the entire Mabe martial arts world, it is a big deal to declare war on the Valley of the Wicked. The Valley of the Wicked is quite strong, but facing the entire Mabe martial arts world, I am afraid it is even weaker. Why did the Mabe Luo family compete with the Valley of the Wicked? There's no festival between the two families. Didn't you see? It's for that David again. I heard that David killed the eldest young master of the Luo family. Do you think the Luo family can't get angry? What does that David have to do with the Valley of the Wicked? The Valley of the Wicked actually fought with the entire Mabe martial arts world in order to protect David. Wait for a good show, such a war has not happened for many years. Everyone on the forum is talking about it and paying attention to this upcoming battle. Such a battle must be bloody. Kyoto Ninja. Ningji also saw the news on the forum, and there was an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. Master, the Luo family has already set off with many sect families in Mabe, and it is estimated that they will be able to reach the Valley of the Wicked in 3 days. At this time, the butler of the Ning family hurriedly ran and said, I really didn't expect that the Luo family's appeal is really good, and it can really mobilize the entire martial arts world in Mabe. Now I see how the Valley of the Wicked can resist, and that David will surely die. Ningji smiled wickedly. Master, what do we do next? If the Luo family uses the entire Mabe martial arts world, then we won't be able to intervene. The butler asked. Don't worry, let everyone stand by. After this time, our Ning family may be able to become the leader of the Mabe martial arts world. At that time, the entire Mabe martial arts world, listen to my Ning family commander, plus our power in Kyoto. Let me see who can compete with my Ning family. As for the Dong family, I will destroy them sooner or later. Ha ha ha, ha. Ningji proudly raised his head and laughed. Ningji's ambition is getting bigger and bigger, and he wants to replace the Luo family and become the boss of the Mabe martial arts world, but this time, if the Luo family or even the entire Mabe martial arts world is severely damaged, it will be an opportunity. Chapter 1200. Kyoto Guardian Pavilion. After Zhao Waoqi saw the message posted by the Luo family on the forum, he immediately found Mr. Shi. This kind of big battle between sect families is bound to cause countless casualties. As officials, they have a responsibility to stop it. Mr. Shi, the Luo family will take the entire Mabe martial arts world to follow the Valley of the Wicked. Before Zhao Waoqi finished speaking, Mr. Shi waved his hand. I already know. Mr. Shi interrupted Zhao Waoqi. Then what should we do? Should we send someone to stop it in time? Zhao Wuji asked. No, let them go. Mr. Shi said lightly. Mr. Shi, if we don't show up in this kind of large-scale fight, will it be? I said, let them go. Mr. Shi suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhao Waoqi. Zhao Waoqi trembled slightly, and he stopped talking immediately, and he no longer mentioned the matter of the Luo family's fight with the Villains Valley. Seeing that Zhao Waoqi stopped talking, Mr. Shi slowly continued, why has the entire martial arts world in Daxia settled down for too many years, especially the Kyoto martial arts world, and now it needs to be reshuffled? Zhao Waoqi did not understand what Mr. Shi said, but as the pavilion owner of the Dharma Protector Pavilion, he could only obey the orders. In the Valley of the Wicked. Ding Dao also saw the information on the forum. When he saw that the Luo family took the entire Mabe martial arts world to openly challenge the Valley of the Wicked, Ding Dao's brows slightly wrinkled. Big brother, it seems that the Luo family is determined to want Mr. Chen. Ding Buer said in a low voice. No matter what, even if we take all of my Villains Valley, we must not let them take away Mr. Chen. Ding Budo's eyes were firm. Inform everyone in the Valley of the Wicked immediately to show the determination to die and fight to the end. Brother, why don't I go out and find some help? Ding Busi said. What help can we find in the Valley of the Wicked? Ding didn't laugh at himself. Ding Busi stopped talking. Over the years, the Valley of the Wicked has not had any friends, nor did he have any contacts with other sects and families. He has always been alone. At this moment, a villain valley guard suddenly hurried in. Boss, a lot of people suddenly came outside and said they were looking for you. The guard looked a little flustered. It's impossible for the Luo family to come so quickly, right? Ding Dao frowned. Soon, Ding Dao took people outside the valley. Sure enough, he saw hundreds of people outside, standing at the gate of the Valley of the Wicked. Ding didn't take a glance and found that he was not very familiar with these people. Master Dingu, Zhao Ligua of Shadowless Villa took the liberty to disturb me. At this time, Zhao Ligua stepped forward and bowed his hands to Ding Dao. I don't know that the owner of Zhao Zhuang suddenly brought so many people to my villain valley, what's the matter? Ding looked at Zhao Ligua cautiously and asked. Master Dingu, I know that the Luo family in Mabe has issued a gauntlet and is going to take away Mr. Chen, so I specially brought someone here to help the Wicked Valley to defend against the Luo family and protect Mr. Chen. Zhao Ligua quickly explained. Seeing that Zhao Ligua was here to help, Ding Dao's heart was relieved. As the so-called drum beats thousands of people, Ding was not afraid that some aristocratic sects would take advantage of the opportunity of the Luo family to challenge the Valley of the Wicked, and they would also attack the Valley of the Wicked. At that time, the Valley of the Wicked was simply unable to withstand it. However, Ding did not look at the people that Zhao Ligua brought, as well as Zhao Ligua's own strength, and said with a faint smile, Zhao Zhuangzhu, thank you for your kindness, but the strength of you people, staying here is also a disciple. It's just an increase in casualties. Master Dingu, I know that the people I brought are not very strong, but we are not afraid of death. If Master Dingu thinks we are a burden, then we will be stationed outside the valley. The Luo family has brought people. We must kill all of us before we can enter the Valley of the Wicked. Even if we can buy Mr. Chen a minute and a second, our death will be worth it. Zhao Ligua said with a firm expression. Chapter 1201. Seeing Zhao Ligua's firm expression, Ding Dabuo was slightly taken aback. He seemed to see himself just now in Zhao Ligua's eyes. Just now, he also had this kind of firm eyes, holding the determination to die. Could it be that this shadowless villa is also an entrance to the dragon sect? Ding Dabuo doubted in his heart. After all, there are 13 entrances in the dragon sect, and there is no connection between each entrance, let alone knowing each other. Zhao Zhuangzhu, I can take the liberty to ask, what is the relationship between you and Mr. Chen? Ding was not very curious and asked Zhao Ligua. Zhao Ligua hesitated, then shook his head, Master Dingu, forgive me for not being able to tell you, but I am willing to go through fire and water for Mr. Chen. Ding didn't see that Zhao Ligua didn't say anything, so he didn't ask any more, so he said, since Zhao Zhuangzhu is so sincere, please come in. Ding did not invite Zhao Ligua into the Valley of the Wicked, but just when they were about to enter the Valley of the Wicked, they saw a group of people hurried over. When he saw the person coming, Ding Dao knew him at once, and hurried up to meet him. Elder Su, why are you here? Ding Buyu was very surprised, why did Su Chongxing come? Ding Guzhu, our Guzhu is in trouble. As the elder of Yao Shenggu, how could I not come? You risk yourselves for the sake of the owner of the valley, and we, Yao Shenggu, can't watch it. Su Chongxing said. Elder Su, that's not what I meant. You are all alchemists and pharmacists, you shouldn't take risks. In the future, I will count on you to concoct alchemy and prescribe it to heal us. Ding didn't know that David was the owner of Yaoshan Valley. However, most of the medicine gods are alchemists and pharmacists. Even if they have strength, their realm is not very high. For these people in Medicine God Valley, it is more suitable to make alchemy to heal the disease than to let them fight and kill. I brought people this time just to be able to heal you in time. In addition, I also brought some medicinal herbs, which can improve the combat effectiveness. Su Chongxing said. When Ding Dao heard it, he was immediately very happy. Zhao Ligua and Su Chongxing were invited in. As for Zhao Ligua and Su Chongxing, the two have known each other for a long time. During this period of time, Yao Shengge provided many herbs and medicinal herbs to Wuying Mountain Villa. With Xiao Ligua and Su Chongxing leading people to join, Ding Dabu's heart has a lot of confidence. Inside the Demon Tower, David is cultivating desperately. As for the upcoming battle of the century outside, he must not be aware of it. The heart condensation technique ran quickly, and the spiritual energy poured into David's body, which was then converted into spiritual power by the condensing heart technique and stored in his dantian. It's just that David's dantian is like a bottomless pit. He desperately absorbs spiritual energy, but he can't see the changes in his dantian. With the improvement of realm, the aura that David needs to practice increases exponentially. David wanted to break through to half-step Wuho, but he didn't know how much spiritual energy he needed, let alone Wuho. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days have passed. Luo Jinzhua took many sect families in Mabe and rushed to the Valley of the Wicked. And many people from sect families in Kyoto came to watch the fun. Now that the gauntlet has been officially issued, and the official does not care, other sect families will also come to see the excitement. Master, the Luo family has brought people to the Valley of the Wicked. Shall we go take a look? The housekeeper asked Ningji. Of course I'm going. Why don't you watch this kind of battle of the century, and this is still my masterpiece. Ningji's face was full of pride, and then he asked, have you arranged all the people I asked you to arrange? It's all arranged, everything is arranged according to your instructions. The butler cautiously replied. That's fine. Ningji nodded. The housekeeper lowered his head slightly, and in front of Ningji, the housekeeper was worried every time. The longer he followed Ningji, the more unfathomable the scheming of the eldest young master of the Ning family in front of him. In front of him, every word must be cautious. Chapter 1202. Valley of the Wicked. Ding Dabuo took everyone to the entrance of the Valley of the Wicked. Luo Jinzhua took hundreds of people from the Mabe martial arts world and rushed to the Valley of the Wicked. The two sides yearn far and wide, and the swords are drawn. The scene was full of gunpowder. Many people watching the lively, all ran to the hills on both sides, waiting to watch a century war. Master Dingu, if you hand over that David now, I can open up the net and spare you the Wicked Valley. Rojinzo took 2 steps forward, then sneered. Stop talking nonsense, this is the territory of our Valley of the Wicked. You have come all the way, haven't you heard the saying that Qianlong can't overpower the local snake? Ding Busi pointed at Luo Jinzhua and roared. I'm afraid you can't even count as a local snake in the Valley of the Villains, right? Luo Jinzhua snorted coldly, and then said contemptuously, I'll give you 2 minutes now, if you don't hand over David. I must let the blood flow into the river. Just rely on you shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Dare to make mistakes? Ding Bu's eyes narrowed. Ding Busi, since that's the case, let me teach you what you can do. At this time, behind Luo Jinzhua, the young sect master in his 30s jumped up. Ding Busi looked at the young man who suddenly rushed up, and couldn't help sneering, is there no one in your Mabe martial arts world? Send a little boy to die. Compared with Ding Busi, this sect master, who is only about 30, does appear to be a little smaller. Ding Busi, you're not just a half-step marquis, what's so great, strength is not divided by age. The young man looked at Ding Busi coldly, I am Fang Xingyue, the head of the Xingyue sect. Today, let me learn whether the 4 villains in the Valley of the Wicked have gained their reputations. This young man signed up for the account himself, obviously wanting to use this opportunity to increase his popularity, and also to increase the popularity of his sect. This made it much easier for him to recruit disciples. Are you here to advertise yourself? Ding Busi said with a sneer. Stop talking nonsense, do you dare to fight with me? Fang Xingyue yelled. Even if you fight with you, the price will drop, but if you don't fight with you, I'm afraid you will never know that you are a waste. Ding Busi looked at Fang Xingyue coldly. What did you say? Fang Xingyue was furious, and then the energy in her body erupted, and the tyrannical energy condensed in Fang Xingyue's hand. Old things, your time has passed, and today I will let you taste my power. Fang Xingyue roared angrily, and then slapped Ding Busi with her palm. Fang Xingyue's aura was incomparably tyrannical, obviously reaching the strength of a half-step marquis. I didn't expect that at such a young age, he has already reached the realm of a half-step marquis. You don't even look at it. If you set up a sect at the age of 30, your strength will definitely not be low. I haven't seen this young man on the free and easy list. With such strength, there must be a place on the free and easy list. The people watching on the top of the hill were all talking in a low voice. Humph, even before the hair is fully grown, you dare to be presumptuous. After Ding Busi finished speaking, he raised his hand calmly and greeted him. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, followed by a huge energy spread around. Fortunately, the people watching are also experts. If they are ordinary people, the energy that spreads out can also shock people to death. Fang Xingyue's face changed, and then her body flew straight out, drawing an arc in the air. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out and fell heavily to the ground. This? How is this possible? Fang Xingyue couldn't believe that, as a half-step Wuhou, Ding Busi defeated him so easily. Chapter 1203. How could this be the case? The same realm, this strength gap is too big. Everyone looked at Fang Xingyue's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help sneering. Sure enough, I'm still young, I don't understand the same realm, and the strength is also 1,000 miles away. I've only just stepped into the half-step marquis, so I can't wait to challenge the other half-step marquis. Isn't this courting death? Ding Busi has been in the position of Banba marquis. He has stayed for more than 10 years without breaking through. Such a Banba marquis cannot be compared to others. Everyone mocked Fang Xingyue, making Fang Xingyue lose all her face. You Mabe martial arts world, the strength is only the same, is there anything else you want to try? Ding Busi glanced at Luo Jinzue and the others with disdain, and then continued, if you don't want to try, then get out, if you annoy us, don't want to leave. Ding Busi's words instantly made Luo Jinzue's gang infuriated. Ding Busi, a doll, how can you represent our entire Mabe martial arts world? Since you say so, let me teach you 2 tricks. At this time, an old man wearing a white training suit slowly walked out from the crowd. Judging by the age, the old man was about the same age as Ding Busi, but the old man's hair and beard were all gray. Seeing the old man stand up, whether it was Ding Busi or the others in the Valley of the Wicked, their faces became solemn. Because the aura emanating from this old man has already faintly reached the realm of Marquis Wu. Even if it is not Wuhou's strength, it must have reached a bottleneck, waiting for an opportunity to break through. Ding Bu faced the old man in front of him in all directions, obviously not his opponent. Ding Busi, do you want to do it? I happen to borrow your villain's valley to accompany me to practice my hands, maybe it can help me break through. The old man jokingly said to Ding Busi. Ding Busi's face was ugly, and he didn't move, because he knew that his shot was not the opponent of the old man in front of him. Since you don't do it, then I'll do it first. After the old man finished speaking, the breath on his body surged, and his gray beard and hair stood up. Soon, the old man's body was surrounded by bursts of white mist. The old man's whole person is like a fairy descending to earth, and his aura is rippling. Fourth, come back, I will meet him. Ding Bubi stepped forward and called Ding Busi back. Ding didn't dare to be careless when facing the old man, and the majestic aura on his body also began to condense. Ding Buyu was in the realm of Marquis, and the entire Valley of the Wicked was famous because of Ding Buyu's strength. I'm in my 60th year, but I'm only a half-step Marquis. What's there to be mad at? Ding Dao sneered at the old man. Court death. The old man was furious, and then his energy exploded. He hates people saying that about him the most. For so many years, he has been staying at the peak of half-step Wuhou, and he was almost able to break through Wuhou, but unfortunately he couldn't break through. Now that Ding Budao directly stabbed the wound in the bottom of his heart, the old man was furious. Immediately after the old man took a step forward, the whole person was in front of Ding Dabu instantly. Then the fists were swung out, and the wind of fists roared. The weather is clear, and at this moment, there is a sudden gust of wind, flying sand and rocks. The old man used all his strength. He knew that facing the Marquis Ding Dabu, he had to go all out. Even if he was close to the realm of Marquis, he was not Marquis after all, so the old man did not dare to be careless. Ding didn't see it, and his fists lingered with golden light and instantly greeted him. Bang bang bang. Everyone could not see the two figures at all, and could only hear the sound of fists colliding. Chapter 1204. Boom! Suddenly, a breath exploded with two people at the center. In an instant, the mountain shook, the trees flew, and the mountain not far away also began to landslide, stirring up bursts of dust. This kind of movement is like a sudden earthquake. Many people watching the lively on the top of the mountain were all startled by this terrifying movement. Marquis Wu is Marquis Wu, this movement is too scary. I think we should stay away from it, and we will be unlucky if it doesn't spread to us in time. Many people began to hide in the distance, for fear of being affected. From the center of the terrifying explosion, a figure flew out and then fell to the ground. It was the old man with the gray beard. I saw the old man's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, obviously injured. When the smoke cleared, Ding Dabuz stood in the same place with a calm expression. You either get out or die, there are two ways. Ding Dao glanced at Luo Jinzhua and other people in the Mabe martial arts world, and said indifferently. Sweeping by Ding Dao's eyes, many people in the Mabe martial arts world began to retreat. They didn't expect that Ding Dabuz's strength was so powerful, and he was already in the realm of Marquis. Don't be afraid, everyone, this Ding is not in the realm of Marquis, and he has only just stepped into it. As long as we join forces, we will definitely be able to defeat him. Let's go together. The gray-bearded old man said. Okay, let's go together. Rojinzo nodded. Seeing Luo Jinzhua's words, those Zongmen families in the Mabe martial arts world could only rush up to the scalp. Kill! Seeing this, Ding Buer waved his arms. The people from the Valley of the Wicked and Shadowless Villa and Medicine God Valley also swarmed up. Hundreds of people on both sides scuffled together in an instant. As a Wu Zong, Ding Dao was especially taken care of. The old man brought 4 half-step Wuhou masters to encircle and suppress Ding Dao. Although Ding Dabuo was a Marquis, he could only cope with 5 half-step Marquis or even more powerful people. Luo Jinzhua saw that Ding was not too entangled, so he led someone to rush towards the Valley of the Wicked. He wants to arrest David and avenge his nephew. Just when Luo Jinzhua was leading people towards the Valley of the Wicked, Ding Buer directly blocked Luo Jinzhua's way. If you want to break in, pass me first. Ding Buer's whole body was full of energy. Looking at Ding Buer, Luo Jinzhua said with cold eyes, I can't beat that Ding, but I can't beat you. Since you want to court death, I will fulfill you. Then try it out and see who gets it right. Ding Buer was full of anger. The tone is not small, but I don't know if your strength is stronger than your elder brother. Jin Yuenda mocked. You will find out if you try it. Before the sound fell, Ding Buer had already rushed up, and then slapped Luo Jinzhua's chest with a palm. Good job! Seeing this, Luo Jinzhua smiled coldly, and shot it with the same palm. Boom! With a muffled sound, the palms of the two slammed together firmly. A strong air wave quickly spread out from the place where the two fought. The two groaned, and each took 3 steps back. This palm is evenly matched. Luo Jinzhua and Ding Buer, both half-step Wuhou, were evenly matched under this palm. Although your strength is not as good as your eldest brother's, it's not bad, but it's not that easy to kill me. Luo Jinzhua looked at Ding Buer coldly. Try it. Ding Buer's killing intent rose, I will kill you today. You are so loud. Luo Jinzhua was also furious. The eagle spreads its wings. The voice fell, and Ding Buer's body flew up like an eagle. A condescending claw grabbed at Luo Jinzhua. Ding Buer's speed was extremely fast, and a white air stream could even be seen behind him. Chapter 1205. Chi Chi Chi. The iron claws cut through the air, with a terrifying sound of breaking the wind. Everyone watched this scene, and there was no doubt that if this claw was caught, there would definitely be 5 blood holes on the top of Luo Jinzhua's head. The wind blows the clouds. Luo Jinzhua slapped the opponent with a terrifying palm wind, with one mistake and 1 point. Ho ho! The wind howled, and suddenly there was a gust of wind. It felt as if it could blow away all the clouds in the sky. Incomparably domineering, incomparably fierce. Neither of the two kept their hands, and they all used their lifelong skills. An incomparably terrifying aura surged over the two of them. At this time, anyone who is careless may lose their lives. Boo! A soft sound. The strong wind hit Ding Buer's claws. The huge force directly caused Ding Buer's body to fly out. After Ding Buer's figure flew out, he circled in the air, and then walked towards Luo Jinzhua again. Broken Mountain Palm. Ding Buer shouted loudly when he was in the air, and then waved his palms in front of him. Stab it! Several almost transparent palm winds flew towards Luo Jinzhua. This palm wind has a terrifying edge, and when it cuts through the air, it also emits a piercing scream. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng crossed a distance of 4 or 5 meters and flew to Luo Jinzhua's chest. This Ding Buer is really getting better and better. This palm, I'm afraid it can shoot off a mountain, right? As the name suggests, Broken Mountain Palm is so terrifying. It's too powerful. Seeing this scene, everyone watching the mountain widened their eyes full of shock. You must know that the 4 villains in the Valley of the Villains have not taken action for a long time. Now everyone sees Ding Buer's strength, and it has also improved a lot. Luo Jinzhua looked at Ding Buer and shot it with another palm. The white air wave, like a wave, slammed into the palm wind. Puff puff. With a few soft sounds, the air wave and the palm wind collided together, and they both disappeared. Ding Buer changed his moves very quickly. As soon as his body fell to the ground, his heels stomped on the ground, and his body suddenly rushed towards Luo Jinzhua like a cannonball. Judging from Ding Buer's speed, he didn't look like an old man who was over 60 years old. Breaking Soul Palm. Ding Buer let out a loud drink, and there seemed to be a black smoke covering his body. His hand also turned pitch black, looking like a ghost, extremely terrifying. Humph, Ding Buer, you villains have always claimed that you have never practiced evil exercises, not evil cultivators. Are you revealing your secrets today? You are not evil, what is it? You are all evil cultivators in the Valley of Evil. Today, I destroy your Valley of Evil, and I will also eliminate harm for the martial arts world. Seeing Ding Buer's broken soul palm, Luo Jinzhua yelled loudly. Fkuck your mother Fkuker, this is a trick I've been practicing for many years, how it became an evil art. Today I'll let you see if my soul-breaking palm is an evil art. Ding Buer cursed at Luo Jinzhua. None of the 4 villains is easy to provoke. Although they are not young, they like to scold people. And this soul-breaking palm is Ding Buer's unique trick. Broken soul palm is extremely difficult to practice, both hands have been soaked with poison. Not only powerful, but also extremely poisonous. Broken soul palm, one move to break the soul, hence the name. However, this soul-breaking palm is not an evil art, and Ding Buer is even less an evil cultivator. If the Valley of the Wicked were all evil cultivators, how could the resources in the valley be exhausted, and everyone's cultivation slowed down a lot? Evil cultivators can absorb the energy of ordinary people, or the energy of warriors, so as long as there are people there, it is impossible to say that there is a shortage of cultivation resources. Obviously, the Valley of the Wicked is not an evil cultivator, and for so many years, no one has heard that the Valley of the Wicked has harmed ordinary people. It's just that the 4 villains have weird temperaments and like to scold people, so many people call them villains, and this place is also called the Valley of the Villains. Chapter 1206. Although Luo Jinzhua showed disdain on his face, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He could feel that Ding Buer's palm was definitely not small. Luo Jinzhua made a preemptive strike, shouted loudly, and then slammed out with a fierce palm. Whoa! Everyone's ears seemed to think of the sound of the waves, like a shocking wave hitting the table, with a majestic momentum. Boom! The palms of the two collided again. To even fight with my soul-breaking palm, you are courting death. Ding Buer shouted angrily. When Ding Buer saw that Luo Jinzhua was fighting recklessly with him, a hint of pride flashed on his face. His soul-breaking palm is highly poisonous, and the palm wind is full of poisonous gas. This Luo Jianzhua followed his palms, that is to find his own way. But soon, Ding Bu'er was surprised to find that Luo Jianzhua's palm had a three-dimensional force. A heavy is stronger than a heavy. The first weight instantly offset his palm's strength. The second level is to directly force the poison gas back. The third actually invaded the tendons of his arm and then exploded. Boom! A bang! Ding Bu'er's arm instantly turned black. The powerful force blasted his whole body out. Puff! While the man was still in the air, Ding Bu'er spewed out a mouthful of blood and suffered internal injuries. Ding Bu'er's strength is still inferior to that of Luo Jianzhua. Second brother. Ding Busi was fighting against others, and when he saw Ding Bu'er was injured, he rushed over and helped Ding Bu'er up. Fourth, I'm fine, I can't die. Ding Bu'er wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The jet-black arm quickly recovered. After years of practice, Ding Bu'er became immune to the poison of the soul-broken palm. Second brother, let's go together, let this kid go first. Ding Busi intends to join forces with Ding Bu'er to depose Luo Jianzhua first. After all, the protagonist who led people to attack the Valley of the Wicked this time was Luo Jianzhua. If Rojinzo was defunct, the battle might have ended. Ding Bu'er nodded, and instantly the two of them walked towards Luo Jianzhua. But Luo Jianzhua also had several Luo family masters beside him, and they began to fight in an instant. On the other hand, Ding Dabo fought against 5 half-step Marquis by himself. With both hands casting Dao Dao magic, groups of purple flames surround him. And the 5 half-step Wuhou also tried their best. Everyone showed their trump cards, countless rays of light covered the sky, and a terrifying aura shrouded Ding Bude's head. Rumbling. In front of the whole Valley of the Wicked, it has become a purgatory field, with broken limbs and broken arms, blood flowing into rivers. Whether it's the Valley of the Wicked, the Shadowless Villa and the Valley of the God of Medicine, they are all desperately protecting Taniguchi. Don't let anyone rush into the Valley of the Wicked to disturb David. The war was fought from dawn to dusk. At this time, Ding Busan, with a few experts from the Valley of the Wicked, guarded around the Demon Suppression Tower, listening to the fighting outside. Ding Busan became anxious early on. The third master, I don't know what happened to the boss, why don't we go out and see? A master of the Valley of the Wicked asked. No, brother said, no matter what happens, we can't leave, we must ensure Mr. Chen's safety. Ding Busan shook his head and said. In fact, at this moment, Ding Busan summoned more than anyone else, and almost all the masters of the Valley of the Wicked were left to him. Now the fighting outside has been from dawn to dusk, and there is still no intention to stop. Ding Busan also wanted to know what was going on outside. But he couldn't leave. He knew that all the fighting outside was for David, who was cultivating at the moment. If he left and someone broke in, all the fighting outside would be in vain. Mr. Chen, I hope you can cultivate faster. Ding Busan looked in the direction of the Demon Town Tower and muttered to himself. Chapter 1207. Inside the Town Magic Tower. David had no idea what was going on outside, and in David's perception, it seemed that he had only come in for a few hours. But David has been in for 6 days. During these 6 days, David has absorbed countless spiritual energy. But there was still no change in the Dantian. If you want to break through the half-step Wuhou, I am afraid that it will take some distance. David's condensing heart art is running frantically. Fortunately, David condensing heart art is an excellent cultivation art. If it was replaced by a general technique, such a high-intensity far turn would have been too long. David's whole body, countless water mists drifted away, making the entire first-floor tower surrounded by fairy mists. These mists are all formed by the evaporation of sweat from David's body. Fortunately, this Demon Town Tower can provide David with spiritual energy, otherwise, at the consumption rate of David, even the entire spiritual stone mine would have been absorbed. The battle outside the Valley of the Wicked is still going on. The sun rises in the sky and it is a brand new day. But the rising sun shines a bloody scene. There are dead bodies all over the ground. The smell of blood could be clearly smelled from miles away. On the top of the mountain, there were not many people watching the battle. After a day and a night, the battle continued, and everyone was a little tired. There was no enthusiasm at the beginning. And both sides of the battle have reached the time of exhaustion. At this moment, they are all supported by one breath. Whether it is Ding is not 2 or Ding is not 4, they are already scarred. Zhao Ligua and Su Chongqing were also covered in blood. However, those people in the Mabe martial arts world were not much better, and almost everyone was injured. Especially Luo Jinzhua, as the initiator, he received special care, and now the Luo family masters around Luo Jinzhua are almost dead and injured. And Luo Jinzhua himself was seriously injured, his left arm was broken and he couldn't lift it up. After such an almost desperate battle, the fighting spirit and enthusiasm of those in the Mabe martial arts world have also retreated a lot. They didn't expect that the Valley of the Wicked was so powerful, and with so many of them, they just didn't attack. Of course, the addition of Shadowless Mountain Villa and Yaoshan Valley was something they didn't expect. In particular, with the addition of Yaoshan Valley, the people in the Valley of the Wicked and Shadowless Villa were injured and could be healed immediately. Moreover, Su Chongqing brought a lot of medicinal pills, which can restore physical strength in a short time. This makes the Valley of the Wicked able to resist the attacks of these people in the Mabe martial arts world. Second Master Luo, we're afraid we won't be able to enter the Valley of the Villains. Even if we do, there must be someone guarding it. The battle has been fought until now, and I haven't seen that Ding Busan. It can be seen that he should be guarding in the valley. This time we are a bit reckless, retreat temporarily, and go back and have a long-term plan. The gray-bearded old man persuaded Luo Jinzhua. Now that the fight is obviously going on, these people in the Mabe martial arts world are going to suffer. After all, these people have no intention of fighting, and some people want to escape. Especially that Fang Xingyue, who originally wanted to take this opportunity to make himself famous. As a result, the battle became more and more tragic. As soon as it was halfway through, Fang Xingyue led people away. He didn't want to let the sect he finally founded be ruined here. Luo Jinzhua looked at the already exhausted crowd, and nodded unwillingly. There was no way. Luo Jinzhua underestimated the strength of the Valley of the Wicked, and did not expect Shadowless Villa and Yaoshan Valley to desperately help. Ding is not big, you remember, unless David is caught, my Luo family will never give up. When my eldest brother is out of the customs, it will be the time when your wicked valley will be destroyed. Luo Jinzhua gnashed his teeth and looked at Ding Dao. I'm waiting. Ding Dao said indifferently. Luo Jinzhua snorted coldly, turned around and left. Ding Buer wanted to chase and kill him, but was stopped by Ding Dabu's hand. Chapter 1208. Big brother, these guys are all dead ends, why don't you catch up? Ding Buer asked, very puzzled. Ding didn't speak, but after seeing Luo Jinzhua and the others walking away, he snorted and spit out a mouthful of blood. Big brother. Ding Buer quickly supported Ding Buer. Brother, are you alright? Ding Dao waved his hand. It's okay, you immediately send someone to clean up the battlefield. Also send someone to guard Taniguchi closely. Brother, are you afraid that Luo Jinzhua will come back? Ding Buer asked. Ding didn't shake his head. The Mabe martial arts world will not come back for the time being, but I can't guarantee that other sects and families will fall into the trap. I see, I'll arrange someone right away. Ding Buer nodded. Master Dingu, the danger is temporarily lifted, I will take someone back first. Zhao Ligua dragged his severely injured body and said to Ding Dao. Zhao Zhuangzhu, thank you for your kindness. Ding Bu Dao clenched his fists towards Zhao Ligua. Zhao Ligua took people away. There were dozens of people when they came, but now only a few people left. This stop at Wuying Mountain Villa can be said to have hurt the muscles and bones. Zhao Ligua also needs to rest and recuperate for a while. Master Dingu, I'm going back too. The herbs and medicinal herbs I brought this time are all exhausted. I need to prepare when I go back. When I'm ready, I will order people to send all the herbs and medicinal herbs over. At this time, Su Chongqing also followed Ding Dao's words. This time Yao Shenggu had little damage to the personnel, but the herbs and medicinal herbs it brought were exhausted. It was useless for Su Chongsheng and the others to stay. After all, no matter how good a pharmacist is, it's hard to beat the cook without rice. Elder Su, take care all the way. Ding Budao clenched his fists towards Su Chongsheng. After everyone left, Ding Dabo returned to the Valley of the Wicked. He needs to heal and cultivate as soon as possible, and now his energy is exhausted and his physical strength is exhausted. If people come again to offend the Valley of the Wicked, I am afraid that no one in the Valley of the Wicked can stop them. Damn, it's all trash. Seeing that the Valley of the Wicked can't hold it anymore, someone ran away. On the way back, Luo Jinzhua kept cursing. Many people did not show loyalty and deserted halfway, which led to the current situation. Luo Jinzhua was full of confidence, the loss was so great, and he fought with the villain Gu. Now it's down to where it is now. There is no other way, but to wait for Luo Jinyu, the head of the Luo family, to leave the customs. Second Master, we are just fighting in the Valley of the Wicked. It's really a bit reckless. Almost all of us are injured now. At this time, if the sect family in Kyoto wants to deal with us, we are afraid that we don't even have the strength to fight back. Beside Luo Jinzhua, the only two servants of the Luo family said. At this stop, the Luo family also suffered serious losses, and no one from the other sect families tried their best to preserve their strength. Like Fang Xingyue of the Xingyuman, he took people away halfway through. No fighting spirit at all, no desperate look. On the other side of the Valley of the Wicked, everyone has high fighting spirit and is not afraid of life and death. These people have a single belief that they cannot let any enemy rush into the Valley of the Wicked. In this way, the Mabe martial arts world, which had an advantage in its original strength, was finally defeated. Our Luo family follows the Kyoto martial arts world and has no festivals, who would target us at this time. Don't worry, the thin and dead camel is bigger than the horse, even now, not just a sect family can bully us. Rojinzo comforted his men. But as soon as the voice finished speaking, they saw a dozen people wearing black tights and covering their faces appear in front of them. Luo Jinzhua was stunned for a moment, but he did not expect that there would be robbery in places like Kyoto. Although Luo Jinzhua is also seriously injured now, but to deal with a group of ordinary people blocking the road and robbing, it is also easy to catch. Chapter 1209. Who are you? Get out of here if you know each other, don't seek death. Luo Jinzhua roared at the dozen or so men in black. But who knew that the dozen or so men in black were not in a hurry, but instead smiled. Second Master Luo, we have been waiting for you here for a long time. Wait for me. What are you waiting for? Rojinzo was puzzled. Wait for you, of course I'm going to kill you. A man in black laughed. This brother, our Luo family has no grievances or enmity with you. What are you killing me for? If you have any difficulties, tell me at any time, and I will send someone to send you a lot of money. Seeing the other party's unhurried appearance, Luo Jinzhua knew in his heart that he had encountered a hard stubble. I said, we don't want money, we want your life. After the man in black finished speaking, he shot directly at Luo Jinzhua. The other men in black also moved towards the servants of the Luo family. For a time, Luo Jinzhua, who had just passed the battle, was attacked again. Soon, all the servants of the Luo family were killed and injured, and only Luo Jinzhua was left to support. In the end, Rojinzo was kicked away and fell heavily to the ground. An extremely sharp knife fell on Luo Jinzhua's neck. Luo Jinzhua is also a man. Facing death, he did not beg for mercy, but looked at the man in black coldly. Who are you? Even if you want to kill me, you have to let me die clearly and know who is in the hands of death. My Luo family has no enmity with the Kyoto martial arts world. Rojinzo is still wondering who was going to kill him. Could it be that the Valley of the Wicked is catching up? Luo Jinzhua calculated in his heart, but quickly rejected the idea. The Valley of the Wicked has also suffered a great blow, and may not be able to free up manpower to pursue them. If you are from the Valley of the Wicked, you don't have to wear it so carefully, and there is a hood on your head. Since you want to know, let me tell you. At this time, a young man walked out from the side with a folding fan in his hand. Young Master Ning. Luo Jinzhuo was stunned when he saw the young man walking out. Because the person here is none other than Ning Ji. Young Master Ning, what the H3LL is going on? Luo Jinzhuo asked in surprise. After all, he came here to find David, and followed the Valley of the Wicked, all because of Ning Ji. Now that Ning Ji suddenly appeared here, Luo Jinzhuo frowned. It's okay, what I want to tell you is that it's me who wants to kill you. Ning Ji smiled lightly. Luo Jinzhuo looked at Ning Ji incredulously. Why do you want to kill me? We don't seem to have any grudges. Luo Jinzhuo couldn't understand why Ning Ji wanted to kill him. There is no reason, because your nephew Luo Xiang was not killed by David, but me. I just want to use the hands of your Luo family to kill that David. I didn't expect your Luo family to be so useless, it's just trash. Since it is waste, there is no need to live. Ning Ji grinned wickedly. And Luo Jinzhuo's eyes widened, and his face became red with anger. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by Ning Ji guy. The entire Luo family, and even the entire Mabe martial arts world, paid so much. In the end it was a trap. You are too despicable, shameless. Luo Jinzhuo stared at Ning Ji and gritted his teeth. Whether I am despicable or shameless, it doesn't matter anymore, the important thing is that you are going to die soon. Ning Ji smiled slightly, and then ordered, do it. A cold light flashed, and Luo Jinzhuo's neck spurted blood instantly. Until there was no life, Luo Jinzhuo's eyes were still wide open, and he couldn't rest his eyes. Looking at Luo Jinzhuo who was dead, Ning Ji raised his mouth. Let's go to the Valley of the Wicked. Chapter 12:10. In the Valley of the Wicked. Ding Buyu is adjusting his breath, intending to cultivate and recuperate. On the other hand, Ding Buer led people to clean up the battlefield, and then strengthened the defense of the Valley of the Wicked. Ding Busi was seriously injured, and was in his room, with thick gauze wrapped around his legs. In the entire Valley of the Wicked, almost everyone was injured. Only Ding Busan, guarding the Demon Town Tower, and a few masters from the Valley of the Wicked were left intact. Just when Ding Budao sat down cross-legged and was about to recuperate, suddenly several terrifying breaths came from outside the valley. Ding Bu's heart trembled, and then the whole person jumped up. And at this moment, in the Wicked Valley Taniguchi, Ding Buer is confronting the people brought by Ning Ji. Who are you? Get out of the Valley of the Wicked. Ding Buer reprimanded loudly. Ning Ji held a folding fan and looked at Ding Buer with disdain. If it was the Valley of the Wicked that didn't have the spirit of war, Ning Ji wouldn't dare to ignore the four wicked men like that. But now, the Valley of the Wicked is nothing but a giant who has long since collapsed. With just a slight push, it will collapse. I'm here to find David. As long as you wicked people hand over David, then I'll leave right away. If you don't pay. Ning Ji raised the corner of his mouth, and then pointed the folding fan to the side. Rumbling. A boulder shattered and turned into slag. Ding Buer's face became very ugly. It was impossible for David and the others to hand it over. Otherwise, I wouldn't follow the Luo family to fight to the death. Who the H3LL are you? I don't know the David you are talking about. Ding Buer can only pretend not to know now. With the current strength of the Valley of the Wicked, I am afraid that it will no longer be able to resist the next attack. Ha ha ha, when did the four villains in the Valley of the Villains start to pretend to be crazy and sell stupid? Then David is obviously in the valley. Are you lying here saying you don't know? Are you lying to children? Ning Ji laughed, his face full of ridicule. Ding Fu was so angry that he would yell at him when he opened his mouth. But thinking about the current situation in the Valley of the Wicked, I finally held back. Young Master Ning, how many people are you bringing with you? What are you doing here in the Valley of the Wicked? At this time, Ding Dabo walked out of the valley. He recognized Ning Ji at a glance. The Ning family was one of the best sect families in Kyoto. Master Ding Gu, I just want to take David away, no other intentions. Ning Ji said lightly, as long as you hand over David, I'll leave right away. Impossible. Ding Dabo said and refused. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Ningji instantly burst out with murderous intent. Humph, don't treat me as a soft persimmon. Ding didn't finish speaking, and his body began to flash, and his breath continued to rise. Ha ha ha, stop pretending, you are seriously injured now, but it's just the end of the shot. I want to deal with you, just wave my hand. Ningji laughed when he saw Ding Buda's pretentious look. Is it the end of the shot? Then try it. On the palm of Ding Daodao's hand, rays of light began to flicker. Immediately afterwards, a ray of light went straight to Ningji. Boom! With a loud bang, Ningji's face changed, and then his figure retreated again and again. After all, Ding is not big but Marquis Wu, even if he is injured, this blow should not be underestimated. Ningji was repelled, and his face became extremely cold. If that's the case, don't blame me. After speaking, Ningji waved his hand, give it all to me. The experts brought by Ningji rushed forward. The three half-step Wuhou masters are not big enough to directly confront Shang Ding. And Ding didn't bring up his true anger, and gritted his teeth to resist. The wound on Ding Dabu's body kept bursting, and blood flowed, dyeing Ding Dabu's whole body red. And the Valley of the Wicked made people even more miserable, and was already exhausted. Now encountering this situation again, it has become a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 12:11. Ding Buer rose up to resist, but it was useless. Soon, Ding Buer became a prisoner. Master Dingu, stop resisting, just be obedient and capture it. The price you pay for resisting like this is the lives of everyone in the Valley of the Wicked. Ningji looked at Ding Dabu and said with a victorious attitude. Ding didn't say a word, the only response to him was a sharp palm. Humph, stubborn. Ningji snorted coldly, and then followed the crowd to attack Ding Dao. Under the attack of these people, Ding's stature retreated again and again. Arrangement. Ningji burst out. Immediately afterwards, several masters of the Ning family surrounded Ding Budian, and then kept changing positions. Silk threads that are invisible to the naked eye shot out from the hands of these people. Immediately afterwards, these silk threads began to be woven into a large net in the changing positions of these people. Ding's body was covered by a large net. Humph, now I'll see how you resist. Ningji said proudly. Ding Dao's eyes were red and he struggled constantly. The blood on his body continued to splatter, and Ding Bubu didn't care at all. But soon, the breath on Ding Dabu's body became more and more sluggish, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Slowly, Ding did not calm down. At this moment, he has already become a blood man. Ningji looked at Ding Bude and sneered, why is this necessary? That David deserves your life to protect him. Pooh! Ding Bubu spat fiercely at Ningji. But Ningji didn't care, but let people press Ding Dabu and Ding Buer, and then walked towards the valley. In the Valley of the Wicked, everyone saw that Ding was not captured very much, and could only be captured without any resistance. All the way to the place where the town magic tower is. Ding Busan led someone to stop Ningji. When Ding Busan saw Ding Busan and Ding Buer with scars, the anger on his body had already risen. Let my eldest brother and second brother go. Ding Busan stared angrily, and the breath on his body kept exploding. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ding Busan and several masters from the Valley of the Wicked, Ningji seemed a little surprised. I really didn't expect that the Valley of the Wicked has reached this point, and even sent someone to guard this David. Ningji didn't expect that Ding Dao did not care about his own safety, but sent someone to guard David. He didn't understand what was the relationship between this villain's valley and David. Let my eldest brother and second brother go. Ding Busan shouted again. You'd better see the situation clearly, and now you are obediently captured, so as not to suffer from flesh and blood. If you dare to resist, I will kill them. After Ningji finished speaking, he pulled out a sword and pointed at Ding Dabu. When Ding Busan saw this, he didn't know what to do. Third, don't mind us, you have to remember the task I gave you, even if you die, you have to keep it. Ding Bubu yelled at Ding Busan. Oh sh*t. Ningji scolded angrily, and then stabbed Ding Dabu's abdomen with a sword. Ding Dao suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. "Big brother." Ding Busan's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of anger. "Obey, you will be captured. If you resist, you will cut off his head with the next sword." Ningji threatened Ding Busan. Soon, several masters of the Ning family walked over. Ding Busan looked at Ding Busan with helplessness in his eyes. He didn't resist, because he couldn't watch Ding Daba die in front of him. Ding didn't want to say anything, but the blood had already filled his throat. After controlling Ding Busan and the masters in the Valley of the Wicked, Ningji looked at the demon suppression tower in front of him with a look of covetousness. "As I said, the Demon Town Tower is not so easy to destroy. It turns out that it is in David's hands, and only I am worthy of such a treasure." Ningji slowly approached the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 12:12. Ningji's body lingered with light, and he knew that David would definitely set up a formation around the Demon Suppression Tower. Just when Ningji was cautiously approaching the Demon Suppression Tower, suddenly a lightning flashed across the sky. Boom! After a loud bang, a big pit instantly appeared in front of Ningji. Fortunately, Ningji dodged in time, otherwise he would have been directly bombarded. Damn, sure enough, a killing formation was set up. Fortunately, I was already prepared. Ningji looked at the deep pit in front of him and cursed. Then Ningji's palm flickered, and then he slapped it out fiercely. Rumbling. The space in front of him fluctuated for a while, and then the killing formation under David's cloth could be seen. In the killing formation, one after another lightning-like rays of light continued to flicker. What a powerful killing formation! Ningji looked at the killing formation in front of him with a solemn expression. However, the Demon Suppression Tower was right in front of him, and Ningji would not give up easily. "What the H3LL are you doing? Let's break this killing array together!" Ningji roared. Several masters of the Ning family stepped forward, and everyone burst out with all their energy. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and the killing formation laid down by David instantly shattered like glass. The strength of the digital half-step marquee, this killing formation simply can't support it. Looking at the broken killing formation, the corner of Ningji's mouth raised a hint of pride. "That's it, you want to stop me too?" Ningji walked to the gate of the Demon Suppression Tower, and then kicked the door to the Demon Suppression Tower. But who knows, under this foot, the gate of the town Demon Tower has not moved. A stream of light flashed above the gate, but Ningji's body was directly knocked out. Ningji frowned and said, "Why is this happening?" Ningji stepped forward, held his breath again, and then slammed towards the door fiercely. But the door remained unmoved, not even the slightest trace. On the contrary, Ningji's body was knocked farther this time, and fell heavily to the ground. Ningji looked at the demon tower in front of him in shock, and his face became very ugly. "You try." Ningji asked several experts from the Ning family to try it. But the result was the same. No matter how hard these people tried, or even attacked with magic, they couldn't shake the gate, but were wounded by the force of the counterattack. What the H3LL is going on here? Everyone's faces became very ugly. These people are all half-step marquee, not to mention a gate, even a mountain, under such bombardment, would have collapsed long ago. How is this going? Ningji turned his gaze to Ding Dabuo. After all, the Demon Town Pagoda is now in the Valley of the Evil. How would I know? Ding Bubu said with a flat expression. At first, Ding was a little worried about David, but seeing that the town magic tower has its own taboo formation, and it is very powerful, I feel relieved. Ding didn't know much, not to mention these people in front of him. Even if he was in the realm of Marquis, he couldn't open the door. It can be seen that this town magic tower is by no means an ordinary treasure. Master, what should we do? At this time, a servant of the Ning family asked. Ningji looked at the demon suppression tower in front of him, pondered for a moment, and said, "Send 2 people to watch here, and bring these old things back first. I don't believe that David will never come out. As long as he comes out, we just threaten him with the lives of these old guys. Since the Wicked Valley is desperate to protect him, then David and the old people of the Wicked Valley must have an unusual relationship. After sending 2 people to guard the demon suppression tower, Ningxi went back with the people from the Valley of the Wicked. The Valley of the Wicked has returned to calm, there is blood everywhere, and there are corpses that have not been restrained. The Valley of the Wicked, which had stood for decades and had a great reputation, collapsed and disappeared almost overnight. The news of the Valley of the Wicked being destroyed and the arrest of the 4 wicked men instantly spread throughout the martial arts world. Chapter 12-13. This kid from the Ning family is so courageous that he even dared to lead people to destroy the Valley of the Evil Ones, and even arrest the 4 great evil men. This kid has a lot of ideas since he was a child. This time, he took advantage of the Villains Valley and the Mabe martial arts world to fight to the death, and he benefited from it. What kind of hatred does the Ning family have with the Valley of the Wicked? Why is Ningxi so ruthless? It's not because of that David. I heard that Ningxi has some grudges with David. I really didn't see it, this kid from the Ning family is really hiding. The martial arts world has been discussing this matter. However, very few people know all the ins and outs of things, but they are just random guesses. From beginning to end, it was all planned by Ningxi. And those who knew about the whole thing had already gone to see Hades. However, after this time, Ningxi's name can be considered well known in the martial arts world. In addition, Ningxi's name also appeared on the happy list. Ning family, Ningxi. In an ordinary office, Mr. Shi looked at the information on the forum and muttered to himself. Mr. Shi, now the Valley of the Villains has been almost destroyed by the Ning family, and the 4 major villains have also been captured alive. Although the reputation of the 4 villains is not very good, they have not done anything that hurts the world. The Ning family is in danger, do we need a warning? Xiao Waoqi asked Mr. Shi. Xiao Waoqi's relationship with David naturally had David in his heart, and the Valley of the Wicked was to protect David, so the Ning family took advantage of it to enter the Valley of the Wicked, so Xiao Waoqi wanted to help the Valley of the Wicked. However, in the name of the Pavilion Master of the Protectorate Pavilion, the Ning family would not pay attention to him, so these sect families would only pay attention to Mr. Shi's words. Mr. Shi ignored Xiao Waoqi, but looked at the information on the forum and muttered to himself again. Ning family, Ningxi. I never paid attention to this young man. Now is just the beginning, and slowly some people can't sit still and start to emerge. This Ningxi is the first. Mr. Shi was talking to himself, while Xiao Waoqi was confused, but he didn't know what Mr. Shi said. Mr. Shi, do we want to? Don't do anything, go back. Before Xiao Waoqi could finish speaking, Mr. Shi waved his hand. Seeing this, Xiao Waoqi could only turn around and go back. He has the heart to help the Wicked Valley, but there is nothing he can do. Kyoto Budo Alliance. Zhu Zhishan sat on the main seat, and in his lower seat was Long Jinghua of the Long family. There are also some other sects at the helm of the family. Everyone, the new year is approaching, this is the last alliance meeting of our Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance this year. At the same time, it is also the last time that our Martial Arts Alliance has recruited alliance members this year. Is there any sect family that has submitted an application? Zhu Zhishan glanced at it, and then asked an elder beside him. Leader, so far, no application has been received. The elder said in a low voice, embarrassed. When Zhu Zhishan heard this, his face became a little ugly. In the entire Kyoto martial arts world, there are many aristocratic sects, but the members of their martial arts alliance are not even half. In particular, several big families have no plans to join the martial arts alliance. Moreover, these guys are constantly expanding their power, and they have the potential to follow the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance in a rival court. As the leader of the alliance, Zhu Zhishan could not watch such a situation develop. I wish the alliance leader, since David killed Director Gua, the prestige of the Martial Arts Alliance has been damaged, and many aristocratic sects are reluctant to join the Martial Arts Alliance. There are even quite a few sect families who want to withdraw from the alliance. It's the Ning family who destroyed the Valley of the Villains and captured the 4 wicked people alive. Now many aristocratic sects are beginning to show their affection to the Ning family. At this time, a sect master said. Chapter 12-14. A Ning family also wants to make waves in Kyoto? Zhu Zhishan snorted coldly, That old ghost Ning is retreating, it must be his son. Leader, what shall we do next? Could it be that you watched some sects and noble families and leaned over to the Ning family? An elder asked. Since this Ning Ji is so ambitious, let him go. I want to see how he cleans up David. A dog bites a dog, we are just watching a big show. Zhu Zhishan raised the corner of his mouth. Ning family. At this moment, Ning Ji sat on the head of the Ning family. Because his father, Ning Dahai, has been in seclusion, all the affairs of the Ning family are left to Ning Ji to take care of. Although Ning Ji has been taking care of the Ning family, he has never sat on the main seat. And today is different. The Ning family destroyed the Valley of the Villains and captured the 4 major villains alive. Although they all knew that the Ning family had taken advantage of it, the courage of Ning Ji, as well as the strength of the Ning family, were placed in front of everyone. Therefore, many aristocratic sect families began to take refuge in the Ning family. The Li family in the south of the city, the head of the Li family pays a visit. See you, Sect Master Yang of Xianyang sect. Welcome to Sect Master He of Dingshanmen. On this day, the Ning family continued to have sects and aristocratic families asking to see them. And Ning Ji greeted him with a smile on his face. At this moment, Ning Ji was greatly satisfied. At such a young age, so many aristocratic sect families came to see him, begging for refuge in the Ning family. Ning Ji knew that even his own father would not be able to achieve such an achievement. For a whole day, nearly 30 large and small sect families took refuge in the Ning family. Although Ning Ji was a little tired this day, he felt very fulfilled. When I find a way to bring the Mabe martial arts world under my command, who can help me in the entire Kyoto? Ning Ji stood on the highest point of the villa, looking up at the sky, his heart swelled to the extreme. Many big sects and aristocratic families saw Ning Ji's approach, but no one stopped him. They all seemed to be waiting for something. At the moment of Dong's family, Dong Likun's expression was extremely ugly. Originally, the Dong family and the Ning family were at odds with each other, and the strength of the two families was similar in the past. But now that the Ning family has so many families to rely on, the strength of the Dong family will soon be incomparable. It's so late, what are you doing? Dong Likun's wife asked. Can't sleep. Dong Likun lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Where's Jiahao? In my room. Since you attacked David, Jiahao hasn't been out of the house these days, and he hasn't said a word. Dong Likun's wife glanced at Dong Likun complainingly. Hey! Dong Likun sighed. I'm doing this for his own good, this kid just can't figure it out. For his own good, why don't you steal other people's things? I heard from Jiahao that David is still his friend. You asked Jiahao to deceive him. What's the difference between you doing this and following the robber? Dong Likun's wife said with dissatisfaction. You are a woman, what do you know? Dong Likun threw the cigarette in his hand and walked towards Dong Jiahao's room. Dong dong dong. Dong Likun knocked on the door, and then said, Jiahao, come out, I have something to tell you. I have nothing to tell you, ignore me. Dong Jiahao's angry voice came from the room. It's been so many days, and Dong Jiahao is still brooding. He always thought that he had harmed David. He never thought that his father was such a person. I know you're still mad at me, but I'm doing it for your own good. Get dressed now and take your mother to your grandfather's place. If anything happens at home, don't come back. Dong Likun said seriously. Chapter 12:15. What's wrong? What happened? Why did you let us go at night? Dong Likun's wife looked at Dong Likun puzzled. Don't ask, I should arrange it for you. I have already arranged it. In addition, you should also take my seal, and you must not fall into the hands of others. With this seal, the Dong family will always be there. Dong Likun took out a very delicate seal from his arms, and then gave it to his wife. This time, Dong Likun's wife was a little stunned and couldn't figure out what happened. At this time, the door opened, and Dong Jiahao also came out. Dad, did something happen? Dong Jiahao was in the room, listening to his father's words, knowing that his father must not be joking. It's okay, you just need to be obedient. After Dong Lakun finished speaking, he then shouted, "Housekeeper, send the young master and his wife away immediately." The housekeeper hurried in, and then said to Dong Jiahao and his mother, "Master, madam, the car is ready." I'm not going. What's the matter?" Dong Jiahao didn't leave and asked Dong Lakun. Unexpectedly, Dong Lakun knocked Dong Jiahao unconscious, and then asked the housekeeper to take Dong Jiahao away. After his wife and son left, Dong Lakun stood at the highest point in the villa. From here, you can see the entire Dong family's villa area. Part of it has been reduced to ruins, that is when he and David fought. It hasn't been cleaned up yet. Relighting a cigarette, Dong Lakun was waiting quietly. He knew that what should come will come eventually. Sure enough, before Dong Lakun finished smoking a cigarette, he felt a breath of breath coming from a distance. There are a dozen or so, all of them are half-step marquis. There was no panic on Dong Lakun's face. Soon, these people came to Dong Lakun, and the leader was Ning Ji of the Ning family. "Uncle Dong, stay safe. It's so late and standing so high, aren't you afraid of being caught by the wind?" Ning Ji looked up at Dong Lakun and said with a slightly mocking voice. "Although I'm old, I'm not as bad as you say. You can catch a cold with a gust of wind, so my martial marquis realm isn't practicing in vain." Dong Lakun floated down from a height and stood firmly in front of Ning Ji. Uncle Dong's strength is really extraordinary, and his nephew really admires him. Ning Ji touted Dong Lakun. "You don't need to talk nonsense, I know your intention, let's do it." After Dong Lakun finished speaking, the breath of Marquis Wu erupted from his body. A terrifying aura directly enveloped the entire Dong family villa area. Feeling the breath on Dong Lakun's body, even those half-step marquis were slightly discolored. "Uncle Dong, I think you made a mistake. As a junior, how could I possibly do anything to you? I'm here this time to discuss something with Uncle Dong. You see that many aristocratic sects have already taken refuge in my Ning family. I think your Dong family should also bow their heads and become ministers." Ning Ji smiled lightly and asked, "Bow your head down as a minister?" Dong Lakun narrowed his eyes slightly. "What kind of thing are you? Even if your father, Ning Dahai, is here, would he dare to tell me this? Don't think it's amazing if you destroy the Valley of the Wicked. Even if all the sects and noble families surrender to your Ning family, I, Dong Lakun, will not surrender." Killing intent erupted from Dong Lakun's body, and his eyes were full of determination. He can die, but he does not need to think about surrendering to the Ning family. "Uncle Dong, don't worry, I'll show you something later. Do you absolutely want to surrender to our Ning family?" Ning Ji smiled confidently. Dong Lakun looked puzzled. Just under Dong Lakun's suspicious eyes, a black sedan approached. And the driver of the car is the big housekeeper of the Dong family. Chapter 12:16. Under Dong Lakun's surprised eyes, the big butler got out of the car. "What's the matter? Didn't I tell you to leave?" Dong Lakun shouted angrily at the housekeeper. But the big butler of the Dong family ignored Dong Lakun, and walked up to Ning Ji and said respectfully, "Master Ning, the Dong family's mother and son are in the car." Seeing that the big housekeeper was respectful to Ning Ji, Dong Lakun realized something in an instant. "You dare to betray me?" The anger on Dong Lakun's body rose, and then he slapped the big housekeeper with a palm. "Uncle Dong, don't get angry, have you forgotten that your wife and children are still in the car? If there is a fight, I can't guarantee their safety." Ning Ji raised the corner of his mouth and threatened Dong Lakun. Dong Lakun's raised hand was put back again. His eyes were full of anger, staring at the big butler of the Dong family. Why are you betraying me?" Dong Lakun didn't understand why the big housekeeper had betrayed him after following him for more than 10 years. "Master, the strength of the Ning family is no longer comparable to that of the Dong family. If you follow the Ning family against you, you will only have a dead end. Why don't you cooperate with the Ning family? Even if you become a vassal of the Ning family, it is better than losing your life," the big butler said shamelessly. Dong Lakun's face flushed with anger, but he didn't speak. With his wife and children in Ning Ji's hands, he did not dare to act rashly. Uncle Dong, you just nod your head now and promise to belong to my Ning family, and I will guarantee the safety of your wife and children. Ningji looked at Dong Likun proudly. He had already settled for Dong Likun. He knew that Dong Likun would definitely agree. Dong Likun looked at his wife and children in the car, finally sighed and nodded helplessly. You are indeed very skillful and stronger than your father. I am willing to follow the arrangements of the Ning family, but you must ensure the safety of my wife and children. Dong Likun said to Ningji. Uncle Dong, don't worry about this, I will definitely guarantee it. We will be a family in the future, how could I harm them? But you also know Dong Jiahao's temperament. In order to prevent him from waking up, conflicts and accidents, I'd better lock him up for a while. In order to show my sincerity, I will keep my ante. After Ningji finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, someone pulled Dong Likun's wife out of the car. Let go of me, you let me go. Dong Likun's wife shouted. Let it go. Ningji said. Dong Likun's wife was released and ran directly behind Dong Likun to hide. Uncle Dong, I hope to see the announcement of your surrender from the Dong family on the martial arts forum tomorrow. Ningji's face was full of pride, and after he finished speaking, he took the person and left. Son, let my son go. Seeing his son being taken away, Dong Likun's wife chased after him desperately. However, Dong Likun grabbed him. At this moment, Dong Likun suddenly felt very helpless. The next morning, on the martial arts forum, Dong Likun made an announcement. A concise and clear explanation, the Dong family became the affiliated family of the Ning family, and everything was subject to the Ning family's dispatch. This time, the forum instantly exploded. The Ning family again, the Ning family has been very high profile in recent days. What's going on? Didn't the Dong family follow the Ning family all the time? Overnight, the world of martial arts in Kyoto will change, and the major forces will be reshuffled. Look at it, it is estimated that the martial arts alliance will not be able to sit still. There was a lot of discussion. However, the martial arts alliance was surprisingly quiet, no one spoke up, and no one came forward to find the Ning family. In this way, let the strength of the Ning family continue to develop. Time flies, half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12-17. In the past 2 weeks, Ningji of the Ning family has been very high profile. Not even the martial arts alliance. And at this time in the town magic tower, David is still cultivating desperately, and the surrounding aura is constantly nourishing David's body. The dragon crystal in David's body began to flash with light. Immediately after, the power of the dragon began to impact David's dantian. And David's dantian is constantly changing. The spiritual power in the body is growing rapidly. And David's fleshy body continued to grow golden scales, then disappeared, and then grew. Not bad. Golden body starts over and over again. At this moment, David seemed to be in an illusion. The body slowly disappeared and slowly appeared again, and the last golden light shone on David's eyebrows. David suddenly opened his eyes. Slowly getting up, David felt that his body was full of power, which rushed out like an overwhelming force. David felt the spiritual power in his body, and his eyes were full of joy. Divine consciousness was immersed in the body, and David found that the golden core exuded a dazzling light, floating above the dantian. I still haven't been able to break through the golden core and reach the nascent soul realm. It seems that the road of cultivation in the future will become more and more difficult. Although David is now dozens of times stronger than before. However, he still failed to break through, and his current realm has only reached the half-step Marquis. Although it is only one step away from Marquis Wu, it is this step that some people have not been able to take for more than 10 years. David looked around, he didn't know how long he had been in. When David walked out of the Valley of the Wicked, he was greeted with desolation. The thick bloody smell, even after more than 10 days, is still very strong. There were vultures constantly hovering in the sky, and then nibbling on the corpses on the ground. Fortunately, the weather is getting cooler now, so the body is not decomposed, and the temperature in the air is not disgusting. What the H3LL happened? David frowned tightly. The corpses on the ground were all from the Valley of the Wicked, and it was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Looking at the state of the corpse, it was obvious that some time had passed. David put away the demon suppression tower, and then began to look for it in the Valley of the Wicked. He wanted to see if anyone was still alive. At the mouth of a cave in the Valley of the Wicked, there was light shining inside, proving that someone was inside. When David walked to the entrance of the cave, he saw two people sitting cross-legged at a table. There are various delicacies on the table, and 2 bottles of wine. Damn, I don't know when that David will come out. It's been half a month. If he doesn't come out for the rest of his life, our brothers will stay here forever. I heard that the people of the Ning family are walking sideways on the street, eating and drinking spicy food all day, and there are still people waiting on them. Our brothers are really unlucky. After being with the Ning family for so many years, we have finally made it through, but we have such a bad job. After a person took a sip of wine, he complained loudly. Okay, don't complain, if the young master's temper is known, he will definitely screw your head off. Another person persuaded. Soon, the person was so frightened that he didn't dare to talk nonsense, and could only drink. And David at the entrance of the cave listened, and the whole person fell into contemplation. Ning family? Could it be that the Ning family did all of this? That Ning Ji would have the ability to destroy the Valley of the Evil? David couldn't understand why, the strength of the Valley of the Wicked, the Ning family could be destroyed so easily. After taking a deep breath, David walked in slowly. He decided to ask what was going on. When the two saw David, they were shocked, and the wine glasses in their hands fell to the ground. You. The two looked at David in shock. As soon as David stretched out his hand, he grabbed a person in an instant, and then slapped that person's head with a palm. Chapter 12:18. Blood splattered on the other person, who was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. It's just how could he escape from David's palm? David took the man in his hand with a quick stride. What's going on here? You'd better make it clear to me. David's eyes flashed coldly, and he asked the man. Feel the terrifying aura of David. The guy was frightened and hurriedly told David what he knew. The more David listened, the more angry he became, and his murderous aura instantly swept through him. He did not expect that in order to protect him, the Valley of the Wicked was almost slaughtered in the end. What's more, I didn't expect that Ning Ji would be so despicable, taking advantage of the bad guy's valley and the Mabe martial arts world. After a battle, he came to the villain's valley to ask for mercy. What else? David asked coldly. No, that's all I know. The man shook his head in horror. David exerted a little force on his hand, and the man's eyes instantly stared, and he lost his breath. Ning family, I want you to pay the price of blood. A bloody murderous aura erupted from David's body. Leaving the Valley of the Wicked, David hurried towards Kyoto. No matter how much he pays, he will save the 4 wicked men. Kyoto Ninja. Today, dozens of people from aristocratic sects have gathered in the Ning family. Because today is Ning Ji's birthday. Ning Ji, who was young, had a big birthday party. Not only the vassal families of the Ning family were invited to participate, but even the Martial Arts Alliance was also invited. Ning Ji even sent an invitation to Mr. Shi. It's just that Mr. Shi will come, that's not certain. The entire Ning family was very lively at this time. Zhao Waoqi and the people from the Dharma Protector Pavilion could only maintain order outside. As the pavilion master of the Dharma Protector Pavilion, he did not receive an invitation at all. It can be seen that there is no law enforcement pavilion in Ning Ji's eyes. Master, most of the guests are here, but Mr. Shi and the people from the Martial Arts Alliance didn't come. At this time, the housekeeper whispered in Ning Ji's ear. I know they won't come. Now they look down on me, and in 3 years, I'll make them kneel in front of me. Ning Ji's eyes were ruthless. After finishing his clothes, Ning Ji walked to the hall. Seeing Ning Ji coming, all the people from many sects and aristocratic families quieted down. Everyone, thank you very much for being able to attend my birthday party. The people here today are all friends of my Ning family. I can assure everyone that as long as you follow me, Ningji, in 3 years, in just 3 years, you will all have a place in the world of Kyoto martial arts. Ningji's words were crazy, but no one refuted or questioned them. They all applauded desperately, echoing Ningji. The banquet started, and the scene was lively. Outside the Ning family villa, a figure slowly appeared, with endless killing intent on his body. Mr. Chen. Zhao Waoqi, who was originally maintaining order outside to prevent turmoil, saw David at a glance. David was a little surprised when he saw Zhao Waoqi. Gate Master Zhao, what are you doing here? David asked. What kind of birthday party is Ningji hosting today? I'm here to maintain order and prevent a sect family from seeking vengeance and fighting. Zhao Waoqi explained, and then asked David, Mr. Chen, what are you doing here at this time? But there are many people looking for you. I'm here to kill. David's eyes turned to the Ning family's villa. When Zhao Waoqi heard this, his heart trembled slightly, and he hurriedly stopped David. Mr. Chen, if you want to kill that Ningji, today is not the time. Now in the Ning family, there are dozens of people, all of them from major sects and families in Kyoto, and all of them are masters. And these sect families are all vassals under the Ning family. If you do something against Ningji, you will definitely be attacked by these people. Zhao Waoqi persuaded David to kill Ningji at this time. Wouldn't that be courting death? Chapter 12:19. That's right, I want to see which sects and noble families are following the Ning family, then I will take action against them one by one. David said with a cold expression. Zhao Waoqi saw that David was determined and it was not easy to persuade him, so he hurriedly left and went to find Mr. Shi. David alone against so many families, that is sure to lose. What Zhao Waoqi didn't know was that David's strength at this moment was far from what it used to be. Stepped towards the ninja villa. As soon as he arrived at the door, David was stopped by the guard at the door. Hello, do you have an invitation? The guard asked David. David shook his head. You can't enter without an invitation, get away. Seeing that David had no invitation, he was about to go inside, and the guard suddenly turned cold. I'm here to give you a gift, young Master Ning. David said lightly. Gift? What? The guard saw that David's hands were empty, and he didn't bring any gifts at all. Send the head. After David finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the guard, then twisted the head off. Walking into the hall of the villa, David threw the head out of his hand. Wow! Heads roll on the table in the middle, planting a lot of cups. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden scene. But after all, they are all the people of the major sects and families, and what kind of scenes have never been seen? Soon the scene calmed down. Ningji's face was full of anger, and he looked towards the door. When he saw David's figure, his eyes narrowed slightly. David? Ningji was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to come out. Now that you are out of the customs, if you don't run for your life, you still dare to come here to find death? Where are the 4 villains? David asked coldly. It turns out that you are looking for the 4 evil men. I can tell you that they are in the water prison of my Ning family. Do you want to accompany him? Ningji smiled lightly. Stop talking nonsense, either make friends or die. David's voice was extremely cold, with Sinhan's killing intent. Ha ha ha, are you fucking out of your mind? You don't even look at who I am here. You alone dare to come to my Ning family to ask for someone? I think you're tired of living. Ningji laughed. He didn't think David had the ability to kill himself in front of so many masters. It's all a mob. If you don't want to die, leave the Ning family immediately. If you stay, I will make you disappear from the capital one by one. David glanced at the crowd at the scene. David's words instantly annoyed everyone. You must know that these people are the patriarchs of aristocratic sections. How could they have been so humiliated? You are David, you are young and your tone is not small. Today I will let you taste my methods. The sect master he of Dingshanmen shouted angrily, exuding a tyrannical aura. Just you? A lackey, also worthy of fighting with me? David smiled coldly, and the breath on his body burst out instantly. "I kill you." Sect Master, he was furious. Although their Dingtian sect was attached to the Ning family, they were directly called lackeys. How could this be tolerated? Sect Master, he shot towards David with a palm, and the overwhelming energy swept towards David. The strength of Wuzong's peak is also not to be underestimated. David's body exuded golden light, that terrifying aura, which made everyone feel that their breath was tight in an instant. Sect Master, don't be reckless. Seeing this, Ningji hurriedly wanted to stop him. It was a pity that it was too late, and the Master Heman rushed out and went straight to David. "That's it?" David raised the corner of his mouth, and then punched it out. Above the fist, a dazzling golden light shone directly on the chest of Sect Master He. Boom! I saw David's punch directly penetrated the body of his Sect Master. Blood splattered everywhere, and the bloody aura gushed out at once. Chapter 12:20. Sect Master, he looked at his pierced chest in disbelief, his eyes full of horror. He opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but he didn't say a word, and then he tilted his head, and there was no breath. David threw it hard and threw the body of the Sect Master he out. It's like throwing a dead dog at random. Who else? David glanced coldly. When everyone saw this, their hearts sank. They didn't expect David's strength to be so abnormal. Even if David defeated Long Shao and killed Guo Wei some time ago, he still tried his best. But now, both at the peak of Wuzong, this Sect Master he was beaten to death without even having time to touch David. Such strength is simply too terrifying. Ningji's face became a little ugly, and he stared at David. "I didn't expect your strength to increase in a short period of time. In this way, those treasures on your body have indeed benefited you a lot." During this time, Ningji witnessed the rapid growth of David's strength. However, Ningji doesn't think that David's talent is strong, but thinks that the reason why David's strength grows so fast is because of the treasure in his hand. "Didn't you always want to get my treasure? Now I'm here, come and get it if you have the ability." David stimulated Ningji with words. As long as Ningji shoots at him, David will kill Ningji immediately. It's just that Ningji is very thoughtful. He knows that he is fighting alone and is definitely not David's opponent, so it is impossible for him to shoot David. "Humph, David, no matter how strong you are, with so many of us, it's easy to kill you." After finishing speaking, Ningji said to everyone, "Everyone, David's strength is no longer a match for one person. Let's kill him together." Everyone nodded, and then a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. "David, this time, you are dead." Ningji sneered. "Just a bunch of rubbish." David clenched his fists, and then golden scales began to grow on his body. The indestructible golden body was brought to the extreme by David. Although David demeaned everyone and looked down on these people, it did not mean that David would really despise these people. So many Wuzong shot together, the power is comparable to a bomb. No one dares to ignore it. In an instant, one after another ray of light died, followed by countless energy techniques moving towards David. With so many strength techniques, the entire void began to tremble, and the entire villa collapsed directly. Smoke and dust are everywhere, but these people are Wuzong, and the collapse of small bricks, stones and tiles will not hurt them at all. David faced these people, waved his hand, the dragon-slaying sword appeared, and the raging fire burned, reflecting half of the sky red. "Break out the water." The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand waved instantly. One after another, fiery red sword chi shot out directly, and then was confronted by those strong chi spells. Bang bang bang. The sound of explosions is endless, like the war of the century. With so many people born together, even though David blocked some of the attacks, there were still a lot of strong chi spells hitting David. David's body burst out with golden rays of light. Under so many attacks, even if there is an undamaged golden body, the scales on David's body began to fall off and disappear. David did not flinch, his eyes became scarlet, and the invincible fighting spirit on his body made everyone terrified. Kill! David took countless attacks and swung his sword fiercely. The fierce sword chi instantly split a sect master in half, and blood splashed, turning many people into bloody people. Such a terrifying scene made many people cry out in amazement. Chapter 12:21. With so many people attacking David alone, even if it was copper and steel, it would have vanished long ago. But at this time, David, although injured, was not fatal. One can imagine how terrifying David's body is. "Everyone, we can't be frightened by this, David, just hold on, this kid will die." Ningji saw that some of these people actually wanted to retreat, so he jumped up with his sword. He can't let these people have the mentality of retreating. If someone escapes at this time, the common line of defense established by these people will collapse at that moment. The Luo family took the Mabe martial arts world and failed to destroy the Valley of the Wicked because of this. So Ningji didn't want to let this scene happen to him. Ningji's shot made the others instantly raise their fighting spirit. Showing their unique skills one by one, they kept bombarding David. David held the dragon-slaying sword and was covered in blood, like a god of killing, and he didn't care about his own life at all. Every sword swing will take the life of a sect master. The golden scales on David's body have disappeared. The undamaged golden body is broken, and David can no longer use it for a short time. Relying only on the flesh, David still gritted his teeth and carried it hard. There are scars and blood holes everywhere, and David's body is no longer intact. But at this moment, David completely ignored it. At this moment, there was only one thought in David's mind. That is, kill. Finally, everyone's psychology was defeated, and they all started to retreat. Because they don't know whose life David's next sword will take away. Everyone is in awe. The killing intent on David's body, the momentum that erupted, also made these people terrified. They had never seen such a person. So many people attacked together, not to mention a martial sect, even a marquis. I am afraid that they would not be able to resist. But David, obviously only in the realm of Wuzong, showed the strength of Wuho. Young Master Ning, this David is simply a devil. If this goes on, we will be killed and injured countless times. Someone couldn't take it anymore and started talking. Yeah, why does this guy seem like he can't be killed? I'm running out of energy now, and I'm afraid I won't be able to support it for long. Young Master Ning, it's not that we fled, it's just that David is too perverted. Some people couldn't bear it and started to withdraw. As a result, more and more people retreated, and the pressure on David became less and less. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand is even more ferocious. In the end, only Ningji was left to face David, while the others stood behind Ningji. Ningji's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that these guys were so unreliable. What's more, David's strength has exceeded his expectations by too much. David held the dragon-slaying sword, and his whole person had already become a bloody man, and many bones were exposed in many places, and his appearance was very terrifying. Hand in, or die. David squinted his eyes, the bright red blood made his vision blurred. However, David still gritted his teeth and insisted. Ningji's face changed and changed. Even if David in front of him was seriously injured, Ningji did not dare to fight alone. At this moment, Ningji's heart was already shocked by David's behavior, and he didn't dare to take action. Ningji felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have let go of the masters of the Ning family that he had gathered. Ningji originally thought that with so many sects and aristocratic families already belonging to the Ning family, even if David left the border, he could still kill David. But he did not expect that under the threat of death, none of these people would really give their lives. Okay, I'll let him go, I'll go get the key. Ningji said helplessly after a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 12:22. David looked at Ningji coldly and did not speak. And Ningji turned around and went to another villa to get the key. When he came to a room, Ningji gently pressed his palm on the wall, and a hidden door opened. Ningji walked in, and then the door was closed. In the room, there are a lot of magic tools, spirit treasures. This is the place where Ningji's father, Ning Dahai, hid the treasure. Ningji didn't come to get the key, but to get the magic weapon and prepare to control David with the magic weapon. Ningji's eyes fell on a symbol hanging on the wall. This symbol is the most precious magic weapon in Ning Dahai. It is said that this symbol was used by a powerhouse at the peak of Wuho. After hundreds of years, the powerhouse at the peak of Wuho has not been able to break through. Finally died of depression. However, he sealed a wisp of Wuho's peak power in this symbol. Such power is enough to kill everyone in the Kyoto martial arts world in seconds. But this symbol can only be used once. After Ning Dahai got this magic weapon, it has always been regarded as the treasure of the townhouse. With this thing, no one dared to provoke the Ning family easily. David, this time, I will let you die without a corpse. Ning Ji's eyes flashed coldly, and he reached out and took off the symbol. At this moment, Ning Ji has completely disregarded the consequences. Putting the symbol in his arms, Ning Ji walked out of the secret room and then walked towards David. Have you got the key? David looked at Ning Ji and asked. I got it, you're optimistic. Ning Ji stretched his hand into his arms, and then took out the symbol. When the symbols appeared, an extremely powerful and simple atmosphere was exuded. When this breath dissipated, David's brows instantly wrinkled. Everyone was surprised when Ning Ji took out the symbol. Is this the treasure of the Ning family's house? It should be, I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it before. This breath is too powerful. What kind of magic weapon is this? I have never felt this breath before. It's too terrifying. It's stronger than the 5th grade marquee. Everyone was talking. And David's face changed slightly, and he instantly exerted the spiritual power in his body to the extreme. In the dragon crystal, the power of the dragon continued to spread, wrapping David's whole body. The undamaged golden body cannot be used now, and David has to rely on his own body to resist the next attack. And this unknown aura made David feel the danger in his heart. Because this breath is too fast and powerful. Seeing David like this, Ning Ji smiled proudly. David, this symbol contains the power of Marquis Wu's peak. If you want to kill you in seconds, you will be left with no slag. After David heard this, his face became even more ugly. Although he knew that the power contained in the magic weapon, even the power of the peak of Wuho, would never reach the true strength of the peak of Wuho. But even if you can't reach the peak of Wuho's strength, it's easy to kill yourself in seconds. David's body was wrapped by the power of the dragon, emitting a faint light. David, now you kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake, hand over all your treasures, and I may even spare your life. Ning Ji looked at David and said, I'm a cherished talent. You are a genius. It's a pity to die like this. Ning Ji didn't regret David's death, but was afraid that a blow from the peak of Marquis Wu would damage all the treasures on David's body. Especially the town magic tower, that is simply a rare treasure. With the suppression pagoda, it is more effective to practice with less effort, and David is a living example. Ning Ji thought that if David didn't have the demon suppression tower, it would not have been possible for his strength to grow so fast. Kneel down and admit your mistake. David smiled coldly, are you worthy of this? David burst out with fighting spirit. Even in the face of Wuho's peak power, David would never compromise. Chapter 12:23. If that's the case, then go to die. Ning Ji didn't talk nonsense. His fingers were lightly placed on his forehead, and a drop of blood essence dripped, and then dripped onto the symbol. In an instant, the unremarkable copper symbols radiated light for a while, and bursts of extremely terrifying murderous intent spread out from the copper symbols. Feeling the pervading murderous intent, David gritted his teeth and maximized the power of the dragon. In the face of such a magic weapon, David did not dare to be careless. Looking at David like that, Ning Ji raised his mouth slightly. It's useless, in front of my magic weapon, you are not even as good as ants. Come on, Ning Ji threw the symbol in his hand towards David. Soon, the symbols became larger in mid-air, and rays of light emanated from the symbols, shining directly on David's body. In an instant, murderous intent filled the air, and everyone looked at it in astonishment. David gritted his teeth and looked at the symbol that was pressed towards him. David punched it out. Holy light fist. A streak of golden light erupted from David's fist. Hit the symbol directly and savagely. It's a pity that this punch didn't see the slightest change on the symbol. Rumbling. The symbol directly pressed David inside. And within the symbols, the power of killing one after another continuously passed over David's body. The treasure of the Ning family's house is so powerful that David has no room to resist. No, how arrogant David was at the beginning, so many of us are not afraid, and now he is directly pressed inside. Wait and see, in less than a quarter of an hour, then David is estimated to have become meat. Seeing that David was suppressed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and disgust in a low voice. Ningji looked at the symbol and felt distressed. The mana of this symbol can only be used once. So after this time, this symbol has become an ordinary thing, not a magic weapon. It's just that people from other sect families don't know about this. Now seeing that the Ning family still has such a powerful magic weapon, they all became more loyal to the Ning family. Everyone, I was disturbed by David today. Let's move to other villa halls, and the banquet will continue. Although these sect families just fought against David, they all had the intention of retreating. But Ningji couldn't take this to get angry. After all, these people had just joined the Ning family, so Ningji wanted to win over these people. However, just when Ningji was about to take people to other halls to continue the banquet, suddenly there was a sound in the symbol. Dong, dong, dong. David seemed to be inside the symbol and began to struggle desperately. What voice, is that David still resisting? Someone looked at the symbol. Don't worry, no matter how much he resists, he won't be able to break free. After 10 minutes, he will become a jerk. Ningji said without any worries. This David is too perverted, it doesn't matter if he breaks his golden body, his body is so strong. If it's an ordinary Wuzong, I'm afraid it won't be able to stay within 2 minutes of this symbol. It's a pity that this David has a stubborn personality. If he can bow his head and join the Ning family, we people will have the power to fight with the Martial Arts Alliance. Everyone was discussing and regretting. But just as people were discussing, the voices in the symbols became louder and louder. Not only was there a sound, but the symbols actually appeared one after the other. It's like being smashed out from the inside. This time, everyone was stunned. And Ningji's face became even more ugly. At this moment, Ningji couldn't express his feelings in his heart. If David can really break the symbol, Ningji's face will be beaten. And other people are even more afraid to confront David. Chapter 12:24. You must know that this is the peak power of Marquis Wu. Although it is only a ray of divine power, it is not something that a martial sect can withstand. Just when everyone was watching, suddenly there was a deafening sound. The symbol directly broke a gap, and then David walked out slowly. At this moment, David had a golden light flashing on his chest. In David's body, a dragon could faintly be seen circling. David's body has no intact parts, and he is full of scars. How is this possible? Ningji looked at him in disbelief. The others were also shocked and stepped back. The power of Wuho Peak could not kill David. What else can they do? David looked at Ningji with scarlet eyes. Even though David was already scarred and sluggish at the moment, the killing intent on his body never diminished in the slightest. Long Jing, it's really a good thing. It can resist the peak of Wuzong's power. But even if you are still alive, you have no ability to resist. Now I can kill you with one finger. Don't be afraid, everyone, look at what he looks like now, what else is there to be afraid of? Ningji said to the crowd. Seeing that David is indeed scarred, looking at the crumbling appearance, it seems that a gust of wind can blow him down. This time, everyone regained their confidence and stood behind Ningji. This David is just the end of the shot, I will destroy him. At this time, an aristocratic family head shouted angrily and walked towards David. This is an opportunity to make a name for himself. Who can kill David? If this is spread out, it will definitely increase his popularity. And this is what the family head thinks. David is now at the end of the shot, and can be killed with just one palm. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. I saw the aristocratic patriarch jumped high and slapped David with a palm. David looked at the man coldly, and suddenly his eyes flashed coldly, and the looming golden dragon on his body began to become clear. Then, a dragon roar sounded. The golden dragon soared into the sky. They collided directly with the noble family head. No violent explosions, no loud noises. The golden dragon seemed to penetrate the body of the aristocratic family head. Then, the patriarch of the aristocratic family fell heavily from the air. Blood spurted out, and even the internal organs ran out. This noble family patriarch died tragically. And the golden dragon around David's body is getting lighter and slowly disappearing. At this moment, David's aura was extremely sluggish. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand was firmly planted on the ground, which could support David to stand. Although David looks weak, no one dares to try. The corpse of the aristocratic family owner was still lying on the ground. No one wants to take this risk. For a while, the two sides fell into silence and stalemate. Ningji looked at David gloomily, his eyes full of greed. Whether it's the demon suppression tower or the dragon crystal in David's body, it's a rare treasure. If you get any one, you will be able to improve your strength by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Ningji, although he didn't dare to take risks and test David, he immediately thought of someone. After summoning a servant, Ningji whispered a few words in the servant's ear. The servant left in a hurry. After a short time, the next person returned, but brought a person behind him. The person who brought it was Dong Likun, the head of the Dong family. When Dong Likun saw the tragic situation at the scene, after seeing David's embarrassed appearance, his face was full of surprise. And David frowned when he saw Dong Likun. David didn't know yet that Dong Likun surrendered to the Ning family. Chapter 12:25. Master Ning. Dong Likun walked up to Ningji and shouted respectfully. Seeing this scene, David's eyes were full of incredible. In any case, the Dong family and the Ning family are both big families in Kyoto, and they are also on an equal footing. Besides, Dong Likun's seniority is also higher than Ningji, so he shouldn't be so respectful to Ningji. Go kill that David, remember to keep the whole body, he still has what I want. Ningji ordered to Dong Likun. Dong Likun was stunned for a moment, then slowly looked at David with a complicated expression on his face. What? You want to disobey my orders? Seeing Dong Likun's hesitation, Ningji's face turned cold. Don't forget who you are now. Ningji's words are arrogant. What he needs now is to show his rights in front of many aristocratic families. The Dong family, a wealthy family in Kyoto, are so obedient, how can other families dare not to obey? The anger in Dong Likun's heart was rising, but because Dong Jiahao was in Ningji's hands, Dong Likun didn't dare to say anything, so he could only swallow it. Don't dare. Dong Likun was very obedient. After speaking, he slowly walked towards David. David looked at Dong Likun with surprise. He couldn't believe that the head of the Dong family would surrender to a junior like Ningji. David, don't blame me, I have no choice but to. When you go to H3LL, I'll burn you some paper money. After Dong Likun finished speaking, his breath exploded. Marquis Wu's aura burst out, but it was not something that Wu Zong could compare with. Feeling the breath of Dong Likun, David's heart sank. He knew that he was doomed. If he was not seriously injured, he might be able to fight with Dong Likun. There are even many who almost defeated Dong Likun. After all, David's strength has increased dozens of times. But now, let alone Marquis Wu, even an ordinary master could kill David. Looking at Dong Likun in front of him, David slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Dong Likun raised his palm slowly. He didn't want to shoot, because he knew that after he killed David, if Dong Jiahao knew, he would never forgive him. But if he didn't do it, then Ningji would definitely not let his son go. Dong Likun had no choice. He never thought that he would be reduced to this point. Maybe this is God's retribution for him. David, do you have any last words? Dong Likun raised his palm, did not drop it for a long time, facing David. Go ahead. David didn't open his eyes, and his last words were meaningless. Hurry up. Ningji frowned and shouted loudly. Dong Likun had no choice. A faint white mist flickered on the palm of his hand, and then he slapped David's head with his palm. The howling wind rang in David's ears. David knew that he was going to die soon. But just when Dong Lakun's palm was about to hit David's head, a sudden burst of energy that undoubtedly rivaled him. David opened his eyes, only to find that Dong Lakun in front of him flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. This time, everyone's eyes widened in shock. You must know that Dong Lakun is Marquis of Wu. A Marquis of Wu was so easily repulsed. Who is it? Get out! Ningji roared with an ugly face. Is the martial arts world so rampant now? Don't take our officials seriously. Slowly, Mr. Shi walked out, followed by Zhao Waoqi. Seeing that Mr. Shi was here, everyone was shocked. I didn't know it was Mr. Shi who was here, please forgive me. Ningji was crazy, but in front of Mr. Shi, he didn't dare to have the slightest temper. He quickly lowered his posture and said, Mr. Shi. The heads of those sect families all shouted respectfully. What sect family, in front of the official, is nothing. Chapter 1226. Mr. Chen. Zhao Waoqi looked at David's tragic state, and hurriedly stepped forward to support David. At this moment, David was relieved, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Zhao Waoqi looked panicked. Don't worry, he can't die. After Mr. Shi glanced at David, he said lightly. Pavilion Zhao, I'm fine. David smiled at Zhao Waoqi. Mr. Shi, David broke into my banquet and killed my Ning family. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Ningji looked at Mr. Shi and said humbly. I'll take it away and let everyone else get out of the way. Mr. Shi said calmly. Ningji frowned when he saw that Mr. Shi was going to take David away. You must know that David is now a lamb to be slaughtered. If David is released at this time, I am afraid there will not be such a good opportunity in the future. Mr. Shi, this David destroyed my Ning family villa and killed my Ning family members. You just take him away like this, I snapped. Before Ningji finished speaking, he felt a strong wind blow, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Mr. Shi had a cold face and looked at Ningji with a slightly condensed gaze. Didn't you hear what I said? Ningji slowly got up, his face full of horror. The other members of the sect family were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. No one could see how Mr. Shi made his move, but Ningji was directly swept away. I heard, everything is arranged by Mr. Shi. Ningji did not dare to refute in the slightest. Let's go. Mr. Shi said to Zhao Waoqi. Zhao Waoqi hurriedly supported David and planned to leave. But David broke free from Zhao Waoqi, then shook his head and said, Today I have to rescue the 4 evil men, or I will die here. Mr. Chen, in your current situation, where are these people's opponents? Let's leave first. Zhao Waoqi persuaded David. If I don't rescue them, I won't leave, even if I die. David's eyes were firm. Zhao Waoqi looked at Mr. Shi helplessly. Although Mr. Shi's face was displeased, he still turned to look at Ningji. Where are the 4 villains? Mr. Shi asked lightly. Ningji hesitated, and finally said, locked in the dungeon. Take me and let them all go. Mr. Shi's tone was tough, and it was an order. Ningji nodded, he did not dare to go against Mr. Shi's wishes. Even if their Ning family is in cattle, they are not official. Ningji took Mr. Shi and David to the dungeon. The Ning family's dungeon was very dark, and the 4 wicked men were locked inside. Everyone gets a clavicle with a special hook that prevents them from escaping. In the next room, Dong Jiahao was locked. After being locked in the dungeon for this period of time, Dong Jiahao's hair was disheveled and his expression became much duller. Son. When Dong Lakun saw that his son was locked in the dungeon by Ningji, and he became like this, his body suddenly burst into anger. Ningji, I killed you the fuck, how did you promise me? Killing intent erupted from Dong Lakun's body, and he slapped Ningji with one palm. Dong Lakun always thought that Ningji just put Dong Jiahao under house arrest, but in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation, it should not be too harsh. But who knows, this Ningji actually locked Dong Jiahao in the dungeon. Ningji panicked and quickly retreated. As soon as Dong Lakun made his move, Mr. Shi waved his palm, and Dong Lakun was instantly controlled by the wall, unable to move. You must know that Dong Lakun is Marquis of Wu, and in front of Mr. Shi, he is so unbearable. It can be seen how strong this Mr. Shi is. Is this when I don't exist? Whoever dares to do it again, don't blame me for being ruthless. After Mr. Shi finished speaking, his energy was withdrawn, and Dong Lakun fell to the ground. Chapter 1227. Everyone looked at Mr. Shi and didn't dare to let out the air. Dong Lakun got up, and opened the iron gate in front of him with one palm, saving Dong Jiahao. Seeing Dong Lakun, Dong Jiahao burst into tears. During this time, he did not know how much he suffered. At this moment, David looked like an animal, the four wicked men who were suspended in the air, and the anger in his eyes was burning. David slowly grabbed the iron gate and fence in front of him with both hands. Immediately afterwards, a faint blue flame began to burn. The hard iron fence began to slowly melt. David's eyes were scarlet, and he gritted his teeth, using the last bit of spiritual power in his body that could be mobilized. When the door was opened, David spat out a mouthful of blood. "Mr. Chen!" The four wicked men all exclaimed when they saw David spit out blood. Zhao Waoqi stepped forward to help David, but David waved his hand to stop him. Dragging his extremely tired body, David stepped forward and rescued the four evil men from the iron hook. Freed from the iron hook, the strength of the four villains instantly recovered. Ding Dabu stepped forward to support David, his eyes full of shame, and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry." David looked at the two blood holes on the shoulder armor of the four villains, and his eyes were full of remorse. They suffered so much because they protected him. Ding didn't see the self-blame in David's eyes, so he immediately said, "Mr. Chen, this injury on our body is nothing, but you are too weak now. Mr. Chen, our four brothers have gone through all the scenes. This injury is nothing." Ding Busan said carelessly. "Let's go." After David finished speaking, he was supported by Ding Dabu and walked out slowly. When passing by Ningji, David suddenly stopped and looked at Ningji fiercely. "Remember, within 10 days, I will make your Ning family disappear." After finishing speaking, David glanced at the people from the sect family behind Ningji, "And you, all the people who belong to the Ning family are going to die." Ningji narrowed his eyes and stared at David, but he didn't say a word, but finally looked at Mr. Shi and said, "Mr. Shi, is it too much for David to threaten me like this in front of you? Not giving you face anymore? David, if you dare to make trouble in Kyoto, don't blame me for taking you to the heavenly prison." Mr. Shi said with a serious face. David did not speak, but turned around and walked out of the dungeon. Dong Lakun also walked out with Dong Jiahao. When leaving the Ning family, Dong Lakun's eyes were filled with ferocity and murderous intent. This time, the Dong family and the Ning family will be deadly enemies. "You should leave the capital recently, I can't protect you all the time. If I didn't show up today, you would be a corpse now. Your strength is really good, but it's not enough to challenge many families." After leaving Ning's house, Mr. Shi said to David. David didn't speak, his eyes were still filled with killing intent, and it seemed that the Ning family would not be destroyed, and he probably wouldn't leave the capital. Seeing David like this, Mr. Shi shook his head and left. David followed the four villains back to the Valley of the Villains. And David asked Zhao Ligua to directly relocate the entire Wuying Villa to the Valley of the Wicked. In this fierce battle in the Valley of the Wicked, there were almost no casualties. David decided to rebuild the Valley of the Wicked. In addition, Shadowless Villa is in Kyoto, crisscrossing with the forces of the major families, and it is easy to be attacked. Relocating Shadowless Villa to the Valley of the Wicked is better geographically and safer. There is also Shadowless Villa and the Valley of the Wicked as a Hall of the Dragon sect, and it is not inappropriate to merge them together. Chapter 1228. 3 days later. With the blessing of the Demon Suppression Tower, David's injury has been healed, and the spiritual power in his body is also full of incomparable. The four wicked men were all arranged by David to enter the Demon Tower for training and healing. However, the healing speed of the four villains is much slower than that of David. It would take at least 10 days and a half for the four of them to recover to their peak. When David came out of the Demon Suppression Tower, he found that Zhao Chuang led people around him. These tower guards are all the most elite people in Shadowless Villa. Brother Chen. Seeing David coming out, Zhao Chuang hurried up to meet him. Zhao Chuang, how long have I been in the tower? David asked Zhao Chuang. Inside the tower, he had no way of estimating the time. 3 days, I didn't expect your body to recover so well in 3 days. Zhao Chuang looked at David and said. David was also a little surprised. He did not expect that within 3 days, his body would recover, and his spiritual power became extremely full. You cultivate well in the valley, I'll go out. David patted Zhao Chuang on the shoulder and said. Brother Chen, what are you going to do? Zhao Chuang asked in confusion. David's eyes showed killing intent. I will destroy the Ning family and avenge my dead brother. After speaking, David walked out. Brother Chen, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll go tell my dad and let him take someone with you. Zhao Chuang hurriedly said to David. No, you stay in the valley and no one can leave. After speaking, David's figure disappeared in Taniguchi. David was dressed in black with a black hat on his head. If you don't look closely, it's hard to tell it's him. When David went to the boundary of Kyoto, the cold light in his eyes flashed instantly. When David stepped into the capital, the first thing he did was to call Zhao Waoqi. He and Zhao Waoqi asked for all those sect families that were attached to the Ning family. David said that he was going to destroy the Ning family. And those sect families that were attached to the Ning family also belonged to the Ning family's forces. Although Zhao Waoqi didn't know what David was going to do, he still gave David the list. Looking at the sect families on the list, the killing intent on David rose. Xianyang sect is a small sect in Kyoto. The Yang sect master of Xianyang sect is only a 6th-rank martial sect. Many times, Zhuaniangzong applied to join the martial arts alliance, but because of insufficient conditions, he was not able to join. Such small sects are all over the capital, so Xianyang sect hopes to find a backer. Only in this way can I live in Kyoto safely. Since he could not join the martial arts alliance, Xianyang sect chose to be attached to the Ning family when the Ning family had a great reputation. And that night, Sect Master Yang of Xianyang sect was in his room, sleeping with his newly married C0 cub, Ne. But in the sect, a black shadow has entered. Soon, the entire Xianyang sect was mourning, and the fire was soaring into the sky. Sect Master Yang of Xianyang sect was also awakened and walked out with a weapon inside. When he saw the corpses all over the ground and the entire sect was almost slaughtered, he was stunned. Who are you? Sect Master Yang looked at the man dressed in black in front of him and roared angrily. And David slowly turned around after killing the last disciple of Xianyang sect. When Sect Master Yang saw David, he was shocked. Chen. David? Sect Master Yang showed panic in his eyes. When David was besieged that day, he was also there. David looked at Sect Master Yang coldly, waved his hand, and a strong wind rushed out. Sect Master Yang's head was chopped off by the strong wind. David slowly bent over and lifted the head up. At this moment, in David's eyes, he could not see the slightest emotion. Like a killing machine. The next one. David left with the head. Chapter 12:29. Just one night. 6 sect families in Kyoto were destroyed. Without exception, these sect families are all attached to the Ning family. In Kyoto, everyone dared to do this and had a clear goal. Everyone immediately pointed the finger at David. This David is really a man. After only 3 days, he returned with revenge. This time, it is estimated that the Ning family will have a headache. Let's wait and see today. Many aristocratic sects will issue a statement and leave the Ning family. Everyone was talking about it. And at this moment, in the Ning family hall, Ning Ji's face flushed with anger, and he smashed the coffee table in front of him with one palm. David, you're deceiving people too much, I'm going to kill you. Ning Ji roared, his eyes full of anger. Master, now many aristocratic sects have issued statements and left our Ning family. On the martial arts forum, many people are watching our Ning family's jokes. the butler said in a low voice. Ning Ji's whole body was trembling with anger. He didn't expect that the Ning family, which was so beautiful a few days ago, became a joke at this moment. Even though Ning Ji's mind was meticulous and he didn't like it, he was mad at the moment. Go and call back all the middle and high-level members of the Ning family. Then David will definitely come here. I will wait for him here. This time even if the King of Heaven comes, I will kill him. Ning Ji gritted his teeth. Soon, the middle and high-level powerhouses outside the Ning family were all called together again. These are the main force of the Ning family, but now that they are all called back, the forces outside the Ning family are bound to be affected. Kyoto Budo Alliance. Zhu Zhishan gathered together several big family patriarchs in the alliance. Among them is Long Jinghua of the Long family. This time the meeting was different from the past, because there were a few more people wearing black clothes and covering their faces with black scarves at this meeting. When they saw these people, the heads of the major families were all slightly taken aback. Because in the martial arts alliance, I have never seen these people before. I called you here today to talk about David. Have you heard what happened last night? Zhu Zhishan asked slowly. I heard that David destroyed 6 sect families overnight, all of them attached to the Ning family. Someone answered. This David's courage is indeed beyond my expectations. The more this guy is like this, the more careful we must be. Especially Mr. Shi, who has been taking special care of this David. If Mr. Shi hadn't come forward, David would have died in the Ning family long ago. It seems that we want to deal with that David, and we also have to come up with a foolproof strategy, and we can't let Mr. Shi get the hang of it. Zhu Zhishan frowned slightly. Let's just send someone to assassinate David. Who can find out? Said a homeowner. How can it be so easy? Don't take the government so badly, maybe Mr. Shi can see our every move. Zhu Zhishan said. Then what should we do? Send someone to challenge that David? But there are very few people in the younger generation who can rival that David. If we old guys come forward to challenge, it will become a joke in the entire martial arts world. Long Jinghua asked. Of course there is a way, we can't come forward to kill him, but someone can come forward. After Zhu Zhishan finished speaking, he glanced at a few men in black and said slowly, these people are here to deal with David, so you need to cooperate with them and provide information. The heads of several big families looked at the man in black in front of them and looked at each other, wanting to say something, but no one said anything. I wish the alliance leader, who are these people? They won't be evil cultivators, right? Long Jinghua asked. Chapter 1230. Because when they came in, they felt that the breath of these people was a little different. Yes, they are indeed evil cultivators. Zhu Zhishan nodded and admitted. This time, Long Jinghua and the others were frightened, and their expressions changed greatly. None of them expected that Zhu Zhishan would so happily admit that these people were evil cultivators. And don't hide it from them. I wish the alliance leader, what do you mean? Don't you know the consequences of colluding with evil cultivators? If this is officially known, we will all be out of luck. Long Jinghua said solemnly. Do you think we won't be unlucky if the officials don't know? Zhu Zhishan snorted coldly, let me tell you, the martial arts world in the entire Kyoto is about to be reshuffled. It won't take long before many sects and aristocratic families will disappear. And those evil cultivators and masters hidden in the dark will slowly surface. Don't be naive to think that those evil cultivators have really been eliminated. In fact, they are all hiding in the dark, even beside you and me. Mr. Shi is so condoning that David, a large part of the reason is that he wants David to muddy the water in the martial arts world, and then the officials will use trumped-up charges to catch us all. We can only do it first, let these evil cultivators kill David, and Mr. Shi will not suspect us at that time. Zhu Zhishan's words caused the several patriarchs to fall into contemplation. I wish the leader of the alliance, that day, the sect master of the evil gate, Zhang Qing, was also sent by you to kill David? Long Jinghua remembered that some time ago, on the high-profile road, the Tibetan Qing who wanted to kill David came. These evil cultivators are all hidden in the dark, who follow David without any grievances, but suddenly show up in a high-profile manner and want to kill David. There must be someone directing him. Yes, I ordered it. Zhu Zhishan nodded. It's just that this guy is too weak to be killed by that David. Several patriarchs looked at Zhu Zhishan in amazement, wondering what kind of ability Zhu Zhishan had to be able to order those evil cultivators. I wish the alliance leader, who are you? Why do those evil cultivators listen to you? Long Jingwa expressed his doubts. You don't need to ask about these, you just need to remember that we are grasshoppers on a rope now, and no one can run away. Since I chose Gao to tell you this, I'm not afraid of your nonsense, understand? After Zhu Zhishan finished speaking, behind Zhu Zhishan, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire conference room. Feeling this breath, whether it was Long Jingwa or the other patriarchs, their eyes were wide open and their faces were full of horror. They have never felt such a powerful breath. You must know that each of Long Jingwa and the others are in the realm of Marquis, and what kind of realm has their strength reached? But soon, the breath was withdrawn, as if it had never been revealed. Several patriarchs looked at Zhu Zhishan with very complicated expressions. They knew that such a terrifying aura would never come from Zhu Zhishan. This shows that behind Zhu Zhishan, there are more powerful characters. I wish the alliance leader, you can rest assured, what should be said and what should not be said, we know in our hearts. Long Jingwa reacted at this time and said. Zhu Zhishan chuckled, that's good, I believe that you can understand the painstaking efforts of the Long family. Today's meeting is here, and I won't send it. After Zhu Zhishan finished speaking, Long Jingwa and the others got up and left. After Long Jingwa and the others left, an eerie voice came from behind Zhu Zhishan, that girl's blood is indeed a good thing. I can already feel the changes in my body. I also feel that my magical power is about to be completed. By then, the entire Kyoto martial arts world, and even the entire Dacia martial arts world, will respect us. There was greed and desire in Zhu Zhishan's eyes. Chapter 1231. Kyoto Ningjia. Ningji gathered all the masters of the Ning family together. There were about 10 Marquis of Wu in just half a step, and there were dozens of masters at the peak of Wu Zone. These are all the assets of the Ning family, and the forces of the Ning family in other places have also been mobilized by Ningji. This time, Ningji was also considered to be breaking the boat, exposing all the forces of the Ning family. It is this exposure that shocked many people in the Kyoto martial arts world. They didn't expect the Ning family to secretly cultivate so many masters. However, according to Ningji's temperament, secretly cultivating power is also in line with his character. Ningji waited for David for a whole day, but David did not appear. Not only Ningji, but also other aristocratic families in the martial arts world of Kyoto are waiting for David to appear in the Ning family. No matter who wins or loses, these people are just hilarious. But they were all disappointed. David didn't show up at Ning's house. Is David cowardly? Why didn't he go to Ning's house? The Ning family suddenly revealed such a strong strength. I think that David has already run away. No one would have thought that the Ning family would secretly develop such a great strength, with more than 10 Marquis in just half a step. Everyone in the martial arts world was discussing. As night falls, the full moon hangs high. Just at midnight, a figure slowly appeared in the Ning family's villa. Ningji sat on the chair, eyes closed slightly, and was resting. After waiting for David for a day, David didn't come, and Ningji was a little tired. Who is it? Crowding into Ning's house at night? At this time, an angry shout from outside woke Ningji directly. Ningji suddenly opened his eyes, and his body rushed out quickly. Under the moonlight, Ningji saw David at a glance. And in David's hand, there are several heads, all of which David killed last night. Everyone is attached to the Ning family. David, you are still here, I've been waiting for you for a day. Ningji's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course I will come. I said that if I want to kill you, I must kill you. David threw the head in his hand directly at Ningji's feet. Ningji's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't even look at the dead people. These aristocratic sects attached to their Ning family were no different from dogs to Ningji. Only a few dogs died. Ningji would not be moved by this. At this moment, the Ning family was already brightly lit, and David was directly surrounded. David, you are too crazy, don't think that if Mr. Sure protects you, you can be unscrupulous. I will kill you today. Even if I come here, I will kill you. This time I have gathered more than a dozen half-step marquis. I will see how you can escape. Ningji looked at David coldly and said. David raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of contempt. If I kill you today, even a dozen half-step marquis can't stop. Humph, I'm not ashamed to say. After Ningji finished speaking, he winked at the masters of the Ning family. In an instant, more than a dozen half-step Wuhou masters burst out with horrified auras. David, you kneel on the ground now and hand over the treasure, I may make you feel better. Ningji was still thinking about the treasure on David's body. I said it, you are unworthy, you will never be. After finishing speaking, David's body began to have a trace of golden light permeating his entire body. A terrifying aura also radiated from David's body. Feeling the breath on David's body, Ningji frowned slightly. He did not expect that David, who was seriously injured, would be able to recover in such a short period of time. This is simply too perverted. Go ahead, grab him for me. Ningji did not order David to be killed, but to arrest David. He needs to get all the treasures on David's body in order to let David die. Especially the dragon crystal, that is what Ningji has always dreamed of. And in Ningji's opinion, that Long Jing should have been his own. Chapter 1232. The two half-step Wuhou looked at each other, and then jumped up. The energy in their hands was pushing David away. Boom! The two energy roared out, and the strength of the half-step Wuhou was extraordinary. Two people dare to shoot. David snorted coldly, his fists flickered with golden light, and the power of the dragon was condensed on his fists. Holy Light Fist. As soon as David made his move, it was Xingguang Fist. In the face of so many masters, David despised each other, but it did not mean that David would be really careless. Boom! David's fists and two golden beams shot out, and the fist wind burst, colliding with the two masters of the Ning family. Almost at the moment of the collision, the bodies of the two masters of the Ning family were instantly blown away. And David's figure just swayed. How can it be? Ningji's face was full of horror. You must know that these were two half-step marquis, but David actually repelled them. It seems that David's strength is more than half a step Wuhou. Could it be that David is already in the realm of Marquis of Wu? Ningji couldn't believe it, he didn't believe David's strength had improved so fast. After David kicked back the two masters of the Ning family, the golden light on his body became even stronger, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Let's go together. After speaking, David jumped up and bombarded Ningji. This time, the masters of the Ning family blocked it together, and no one dared to despise David. In an instant, the sky was dark and the earth was dark, and rays of light blasted towards David. David was not in a hurry, relying on his undamaged golden body. David not only blocked the attacks of these people. Even if one fights 10, David has no fear at all. At this moment, he became more and more brave, and the breath of his body continued to erupt. More than a dozen half-step Wuhou masters joined forces, but David couldn't do anything for a while. In the end, the dozen or so half-step Wuhou all sacrificed their magic weapons and wanted to use them to smother David. It's a pity that they were wrong. Even Ningji's copper symbol, which had the power of Wuhou's peak, could not restrain David. As soon as David stretched out his hand, he held the dragon-slaying sword tightly in his hand, and the dragon-slaying sword was burning with flaming flames. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand swung out. A fire dragon roared out. And the magic tools of the masters of the Ning family, under the fire dragon, instantly cracked. Come on, let me go together. Ningji roared and asked everyone to get on together. More than a dozen half-step marquis, plus those at the peak of Wuzong, besieged David together. David's eyes were red and he held the dragon-slaying sword, like an undefeated god of war. David was already covered in blood, and he couldn't tell whether it was his own or the enemy's. However, although David is very brave, but under the siege of so many Ning family masters, David began to show a decadent trend. Seeing that David had already shown his defeat, a smile appeared on Ningxi's mouth. David, you came to die yourself, no wonder I. You are so arrogant, you dare to break into my Ning's house alone. Ningxi looked proud. David looked at Ningxi, gasping for breath, but with a calm smile on his face. Who said I came alone? David said slowly. Ningxi was stunned, looked around randomly, and found that there was no one else. But just as Ningxi was about to speak, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Kill! There was a deafening scream of killing. Then dozens of people rushed into the Ning family's villa. And these people are led by Dong Likun of the Dong family, and Dong Jiahao is also among them. The people who rushed in were all from the Dong family. Brother David. When Dong Jiahao saw David, he immediately walked over with his sword, and several Dong Jiahao masters closely protected Dong Jiahao. Chapter 1233. David was relieved when he saw Dong Jiahao coming, and smiled at Dong Jiahao. Brother Dong, thank you. Dong Jiahao blushed. Brother David, you don't blame me, I'm quite satisfied. At this time, Dong Likun also came over, and when he saw David, Dong Likun looked a little embarrassed. He didn't know how to follow David. Patriarch Dong, thank you. Seeing Dong Likun, David also expressed his thanks. Mr. Chen, don't be like this, you are like this, I'm even more embarrassed. Dong Likun looked ashamed. And Ningxi looked at everything in front of him, his face became very ugly. If there is only one David, Ningxi has absolute confidence to kill David. But now Dong Likun brought people from the Dong family. Besides, Dong Likun was Marquis of Wu. With David added, the people of the Ning family were not necessarily opponents. Ningxi did not expect that David would bring the Dong family. It turned out that David did not come to Ning's house recklessly. After knowing that Ningxi was anxious for many masters, David went to Dong's house. He hoped that the Dong family could come forward to help him. Because David knew that the Dong family and the Ning family also had a break-in holiday. Especially after Dong Jiahao was tortured by Ningxi, Dong Likun hated the Ning family even more. So David took advantage of this and went to the Dong family during the day, and Dong Jiahao was in it, so David and the Dong family soon reached a cooperation. They joined forces to destroy the Ning family, just to avenge each other. Although David is reckless at times, it does not mean that he is stupid. Ningxi, how did you treat me? Today I will pay you back 100-fold. Dong Jiahao looked at Ningxi, his eyes full of killing intent. Ningxi's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth tightly, as if thinking about something. Kill me. Dong Likun was full of anger for a long time. As the head of the Dong family, he was tricked by the junior Ningxi, and he lost face in front of many aristocratic families. This is something Dong Likun cannot tolerate. This time, the Dong family has become the laughingstock of everyone in the martial arts world. Today he is going to get his face back. After an angry shout, everyone in the Dong family shouted in unison and killed the people in the Ning family. On the other hand, Dong Likun himself rose up violently, killing a half-step Marquis of the Ning family as soon as he made a move. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between Marquis Wu and Marquis Banbu. Seeing this, Ningxi's heart trembled. Follow me, give me everything. Soon, several experts from the Ning family surrounded Dong Likun, while the others followed the Dong family to start a melee. Ningxi turned around and ran into the distance. He knew that these people from their Ning family would not be able to resist for long. Brother David, that Ningxi is going to run. When Dong Jiahao saw that Ningxi was about to run away, he hurriedly reminded David. David held the dragon-slaying sword, then jumped up and fell in front of Ningxi. You want to go? David looked at Ningxi coldly and said. Ningxi's face was extremely ugly. His current strength was not David's opponent at all. David, my dad is still in seclusion now. If you kill me now, my dad will definitely not let you go after he leaves. Ningxi moved his father out and threatened David. You should be glad that your dad is in retreat, or I'll kill him together. David's eyes were full of killing intent, and he would not let Ningxi go. Those who died in the Valley of the Wicked, David must avenge them. Ningji looked at the determination on David's face, knowing what he said, it was impossible for David to let him go. A viciousness flashed in Ningji's eyes, and suddenly there was a scarlet-black dagger in his hand, and then he stabbed at David. Clang! A crisp sound, followed by a splash of fire. Ningji used up all his infuriating energy, and this dagger was made of tungsten steel, extremely hard and sharp. Unfortunately, when the dagger touched David's body, it was directly shaken into two pieces. Chapter 1234. Looking at the broken dagger, Ningji fell into a panic. And David reached out and slapped Ningji's face. Snapped! With a crisp sound, Ningji's body rotated several times in midair, and finally fell heavily to the ground. David's slap was so powerful that he almost vented all his anger. I saw that half of Ningji's face was bloody, and his bones were exposed, looking very terrifying. Ningji looked at David angrily, gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of anger and killing intent. Although he knew that his strength was inferior to David, he would never bow his head. David held the dragon-slaying sword and took it towards Ningji. Ningji felt the terrifying sword energy and knew that he was doomed today, so he closed his eyes. Swish! The sword chi swept across, but Ningji was not dead, but the severe pain in his leg made Ningji cry loudly. I saw Ningji's legs were bleeding profusely, and his hamstrings were broken. Do you think I'll make you die so happy? David looked at Ningji coldly, the whole person was like a H3LL demon. David, if you have the ability, you can kill me, otherwise I will never spare you. Ningji roared, he is now begging for death. He doesn't want to be fooled by David like this. David squatted down slowly, and even stretched his hand directly to the wound on Ningji's leg, and then suddenly exerted force. A white hamstring with blood was pulled out by David. What? Ningji was in pain, and his face was pale and sweating profusely. At this moment, Ningji almost fainted from the pain. It's just that David pressed Ningji, and a spiritual energy penetrated into Ningji's body, making him unable to faint at all. David held Ningji's hamstring, and then used it to beat Ningji's body violently. Every time, the skin is opened and the flesh is broken. Ningji screamed and looked at David with panic in his eyes. He didn't expect that David would be so ruthless, he was simply a devil. David, you killed me, please kill me. Ningji screamed and began to soften. He now only hopes that David can kill himself. If you want to die, it's not that easy. There are nearly 100 people in the Valley of the Wicked. I want to avenge them. For wicked men, let you hang like a dead dog. Did you ever think about who you are today? After David finished speaking, he slammed it down again. Master. Seeing Ningji like this, a master of the Ning family rushed over in a hurry. The palms rolled, and the energy whistled. Humph! David snorted coldly. With a wave of the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, a ray of fire blazed out. Hit the Ning family master directly. The flame instantly engulfed the master of the Ning family. The screams sounded, and Ningji watched helplessly as his subordinates were burned to ashes. David tortured Ningji for half an hour. At this moment, Ningji could only breathe in one breath. Can't see the human at all. And the masters of the Ning family were almost slaughtered, and the battle was drawing to a close. Go to H3LL. Looking at Ningji, who was dying, David raised the dragon-slaying sword aloft. He didn't want to play with Ningji anymore. But just as David's sword was about to swing down, a figure appeared. Stop me all. A voice containing countless infuriating chi shook everyone's eardrums. All stopped involuntarily, and the dragon-slaying sword raised by David did not fall. Mr. Sure. After seeing the person coming, Dong Lakun hurriedly shouted. Respectfully. It's just presumptuous, do you take my words as a deaf ear? Mr. Sure looked at David angrily. Mr. Sure looked at David like this, and his heart began to tremble slightly. Especially the aura on Mr. Sure's body made people terrified. Chapter 1235. I have to take revenge. David stabilized his mind and said lightly. Revenge? Mr. Sher waved his palm lightly, and David's body flew out instantly. No resistance at all. Remember, the martial arts world has the rules of the martial arts world, and the rules of the Kyoto martial arts world are made by me. If you want to break the rules and don't listen to me, then show your true skills. If you don't have real skills, keep your mouth shut and be honest and obedient. You leave the capital of the capital immediately, at least 1,000 miles away, if I am watching you make trouble in the capital during this time. Kill without mercy. Although Mr. Sher's words were very light, it was extremely shocking to hear David's ears. David did not speak, looking at Ningji who was dying in front of him. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand trembled slightly. He really wanted to ignore it and kill Ningji with a sword in the past. But he knew that in front of Mr. Sher, he didn't even have the chance to make a move. But now Ningji has become a cripple. Even if he is alive, it will be a lifetime of pain. This may be a better revenge. David put away the dragon-slaying sword, glanced at Dong Jiahao, did not speak, but jumped up and disappeared into the darkness. You go too. Mr. Sher looked at Dong Likun. Dong Likun was so frightened that he hurriedly left with the Dong family. Mr. Sher, why do you want to save Ningji? And let Mr. Chen stay away from the capital? At this time, Zhao Waoqi walked up to Mr. Sher and asked in a puzzled way. Mr. Sher looked at Ningji, who was dying, and then said, "It wasn't him that I saved, but David. If he stays in the capital, he will surely die." Zhao Waoqi was stunned, feeling that Mr. Sher seemed to know something. But he didn't dare to ask any further. There were some things that he should not know at this level. After Mr. Sher left, some of the remaining servants of the Ning family hurriedly carried Ningji into the room for treatment. It's just that Ningji's injuries were so severe that even if he didn't die, he was afraid that he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. As the eldest young master of a martial arts family and the only heir, if Ningji spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair, he might as well die. The servants were helpless, and in the end they could only wait for Ning Dahai to speak after leaving the customs. There was only Ningji left in the room, and the pain in his body made him faint several times. Although he can't move now, the anger in his eyes is still burning. "David, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human," Ningji shouted, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the sound he made was very weak. "Do you want to kill that David?" At this moment, an old and distant voice suddenly sounded in Ningji's ears. Who? Who? Ningji hurriedly turned his head and saw a figure slowly appearing in the room. And this figure appeared out of thin air. Ningji tried to open his eyes wide, but he still couldn't see what the figure looked like. It was as if the person in front of him was not a person at all, but a shadow. But why does the shadow speak? "You don't need to care who I am, I can help you heal your body and help you kill that David," the figure said slowly. "Then what do you want me to do?" Although Ningji was seriously injured, his thinking was not affected. He knew that there was no good thing in the world. Since this person wants to help him, he must also want to get what he wants. "Sure enough, it seems that I am looking for you, and I really found the right one." The figure smiled lightly. "What I need is your body." "My body?" Ningji was stunned, not understanding what the figure meant. "I'm just a consciousness now, so I need to live in someone else's body, and you are the one I want to live in," the figure explained. Chapter 1236. When Ningji heard it, he understood in an instant, but a sense of consciousness could have autonomous consciousness, showing how terrifying the strength of that body was. "As long as you can help me kill that David, I promise you." Viciousness flashed in Ningji's eyes. As long as he could kill David, he could do anything. "Ha ha ha, don't worry." The figure burst out laughing, followed by a flash of white light. Ningji felt that something had entered his mind. At this time, the old voice sounded in his mind, "The foundation is good, and with my guidance, you will soon be able to kill that David. I'll heal your body now." Soon, a faint white mist began to emerge from Ningji's body, and the mist enveloped Ningji. After an hour, the white mist disappeared. However, the injuries on Ningji's body disappeared, and the whole person seemed to be uninjured at all. Ningji's face was full of excitement, and he hurriedly got up to check. But just standing up, his body slanted, and he almost fell. Ningxi looked at his legs and found that one leg was slightly bent, and he was limping when he walked. "Your hamstrings are gone. I can only help you stand up. As for walking normally, it is impossible," said the old voice. "Am I going to be lame in the future?" Ningxi asked with a frown. "Yes, this is already a very good result," the voice in my head said. Ningxi gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. "David, I want you to live rather than die." After David left, he went directly to Yaoshan Valley. Since Mr. Shi spoke and told him to stay away from Kyoto, David did not dare not to listen. He was going to go to Yaoshan Valley to explain the matter, and by the way, he would visit Longwu and Gulinger. Now the reconstruction of the Valley of the Wicked requires a large amount of medicinal herbs and medicinal pills in Yaoshan Valley. David had to explain Su Chongsheng. Leaving from Yaoshan Valley, David went to the Valley of the Villains. At this time, the 4 villains were still healing in the Demon Suppression Tower. David explained a few words to Zhao Ligua and told him that he would be away for a while. Although Zhao Ligua didn't know why David left suddenly, he didn't ask much. David left the Valley of the Wicked and headed southwest all the way. David did not drive or fly, but walked on foot. The spiritual energy is condensed on the soles of the feet, and the speed is not slow. But this time, David didn't bring out the Demon Suppression Tower, so his cultivation needs to rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or find a place full of spiritual energy. The reason why David didn't take away the Demon Suppression Tower is to heal the wounds of the 4 wicked people, and to temper his state of mind. During this period of time, David found that he relied on the Demon Suppression Pagoda and the 9,000 miles of mountains and rivers map to speed up his practice. But in this way, he always feels that his strength is not very condensed, and if he wants to break through to the realm of nascent soul, he is afraid that it will be difficult to break through by relying on magic tools. If David wants to make a breakthrough now, what he needs is an opportunity, so he plans to temper himself, and maybe he can find an opportunity for a breakthrough. David walked all the way, feeling the mountains and rivers all the way. When passing by Horendal, David took a day off and met his parents, as well as Reuben, Gu Wentian, Lin Tianhu, and the others. Then continue on the road, all the way to the southwest. Soon, David arrived at a place called Wancheng. It's almost to the southwest border here. There are green jungles, mountains and rivers everywhere, picturesque scenery. At this time, the north is already bitterly cold, but here is like spring all year round. David did not choose to go to the prosperous city, but to find some dense mountain forests to walk. Perhaps in such a place, there is another chance, or encounter some sects. The speckled sunlight, through the gaps in the branches and leaves, fell on David's body. Chapter 12:37. When David continued to walk forward for a certain distance, he suddenly found that the sky was much darker. There is very little sunlight passing through the branches and leaves. It is obvious that the trees here are going to become tall and lush. In the same place, how come the trees here are so lush? David was a little surprised. After all, it is the same piece of land, and the growth of trees should not be so different. A wisp of consciousness was released by David, and he began to feel the surrounding aura. Soon, David discovered that there was a huge boulder not far ahead. The boulder was more than 10 meters high, and in the middle of the boulder, there was a hole more than 2 meters high. What is this? Could it be that this boulder was hollowed out? David frowned slightly, but his body speeded up and quickly reached the boulder. It is clear that there is an open space here, which has been artificially mined. And the aura here is obviously stronger than other places. There must be something odd about this stone. David looked at the opening of the boulder, and found that it was an ordinary opening. From this end, he saw the other end. It doesn't seem to be anything special, but in this dense jungle, a boulder suddenly appears, which is obviously a bit out of common sense. This time, David closed his eyes slightly, and his consciousness spread towards the boulder. He wanted to check to see what was wrong with the boulder. But just as David's consciousness moved towards the boulder, he was directly bounced back by a huge anti-shock force. This boulder was actually spelled by someone. David was very surprised. Looking at the small hole, David got in without the slightest hesitation. But when David just got into the hole, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. I saw a large number of houses stacked with stones appear in front of me. There are walls all around, and there is a gate tower with the 3 characters of Red Lotus Palace written on it. The words are blood red, very bright. Seeing this scene, David realized that this place was covered with illusions. Ordinary people can't see the Red Lotus Palace when they pass by, and the entrance to the Red Lotus Palace is the entrance of the huge rock. Passing through the hole, you can break through the illusion and see the Red Lotus Palace. This sect is a bit interesting. It is possible to set up such a large illusion formation. It seems that the strength of this palace master is not ordinary. David thought about it and walked towards the palace gate. This place is very full of spiritual energy, and it is a good place for cultivation, so the ancestor of this Red Lotus Palace can choose this place, and his vision is absolutely good. Just as David walked to the door, 2 girls in purple clothes appeared and stopped him. "Who are you? Why are you trespassing in my Red Lotus Palace?" One of the girls asked David loudly. And even a girl's breath burst out, her face was gloomy, and her eyes were full of hostility. Seeing this, David hurriedly explained, "I don't mean to offend, and I hope the 2 sisters don't take offense. I just came to play and entered by mistake. Since you entered by mistake, then leave quickly, otherwise we will be welcome." The breath of the 2 girls locked on David. And David smiled slightly. These 2 girls, that is, the level of the great master, even if David stood still, the 2 of them couldn't hurt David at all. However, David had no intention of conflicting with the 2 girls, and he also entered other people's territory by mistake. Since people are not welcome, then he should just leave. "Don't be nervous, you 2, I'll leave right away." After David finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. But just as David turned around, a girl in blue suddenly jumped down from the stone wall. "Wait a moment!" The girl shouted at David. David turned to look at the girl in blue, and asked in surprise, "Is there anything else?" Chapter 12:38. The girl in the blue dress is only in her teens, but she is already in the realm of a great master, which shows that her talent is also extremely good. "I ask you, is your name David?" The girl in blue asked David. David was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, how do you know me?" David was very surprised. How could this girl hand over her name? "You must know that you have never been to this place, and since it is thousands of miles away from Horrendal, Davido has never been here before." And David was sure that he had never seen the girl in front of him. "Sure enough, it's you, I just looked like it." When the girl saw David's admission, she immediately became happy, and hurried to David's face, looking at David with admiration. "I saw you on the martial arts forum, and you also defeated Long Shao and killed Kyoto Martial Arts." Guo Wei, director of the Alliance. "A few days ago, did you destroy several aristocratic sects in the capital and call the Banning family directly? You are my idol, I like you so much, I want to go to Kyoto to find you, but my sister won't let you." The girl looked at David with a happy face, and she was a little cautious in her happiness. David was a little surprised. He killed the several affiliated families of the Ning family, and it was only a few days ago that the family has spread here. It seems that he is really famous in the martial arts world. But David doesn't know whether this is good or bad for him. David was speechless for a while. He now seems to have a feeling that a star is sought after. But looking at the teenage fangirl in front of her, fortunately she didn't go to Kyoto to find herself. If something happened on the way, David would be one of the culprits. "Follow me, I'll take you to see my sister must be very happy to see you." The girl stepped forward and took David's arm, walked towards the Red Lotus Palace, and said as she walked, "My name is Xiaomin, and my sister likes you too. She secretly reads your news on the forum, and also your photos are saved, and I thought I didn't know." Just like this, David was pulled by Xiaomin and walked forward helplessly. Along the way, David saw many girls in purple clothes, and after seeing Xiaomin, they all showed respectful expressions. Among these purple-clothed girls, there are also some white-clothed girls walking through them. But there are very few girls who obviously wear white clothes. Looking at the many girls, David sighed a little, whether he had entered the country of daughters. And those girls also looked at him with surprised eyes, and then whispered timidly. This made David a little embarrassed, so he could only lower his head slightly, not daring to look around, and followed Xiaomin all the way forward. "Xiao Min, are you Red Lotus Palace all women?" David asked curiously. "Yes, our Red Lotus Palace is all female disciples. Zhu Sun does not allow male disciples, and these female disciples must be innocent." Xiaomin followed David without hesitation. Then Xiaomin began to introduce the Red Lotus Palace to David, and also told the history of the Red Lotus Palace. He didn't treat David as an outsider. Xiaomin's trust and enthusiasm made David feel warm. But looking at the girls in the Red Lotus Palace, and they are all innocent, isn't this a man's paradise? Presumably there will be many men snooping here. It's no wonder that the Red Lotus Palace will set up such a large illusion to hide the entire Red Lotus Palace. This way, it can save a lot of trouble. David was taken by Xiaomin and soon came to a palace-like house. Xiaomin walked in with David, but the guard at the door did not stop him. After entering, Xiaomin knocked on the door of a room. Chapter 1239. Who is it? A woman's cold voice came. "Sister, it's me," Xiaomin said loudly. "You girl, didn't I punish you to guard the palace gate? Why did you come back?" The woman asked angrily. "Sister, I'll bring you someone, and I promise you'll die of joy when you meet me," Xiaomin said excitedly. "Don't play tricks on me, guard the palace gate for 3 days, not even 1 day," the woman said coldly. "Sister, I really brought you someone you really want to see," Xiaomin said anxiously. "Then come in." Xiaomin took David to open the door and walked in. Walking into the room, David glanced at him and saw a beautiful girl in red clothes with a cold complexion and snow-white skin sitting behind the desk. It's just that there is a bit of sadness between the girl's eyebrows. When the woman looked up and saw David, she was also slightly taken aback. "Brother Chen, this is my sister, her name is Ji Rushua, you can call her Xiaoxua, she is also the palace lord of the Red Lotus Palace now." Xiaomin followed David to introduce. "Palace Ji, hello. I accidentally broke into your Red Lotus Palace, I hope you don't take offense," David said very politely. But that Ji Rushua didn't say a word, and looked at David with straight eyes. "Sister, Brother Chen is talking to you." After Xiaomin reminded, Ji Rushua reacted. "Hello, Mr. Chen, please have a seat." Ji Rushua got up politely, let David sit down, and ordered someone to serve tea. "Xiao Min, go to guard the palace gate." After serving tea, Ji Rushua said to Xiaomin. "Elder sister." Xiaomin glanced at David, obviously she didn't want to go, she wanted to stay with David for a while. "Go, this is an order." Ji Rushua's face turned cold, so scared that Xiaomin hurriedly left, and when she left, she did not forget to look at David more. After Xiaomin left, only Ji Rushua and David were left in the room. "Mr. Chen, did you also read the announcement?" Ji Rushua took a sip of tea and asked lightly. "Announcement? What announcement?" David looked surprised. "I came to your Red Lotus Palace, I really did not intend to intrude, and I hope Ji Palace Master will not misunderstand." David didn't know what the announcement Ji Rushua was talking about, nor what Ji Rushua meant. Ji Rushua looked at David like that, and found that David did not know, so she smiled lightly. "Mr. Chen, I have no intention to break into my Red Lotus Palace, it is fate, since Mr. Chen is here, I should have entertained you well. It's a pity that our Red Lotus Palace has a lot of things in the past 2 days, so we can't entertain Mr. Chen, and I hope Mr. Chen won't take offense. You can play in our Red Lotus Palace for 2 days, but after 2 days, Mr. Chen must leave." David was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect that he didn't do anything. Ji Rushua issued an expulsion order. That Xiaomin also said that Ji Rushua liked her and secretly collected her photos. Now it seems that this Ji Rushua doesn't have much enthusiasm for herself. "Palace Ji, I just broke in unintentionally. Since it's inconvenient, I'll just leave." David never thought of staying in the Red Lotus Palace for a long time. "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry." Ji Rushue said apologetically. No, I took the liberty to break in, sorry. David also felt that he was a little reckless. Palace Master, several elders have arrived. At this time, a disciple from the Red Lotus Palace walked in and spoke. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. Ji Rushue got up and said apologetically, Mr. Chen can just walk around and leave, I have already ordered, no one will stop Mr. Chen. Thank you, Palace Master Ji, please. David got up and said politely. Chapter 1240. After Ji Rushue left, David also walked out of the room. Looking at the somewhat quaint Red Lotus Palace, David decided to take a walk around, appreciate it, and then leave. Before he knew it, David arrived at the back of the Red Lotus Palace, behind a rocky mountain with a clear stream flowing slowly at the foot of the mountain. And these streams come together to form a small lake. But these lakes contain a lot of spiritual energy. Because of this, in the Red Lotus Palace, David felt full of spiritual energy. This stream actually contains spiritual energy, which is really rare. David bent down, took a sip of the stream, and drank it. In an instant, a cool, sweet, and very comfortable feeling spread throughout the body. It's really weird. David looked at the clear stream, and then began to walk along the stream towards the mountains. I don't know how far I have walked, but David finally reached the end of the stream, which is a cave in the middle of the mountain. The stream water flows out of the cave. And standing at the entrance of the cave, gusts of breeze blew from the entrance of the cave, and a strong spiritual energy rushed towards him, making David feel refreshed. Looking at the dark entrance of the hole, David pinched the magic formula, and a ball of spiritual fire burned in an instant. After lighting up the road inside, David got in without hesitation. I don't know how long I walked, but I went straight to the bottom of the cave. There was no way in front of me, and I was blocked by a boulder. It's just that the stream water is still flowing slowly from the gap between the boulders. In this way, there should be room behind the boulder. David looked at the boulder in front of him, and golden light flashed on his fist. Immediately after that, it was punched out. It's a pity that under this punch, the boulder didn't move at all. How so? David frowned. With his current strength, he could blow up a small mountain with one punch, but even the stone in front of him could not be broken. David threw his fist again, but after dozens of punches, the boulder was still intact. On the contrary, there are constantly falling gravel around the cave, as if it is about to collapse. Seeing this, David didn't dare to take action. Maybe the cave collapsed and he would be buried in it. David looked around and found that the surrounding area of the cave is also very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. But how did this rich spiritual energy come from? Feeling the aura that was rolling in, David simply sat cross-legged. Condensing the heart operation, the thick spiritual energy rushed in and poured into David's body. David's eyes flickered, and he found that these auras were different from the auras he had absorbed in his previous cultivation. Whether it's the aura drawn from the Demon Town Tower or the 9,000 miles of mountains and rivers map, none of the aura is as pure as the aura here. As for the spiritual energy obtained from those magical instruments and medicinal materials, it is even more incomparable. The aura here is more like the natural formation of heaven and earth, like uncontaminated water, it is sweet and pleasant to drink. David was overjoyed in his heart, maybe relying on these pure spiritual energy, he could break through to nascent soul, which is the realm of Marquis of Wu. Not daring to have the slightest delay, David closed his eyes slightly and entered a state of cultivation. As for Ji Rushue's advice, if he had to leave the Red Lotus Palace within 2 days, David had already forgotten about it. At this time, Ji Rushue was in the hall, discussing something with several elders in white dresses. Everyone's faces were very solemn, especially Ji Rushue, who looked very ugly. Palace Master, it's only 3 days before the time given by Xiang Chong. If we can't find a helper, our Red Lotus Palace can only fight to the death. An elder said to Ji Rushue. In the past few days since our announcement was issued, has no one commented yet? Ji Rushue asked. Several elders looked at each other in dismay, and finally shook their heads. Chapter 1241. One of the elders said, Palace Master, although the conditions we offered are very attractive, Xiang Chong is famous and cruel, and no one dares to provoke him. What's more, behind this Xiang Chong is the Holy Beast Palace, no one wants to offend him. Hearing this, Ji Rushue furrowed her brows tightly. Did I dedicate myself so that no one would dare to deal with that Xiang Chong? Several elders stopped talking, all bowed their heads. Go, change the announcement, who can help me in the Red Lotus Palace to deal with that Xiang Chong? Ji Rushue can marry him. Ji Rushue gritted her teeth and said, Palace Master, it is absolutely impossible. If you are married, according to the ancestral instructions, you cannot be the Palace Master. An elder hurriedly persuaded. Then pass on the position of the Palace Master to Xiamen. If not, all of us in the Red Lotus Palace will bury the hand of Xiang Chong. Who is he? You know better than me. This guy has been spying on my Red Lotus Palace for many years. Now that he has become the adopted son of the old beast in the Holy Beast Palace, he is even more unscrupulous. How many girls are ruined in his hands? No girl can leave completely in his hands. If I can exchange for the innocence of everyone in the Red Lotus Palace, it's worth it. Ji Rushue's words were very tragic. But several elders knew that there was nothing else to do except that, after all, Xiang Chong was the strength of a half-step marquis. Relying on Ji Rushue, an 8th-rank martial sect, he was no match for Xiang Chong at all. What's more, Xiang Chong is backed by the Holy Beast Palace. I just don't know now, even if Ji Rushue dedicates herself, it is still unknown whether anyone would dare to help the Red Lotus Palace. Soon. 2 days have passed. Even though Ji Rushue offered the condition that she promised herself, no one came. In the entire south, the Holy Beast Palace is the #1 sect, and no one dares to provoke it. And the warriors in other places will not follow the Holy Beast Palace as an enemy for a woman. After all, the strong dragon can't suppress the local snake. Remember, at the last minute, no matter what, you should escort Xiamen away and give her the order of the Palace Master of the Red Lotus Palace. As long as Xiamen is alive, the Red Lotus Palace will always be there. And the other disciples of our Red Lotus Palace, even if they commit suicide in the end, they can't be cheap, Xiang Chong, that beast. Because in his hands, life is better than death. Ji Rushue followed the elders with a solemn expression. Everyone's face was dignified and sad. Because they are all women in the Red Lotus Palace, they act very low-key, just because they are afraid of being targeted by those who care. Unfortunately, he was still caught. Looking at a group of very beautiful little girls with skin like snow, which man would not be tempted? Just then, a disciple of the Red Lotus Palace hurried in. Palace Master, someone outside is asking to see you, saying that they are here to help our Red Lotus Palace. Said the disciple. Ji Rushue stood up abruptly. Go and see. Finally someone came to help. However, it also showed that Ji Rushue was going to devote herself to go out, but for the sake of the Red Lotus Palace, she had no choice. The only thing Ji Rushue is looking forward to now is that the person who comes here should preferably be a young and handsome guy. If it is an old man in his 70s and 80s. Ji Rushue was afraid that she was going to die of nausea. When Ji Rushue brought people to the door, she found a man wearing navy blue clothes and sunglasses standing there. It seemed that she was not too old, and she was good-looking, which made Ji Rushue a little relieved. After seeing Ji Rushue, the man was stunned and took off his sunglasses. With his mouth slightly open, the harazzi almost didn't flow out. Seeing the man like this, Ji Rushue's face changed slightly, and her impression of the man was also much worse. Chapter 1242. But the other party is here to help him. Ji Rushue can't show disgust, can only smile. I don't know this son, what's wrong with coming to my Red Lotus Palace? The man looked straight at Ji Rushue. Palace Master Ji really lives up to his reputation, with fair skin and beautiful long legs, she is really beautiful. The man said, wiped a handful of saliva and continued, my name is Chen Chen. I came here to help Palace Master Ji after seeing the announcement. Ji Rushue looked at the man's dissolute appearance, and the disgust in her eyes became even stronger. He just smiled and said, young Master Chen, since you saw the announcement, you know what our Red Lotus Palace is going to face. Are you really capable of dealing with it? Ji Rushue wouldn't easily believe the man in front of him. After all, Xiang Chong's strength was not bad, and with the support of the Holy Beast Palace behind him, most people would not dare to oppose Xiang Chong. Of course I know, isn't it just to deal with the color embryo Xiang Chong? Let me tell you, when Xiang Chong saw me, he would definitely kneel down and call Grandpa. As long as I'm in the Red Lotus Palace, then Xiang Chong Ju won't dare to touch the Red Lotus Palace. The man looked confident, but then changed the conversation, but I helped the Red Lotus Palace. I don't know if what Ji Palace Master promised is true. Ji Rushue blushed slightly, but she still bit her lip and said, if Qinggongzi really saved our Red Lotus Palace, of course what I said is true, there is absolutely no deception. Ha ha ha, that's fine, as long as I'm here, I can guarantee that the Red Lotus Palace will be fine. Chen Chen squinted at Ji Rushue and laughed. Young Master Chen, don't forget that Xiangchong is backed by the Holy Beast Palace, you need. Don't worry, if you report your father's name, the Holy Beast Palace will also give you some face. Before Ji Rushue could finish speaking, Chen Chen waved his hand and said. Ji Rushue was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Chen Chen was still a son of a wealthy family. From the looks of it, their family must be very good. Master Chen, don't know who your father is? Ji Rushue wanted to know who Chen Chen's father was, and even the Holy Beast Palace gave him face. Palace Ji, don't ask, since I'll keep your Red Lotus Palace alright, that's fine. It seemed that Chen Chen didn't want to say anything, so Ji Rushue stopped asking. Since this is the case, then Mr. Chen, please. Ji Rushue bent down slightly and made a gesture of invitation. A smear of white snow on his chest was exposed, making Chen Chen's eyes straight, and his heart skipped a beat. Chen Chen walked to Ji Rushue's side, reaching out to grab Ji Rushue's hand, but Ji Rushue fluttered away. Chen Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said, Palace Ji, do you want to go back and regret it? Didn't you say that whoever helps you in the Red Lotus Palace, you sleep with whomever? Chen Chen's words were very straightforward, causing Ji Rushue's face to blush to the neck. Don't get me wrong, young Master Chen, I said, if anyone saves our Red Lotus Palace, I will sleep with him, but Xiang Chong hasn't come yet. When Xiang rushes over, after Qinggongzi drives him away, I will naturally accompany Qinggongzi. Ji Rushue said a little embarrassedly. If that's the case, I really hope that Xiangchong will come sooner. Chen Chen was a little disappointed, and followed Ji Rushue into the Red Lotus Palace. Looking at the female disciples in the Red Lotus Palace, Chen Chen's eyes were dazzled, and he wished he had 100 pairs of eyes. Ji Rushue looked at Chen Chen like that, and she was already disgusted to the extreme. Palace Ji, as the so-called long night is long, since you can't accompany me, you can just order a female disciple to accompany me. I heard that the female disciples of your Red Lotus Palace are all big girls. Seeing so many beauties, Chen Chen couldn't help but said to Ji Rushue. Ji Rushue resisted the anger in her heart and said to Chen Chen, young Master Chen, don't be in a hurry. When you rush to the rush, my Red Lotus Palace will definitely thank you heavily. You can do whatever you want. Chapter 1243. Chen Chen's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he licked his lips. Ha, so I'm going to die in a pile of women. Ji Rushue was angry, panting heavily, but she didn't dare to say anything. After Chen Chen was settled, Ji Rushue smashed things desperately in the hall to vent her anger. She had no choice but to vent her emotions like this. Palace Master, can that guy really help us rush to the Red Lotus Palace? Why do I look unreliable? An elder said with some doubts. Yes, I also see that the guy has no ability, and he looks like he is squinting. I really want to buckle his eyes. Another elder also said angrily. Ji Rushue calmed down and said slowly, we can only pin our hopes on him now, you remember my words, at a critical juncture, run away with Xiaomin, leave me alone. I won't leave my sister and go alone. At this moment, Xiaomin suddenly broke in and looked at Ji Rushue with tearful eyes. Ji Rushue saw that Xiaomin rushed in and knew everything, so she waved her hand and let several elders go out. Xiao Min, don't be self-willed. My sister did this to protect the Red Lotus Palace. As long as you are still alive, you can rebuild the Red Lotus Palace with the Palace Master's order. Ji Rushua stepped forward and gently wiped Xiaomin's tears. I will never leave my sister. I want to die. We will die together. Without my sister, I can't live by myself. Xiaomin plunged into Ji Rushua's arms. Silly child, you are also grown up, no sister is the same. Ji Rushua also cried. Why didn't she want to accompany her sister? She also knew that Xiaomin was still young. If she left her, life would be very hard. But he had no choice but to plan for the worst. Sister, what about brother Chen? Where did he go? At this time, Xiaomin thought of David, so she asked Ji Rushua. He left the Red Lotus Palace long ago. Ji Rushua sent David away at that time, and should have left the Red Lotus Palace by now. No, I'm guarding at the palace gate. I didn't see brother Chen going out. He might still be in the Red Lotus Palace. Brother Chen's ability is great, can we ask him to help us? Xiaomin asked. Ji Rushua really smiled awkwardly. Silly girl, it's not as simple as you think, and everyone is not as simple as you think. It's not relatives, not friends, so why should they help you? Besides, although David has made some famous halls in Kyoto, his strength is not bad, but this is the south after all, and there is the Holy Beast Palace behind Xiangcheng, so David dares to follow the Holy Beast Palace? When Ji Rushua said this, Xiaomin fell into silence, and she didn't know if David would help. After a while, Xiaomin suddenly said, I'm going to look for brother Chen, he must be still in the Red Lotus Palace, maybe you will really help. After Xiaomin finished speaking, she ran out. Ji Rushua wanted to stop her, but found that Xiaomin had already run away. This silly girl, it's too easy to trust people. Ji Rushua shook her head. The next day, everyone in the Red Lotus Palace was full of seriousness and tension. Everyone was standing by, arms in hand. They are waiting for Xiangcheng's arrival. Life or death depends on today. And that Chen, when the sun was very high, yawned and walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Ji Rushua leading someone to wait for him at the door. Palace Ji, don't be nervous, I said to keep your Red Lotus Palace okay? Then it's definitely okay. Chen said confidently. Then I'll trouble young Master Chen. Seeing that Chen had always been so confident, Ji Rushua believed him a little, and felt a little relieved in her heart. Chapter 1244. Don't worry, as long as Palace Master Ji doesn't forget to promise me, I had a good dream last night. Chen smiled evilly. I won't forget. After Ji Rushua finished speaking, she led her to the palace gate. Chen also followed behind. Nearly noon, I saw that Xiangcheng brought a few people to the gate of the Red Lotus Palace. The people around Xiangcheng are all in the realm of Wuzong, while Xiangcheng himself is a half-step Wuhou. With such strength, the Red Lotus Palace is not a rival at all. Palace Ji, what are you thinking? As long as you, the Red Lotus Palace, follow me to Xiangcheng, I promise to let you live your life like a dream. Xiangchengsa looked at Ji Rushua narrowly and said. Humph, Xiangcheng, you shameless beast, Ji Rushua will never give in to you. Ji Rushua said angrily. Xiangcheng's face turned cold, his eyes were slightly condensed, and his body was full of murderous aura. Don't shame you, if you really want me to do it, then I will take all of you Red Lotus Palace disciples to the Holy Beast Palace and let them there so cool. Even if we die, we will never succumb to you. Don't think that with the support of the Holy Beast Palace behind you, you can do whatever you want. I tell you, I also got helpers to deal with you. After Ji Rushua finished speaking, she called back, Young Master Chen, come out. At this time, Chen walked out with square steps, and looked at Xiangcheng coldly. Xiangcheng, I am here to see who of you dares to touch the Red Lotus Palace. Xiangcheng looked at Chen, frowning slightly, who are you? Xiangcheng didn't know Chen, but seeing that Chen was not afraid of himself, and he spoke very hard, so he felt a little unsure. After all, if you dare to talk to him like this, there must be a lot of strength behind it. Haha, who am I? Let me tell you, even if the Holy Beast Palace is here, you have to give me face, URAF.art. I advise you to hurry up, don't irritate me, and none of you want to leave. Chen Chen said arrogantly. This time, he was stunned by Xiang Chong. He wanted to move out of the Holy Beast Palace, but who knew that when he opened his mouth, he said that the Holy Beast Palace would also save face. At this time, Xiang Chong put away his breath, and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Chen, forgive me for my clumsiness, I really don't know which family's son-in-law Mr. Chen is. I also hope that young Master Chen will show that we will be friends in the future. Xiang Chong hurriedly took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Chen with a very respectful expression. Seeing Ji Ruxue here, he was also relieved. If Xiang Chong was so afraid, then the Red Lotus Palace would be fine. However, when she thought of sleeping with Chen Chen at night, Ji Ruxue felt nauseated in her heart. At this moment, Chen Chen took the cigarette, put it in his mouth, and waited for Xiang Chong to light it. And Xiang Chong hurriedly turned on the lighter, ready to light it up. Let me tell you, my father, Chen is the protector pavilion of Yuzhou. Before Chen Chen finished speaking, he was stunned when he saw Xiang Chong, and the lighter in his hand went out. Immediately after his face was full of anger, he slapped Chen Chen fiercely and slapped the cigarette out of Chen Chen's mouth. Xiang Chong, you fucking! Chen Chen roared at Xiang Chong, but before he could finish speaking, Xiang Chong kicked him. Chen Chen flew out like a kite with a broken string, and then fell heavily to the ground. Chen Chen vomited blood, and his face became very ugly. This time, Ji Ruxue was a little stunned. Why was Chen Chen so vulnerable? Xiang Chong angrily walked in front of Chen Chen, and then he said with another kick, I've fucking asked your father, Chen to almost scare Lao Tzu. Damn, isn't your father the pavilion master of the Dharma protector, why are you dragging me? Xiang Chong was about to die of anger, so he stomped on Chen Chen's feet a few times. Chapter 1245. Chen Chen was beaten with blood from his nose and mouth, and then knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Stop hitting, please don't hit. Chen Chen didn't expect that Xiang Chong was not afraid of his father at all. He relied on his father as the pavilion owner of the Yuzhou Protectorate Pavilion, and he often showed off his power and no one bothered him. After seeing Ji Ruxue's announcement, I thought of coming over to take advantage of Ji Ruxue. But how did he know that the pavilion master of a small local Dharma protecting pavilion was considered a piece of shit in the eyes of a big sect family? In the end, Chen Chen was beaten to the brink of death, but Xiang Chong did not kill him. After all, although the position of the pavilion master of the Protector Pavilion was not high, he was also an official, so Xiang Chong wanted to save face. Go away, if it wasn't for your dad's face, I would kill you today. Xiang Chong shouted at Chen Chen. Chen Chen was so frightened that he rolled and ran, and he didn't even have the time to look at the beauty. This made Ji Ruxue angrily stomping her feet. She didn't expect this Chen Chen to be a pretentious thing. Knowing that his father was Chen Ji Ruxue would not give him face. Just a small pavilion master. She was teased by Chen Chen's words yesterday, and Ji Ruxue got angry just thinking about it. After Chen Chen ran away, Xiang Chong looked at Ji Ruxue with a proud face. Palace Master Ji, look at what this helper you have found is. You still promise yourself. Even so, do you see someone coming to help you? I advise you to be aware of current affairs and obey me obediently. In the future, the Red Lotus Palace will be mine. When the time comes, the Holy Beast Palace will cover it, and I can make the Red Lotus Palace the second major sect in the south. With a proud face, Xiang Chong slowly walked towards Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue stepped back again and again, her expression extremely difficult to see. Xiang Chong, even if we die, we won't be cheap, you big pervert. With that said, Ji Ruxue took out her saber, ready to fight to the death. And the disciples of the Red Lotus Palace are also ready to die. At this time, Ji Ruxue was only worried about her younger sister, Xiaomin. At this time, she was very worried that Xiaomin was nowhere to be seen. Elder, there will be a fight in a while, you go to Xiaomin, be sure to take her away. Ji Ruxue said to the great elder. The first elder hesitated for a while, but finally nodded and said, don't worry, Palace Master, I will definitely take Xiaomin out. Ji Ruxue had no worries, and looked at Xiang Chong angrily. "Xiang Chong, either you die today or I die, come on." Upon seeing this, Xiang Chong instantly burst into a terrifying aura, and then he said to the hurried men behind him, "Give me a hand, but don't kill them, only living is useful." After speaking, Xiang Chong took the lead in rushing towards Ji Ruxue, while the others also fought in an instant. However, because what Xiang Chong wanted was not to kill Ji Ruxue and the others, he did not let go of his hands and feet, which enabled Ji Ruxue and the others to fight with Xiang Chong and the others. While fighting on this side, Xiaomin on the other side was still looking for David. She firmly believed that David definitely did not leave the Red Lotus Palace. Xiaomin has been searching all night, almost rummaging through the entire Red Lotus Palace, but there is still no sign of David. Xiaomin reached the depths of the Red Lotus Palace and walked up the stream. The mountain was the last place she wasn't looking. Following the stream, Xiaomin soon discovered the cave. Looking at the dark cave, Xiaomin was a little scared and didn't dare to go in. She seldom came here because Ji Ruxue stipulated that no one could come and go here casually. "Is there anyone? Is Brother Chen inside?" Xiaomin did not dare to enter the dark cave, so she could only shout at the entrance of the cave. The voice followed the cave and soon reached David's ears. David, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he heard it, he could tell that it was Xiaomin's voice. Chapter 1246. At this time, Xiaomin was still shouting at the entrance of the cave. After shouting twice, there was no movement. Xiaomin was a little lost. But just when Xiaomin turned around and was about to leave, he found that there was a faint blue fire in the cave, followed by a dark figure. This terrified Xiaomin and thought she had encountered a ghost. "Ghost!" Xiaomin screamed in fright and closed her eyes. "Who are you calling a ghost?" At this time, David had walked up to Xiaomin and smiled slightly. When Xiaomin heard David's voice, she hurriedly opened her eyes and found that it was really David. "Brother Chen, you really didn't leave the Red Lotus Palace." Seeing David, Xiaomin was so happy that he almost jumped up. "Xiaomin, do you have anything to do with me?" David was a little surprised. How could Xiaomin come here to find herself? "Brother Chen, our Red Lotus Palace is in trouble, can you help us?" "My sister said I don't want to trouble you." Xiaomin bit her lip and looked at David pleadingly. "What happened?" David asked in a daze. Xiaomin was about to open his mouth, but David reached out his hand, interrupting Xiaomin's words, but his expression was serious, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. At this time, the sound of fighting had already reached here. "Go!" David grabbed Xiaomin, then took a quick step and rushed to the door of the Red Lotus Palace. "Elder sister." Xiaomin saw that Ji Ruxue was fighting with Xiang Chong. Now Ji Ruxue was soaked with sweat, her clothes were soaked, she was out of breath, and her physical strength was a little weak. But that Xiang Chong had a wretched face, and he didn't seem to be in a hurry, he was playing with Ji Ruxue. When Ji Ruxue heard Xiaomin calling her, she hurriedly looked over and yelled at Xiaomin, "Xiaomin, run away, don't mind here." Ji Ruxue told Xiaomin to run away quickly. "Sister, I found Brother Chen." Xiaomin shouted. Ji Ruxue also saw David beside Xiaomin at this time. She didn't expect that David did not leave the Red Lotus Palace. "Brother Chen, save my sister." Xiaomin took David's arm and prayed. David nodded, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. Immediately afterward, a majestic force blasted towards that direction. Xiang Chong's expression changed, and he quickly retreated to avoid the blow. But David bombarded a deep pit on the ground. The loud explosion made everyone stop, and Ji Ruxue looked at David and thanked David. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for helping me." David glanced at Ji Ruxue, and then his face flushed. Because Ji Ruxue was sweating profusely at this time, her clothes were soaking wet, so she was very transparent under the sunlight. David almost didn't have a nosebleed when he saw it. "Palace Master Ji, I'll take care of these guys. You should change your clothes." David didn't dare to look directly at Ji Ruxue. Only now did Ji Ruxue realize that she had lost some light, so she hurriedly turned around to change her clothes. And that Xiang Chong looked at David with a gloomy expression, and his expression was a little dignified. "You are the David who killed Guo Wei, director of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance?" Xiang Chong asked David. "Yes, I didn't expect you to know me." David smiled lightly. Seeing David admit it, Xiang Chong's face became even more ugly. David is well known at the moment, and most people are reluctant to provoke him. In fact, this saves David a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if a cat or a dog comes to trouble him, David will be annoyed to death. "David, you and I have no grievances or grudges. Today is our grievance with the Red Lotus Palace. I hope you don't interfere. When I solve the Red Lotus Palace, I invite you to sit down at the Holy Beast Palace." Xiang Chong didn't want to have a conflict with David, but he couldn't let the Red Lotus Palace go. Simply moved the Holy Beast Palace out. He thought that David would retreat after hearing the 3 words of the Holy Beast Palace. Chapter 1247. Holy Beast Palace, never heard of. Who knows, David has never heard of the Holy Beast Palace. Xiang Chong was pissed off. "David, do you really want to go through this muddy water?" Xiang Chong glared at David and asked. "That's right." David nodded. "Brother Chen, teach this guy a good lesson. This guy is bad. He stared at our Red Lotus Palace very early, and said that he wanted to sleep all the women in our Red Lotus Palace." Xiamen glared at Xiang Chong and said to David, "Don't worry, I'll make him a eunuch in a while, and never miss a woman again." David said lightly. "David, you're deceiving people too much. I really think I'm afraid you won't succeed. I'm a half-step Marquis of Wu. My subordinates are all in the realm of Wuzong. If we join forces, we won't be able to fight against you." Xiang Chong roared angrily, his whole body bursting with energy. Immediately afterwards, the coercive aura in Xiang Chong's body began to shroud David. The people behind Xiang Chong also exuded a terrifying aura, pressing towards David. But David didn't care at all. With a half-step Marquis, plus a few martial sects, he could still handle it. Xiang Chong's terrifying energy brought gusts of wind, and then he shouted angrily and punched David. David snorted coldly, raised his hand lightly, and grabbed Xiang Chong's fist. This time, Xiang Chong was stunned, and then struggled desperately. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from David's shackles. "With this little strength, you dare to come out and find a woman?" David looked at Xiang Chong with disdain. Xiang Chong swallowed his saliva with a look of horror on his face. He did not expect that his half-step Wuho's strength would be vulnerable in front of David. This time, the few Wuzongs behind Xiang Chong were also dumbfounded, and they didn't dare to shoot. David's strength has exceeded their imagination. Even the half-step Wuho Xiang Chong is so unbearable, and these people will die if they go up. At this moment, Ji Rushue changed her clothes and walked out. When he saw Xiang Chong being controlled by David lightly, he felt a little stupid. How can Xiang Chong be subdued so easily? At this moment, Xiamen was full of admiration and excitement. "Brother Chen, you are amazing, kill him, kill him." Xiamen jumped up happily. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Xiang Chong said with a trembling expression on his face. "If you say you won't kill you, then who am I? Why should I listen to you?" David said, and slapped Xiang Chong with a palm. "Mr. Chen." Seeing this, Ji Rushue hurriedly stopped David. David looked at Ji Rushue in surprise. Ji Rushue said, "Mr. Chen, this Xiang Chong is the adopted son of Fei Qingping, the master of the Holy Beast Palace. If you kill him, I am afraid that the Holy Beast Palace will trouble you." Ji Rushue was afraid that David would be in trouble in the future, not to mention that she only hoped to drive away the Xiang Chong. If they really killed Xiang Chong, they probably wouldn't be able to stay in the south of the Red Lotus Palace. "Yes, if you kill me, my foster father can't spare you." Xiang Chong threatened David. "Damn, I hate other people's threats the most." After David finished speaking, he slapped Xiang Chong's head with a palm. Xiang Chong's head burst like a watermelon, and the dead can't die any longer. Seeing this, the few people brought by Xiang Chong were so frightened that they turned around and ran away, but David ignored them. Looking at Xiang Chang's death, the scene was silent. Ji Rushua looked at David in shock, her face full of shock. "Mr. Chen, thank you." After a while, Ji Rushua thanked David. Ji Rushua's eyes are full of tenderness and admiration. She likes a man like David. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Everyone in the Red Lotus Palace thanked David. Chapter 1248. Palace Ji, I'm just doing my best, don't be so polite. David smiled lightly. "Mr. Chen, your effort has saved all of our Red Lotus Palace. Our Red Lotus Palace must repay this kindness." Ji Rushua said. Palace Ji is serious. David did not plan to let the Red Lotus Palace repay him. "Brother Chen, you are the savior of our Red Lotus Palace. You stay in the Red Lotus Palace for a few days, so that we can also repay you," Xiaomin said, walking David towards the main hall. At noon, Ji Rushua personally cooked and set a table for David. Looking at those delicious dishes, David did not expect that a dignified palace lord could even cook. "Brother Chen, you can be considered lucky, my sister's cooking is very delicious," Xiaomin said while adding vegetables to David's bowl. "Well, Palace Master Ji's craftsmanship is really good." David nodded. "Mr. Chen, since you like to eat, then eat more. In the future, don't call me Palace Master, just call me Rushua or Xiaoxua." After Ji Rushua finished speaking, her cheeks were flushed, and she did not dare to look directly at David. David was slightly taken aback, but he didn't call Ji Rushua that. After all, they weren't that close. "I'll be your girl Ji in the future," David said. Ji Rushua's face was slightly disappointed, but she didn't say anything. "Brother Chen, can you stay away for a while and stay in our Red Lotus Palace for a while longer?" Xiaomin asked David. David shook his head. "I still have a lot of things to do, I can't stay here for a long time." As the new year is approaching, David has to hurry up to practice and rescue his mother and Sonia. Hearing this, Xiaomin was a little disappointed, but she still smiled and said, "Brother Chen, since you can't stay for a long time, you can always come and see if you have time." "Of course, I'll come to see you when I have time. The scenery here is very good, and the climate is pleasant, which is very suitable for cultivation," David said with a smile. "By the way, Brother Chen, what did you do in the cave in House Han?" At this time, Xiaomin remembered that it was David who was found in the cave, so he asked curiously. And when Ji Rushua heard Xiaomin mention the cave, her face changed slightly and she looked at David. "I was just wandering around and suddenly found the cave. I felt that there was a lot of spiritual energy in it, and I practiced in it for 2 days." David didn't lie either, he told the truth. "Brother Chen, then you..." Xiaomin wanted to ask something else, but Ji Rushua glared at her. "Xiaomin, eat quickly, then go to guard the palace gate, ask questions, and let Mr. Chen eat." As soon as Xiaomin heard this, she hurriedly stuck her tongue out at David, made a face, lowered her head and started to eat. After eating and clearing the table, Ji Rushua screened everyone off. There were only David and Ji Rushua in the room at this time, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. "Mr. Chen, I once issued an announcement that whoever saves our Red Lotus Palace, I will accompany him overnight and even marry him. Now you help us kill that Xiangcheng, so you can do whatever you want to me." While speaking, Ji Rushua actually took off her red dress. The snow-white skin was exposed outside, and the faint aroma of the body filled the entire room. When David saw this, blood rushed to the top of his head, and a nosebleed instantly flowed out of his nose. David hurriedly turned around and covered his nose with his hand. "Miss Ji, I don't know what announcement you made, and I didn't think about what it would do to you. You should put on your clothes." "What? You are not satisfied with my figure?" Ji Rushua looked at David in surprise. "If you are not satisfied with me, in the entire Red Lotus Palace, except for Xiaomin, you can choose whatever you want, and I can let them accompany you." Chapter 1249. "That's not what I meant. I already have a girlfriend, so don't do that. This time it's hard for me to do it." After David finished speaking, he hurriedly rushed out. He is also a normal man, but he doesn't dare to stay any longer, or he can't take it anymore. Seeing that David was about to leave, Ji Rushue suddenly fell to her knees. David was startled and quickly stepped forward to help Ji Rushue up, but he closed his eyes tightly and did not dare to look at Ji Rushue. The body fragrance on Ji Rushue's body made him unbearable. If he looked at it twice, he was really afraid that he would not be able to control it. "Miss Ji, what are you doing? Put on your clothes quickly, and tell me if you have anything," David said anxiously. Seeing David like this, Ji Rushue suddenly laughed and passed on her clothes. At this moment, she was even more moved to David. In this society, there are really too few people like David. Seeing Ji Rushue put on clothes, David breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Ji, if you have something to do, just say it," David asked lightly. "Mr. Chen, I hope you can completely rescue our Red Lotus Palace from the sea of misery." Ji Rushue put away her smile and said solemnly. "Didn't I kill that person? Is there any danger to your Red Lotus Palace?" David asked in surprise. "Mr. Chen, it is precisely because you killed that Xiang Chong, and that Xiang Chong is the adopted son of Fei Qingping, the master of the Holy Beast Palace. The Holy Beast Palace will not let our Red Lotus Palace go. At that time, our Red Lotus Palace will still be unable to escape the claws of the Holy Beast Palace, and Fei Qingping is even crueler than Xiang Chong." When Ji Rushue mentioned that Fei Qingping, her face was obviously a little ugly. David was silent. He could kill a Xiang Chong, but David was not sure about facing a sect. Especially when he didn't know what kind of strength Fei Qingping was. "Miss Ji, what kind of strength does Fei Qingping have?" "I'm afraid that by myself, it will be difficult for me to resist one of their sects," David said truthfully. "Mr. Chen, Fei Qingping should be a marquis, but he has only entered the ranks of marquis in recent years. And how can Mr. Chen be alone? My Red Lotus Palace is willing to listen to Mr. Chen's dispatch, and I will listen to you in the future." After Ji Rushue finished speaking, her face suddenly turned red. This is what a little daughter-in-law would say to her husband. However, David still frowned slightly. He didn't have much time to stay here. "Miss Ji, I want to help you too, but I really don't have enough time. If the Holy Beast Palace doesn't come to trouble you, I can't stay here forever." David had no time and stayed in the Red Lotus Palace. Mr. Chen, with Fei Qingping's temperament, knowing that Xiang Chong is dead, within 10 days, he will definitely be found. If the Holy Beast Palace has not moved after 10 days, then Mr. Chen can just leave, Ji Rushue said. "Okay, then I'll stay here for another 10 days. David nodded, and then he remembered the cave, so he asked Ji Rushue, "Miss Ji, what happened to the cave behind you, the Red Lotus Palace? It was blocked by a boulder inside?" Seeing David asking about the cave, Ji Rushue hesitated, but she spoke slowly. It turned out that in the cave, there was a monk who had attained the Tao, and the boulder was blocked by the monk. No one knows what is in the cave, but the stream flowing out of the cave contains a lot of energy, which can help people to cultivate. Therefore, the ancestor of the Red Lotus Palace established the sect in this place. In addition, the ancestors also warned future generations that no one is allowed to open the boulder without authorization, otherwise it will bring disaster to the door. After hundreds of years, although some palace masters of the Red Lotus Palace were curious, they went to open the boulder. Chapter 1250. But no matter what method was used, the boulder remained untouched. Slowly, I gave up the idea of opening the boulder and taking a look inside. After David heard this, he remained silent. A sitting monk, will there be such a large amount of energy? For hundreds of years, the stream has flowed out of it, and it contains a lot of spiritual energy. How is this possible? David suspected that there must be something else in it to exude such a pure aura. But as for what it was, David didn't know. Unless there is a way to break that boulder, go inside and take a look. However, with David's current ability, he cannot break the boulder. After chatting with Ji Rushue for a while, David proposed to go to the cave to practice. However, it is a restricted area of the Red Lotus Palace, but when David proposed it, Ji Rushue agreed. Holy Beast Palace. Fei Qingping was lying on his big tiger skin chair, accompanied by two very revealing women. At this time, a disciple of the Holy Beast Palace hurried in and knelt on the ground. "Palace Master, the person whom you brought to the young master is back." The disciple of the Holy Beast Palace said. "Did that Xiang rush back? This guy, seeing the woman, probably can't even walk." Fei Qingping asked with narrowed eyes. "Back to the palace, Lord. Young Master Xiang didn't come back, only the few people I brought with me came back, but they seem to be injured." The Holy Beast Palace disciple replied. "Are you injured?" Fei Qingping opened his eyes and sat up at once. "Call them in." Soon, several Wuzongs who followed Xiang Chong were called in. "What happened?" Fei Qingping asked. Several people hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Palace Master, young Master Xiang was killed." "What?" Fei Qingping stood up abruptly. "Who killed him?" "Chong'er is a half-step marquis. Who dares to kill him in the entire south? Is that Ji Ruxue? She can't be Chong'er's opponent at all." "Palace Master, it's David, a guy named David who killed young Master Xiang," a Wuzong said. "David?" Fei Qingping frowned slightly, thinking hard about this person. But he didn't seem to have heard of such a master in the south. At this time, an elder of the Holy Beast Palace stepped forward and whispered a few words in Fei Qingping's ear. Fei Qingping realized it instantly. Damn, it turned out to be this kid. How did he come to us and even help the Red Lotus Palace? But he ran here to provoke my Holy Beast Palace. That's courting death. Fei Qingping had a murderous look on his face. But Fei Qingping didn't understand why David came from Kyoto to the south all of a sudden. And what kind of friendship did he have with the Red Lotus Palace, and he actually helped the Red Lotus Palace? "Palace Master, I think we should investigate carefully to see if David came by himself. He actually had the guts to kill young Master Xiang, which proves that he didn't take our Holy Beast Palace seriously. In this case, there must be someone behind him. Let's not touch that David." The elder persuaded Fei Qingping. Fei Qingping frowned. What David did in Kyoto was really bluffing. As the so-called shadow of a person's famous tree, David is famous, so if you want to deal with David, you will carefully weigh it. After a while, Fei Qingping said, "Well, you go to investigate, but if you can pull that David into our Holy Beast Palace, it would be great. This kid is a talent." After hearing the elders talk about David, Fei Qingping admired David very much and thought that David was a talent. As for Xiang Chong being killed by David, Fei Qingping can be regarded as not happening. Only one adopted son, Fei Qingping has more than 10 adopted sons. The elder took orders to investigate David, while Fei Qingping lay back again.